Over at the Hunter Association HQ, they were practically fogging up the glass, giving some guy the stink eye. Turns out he was the only dude who walked out of that dungeon fiasco. Out of 5 people, he's the last one standing. And here's the kicker, he's a D-rank support, basically the team's glorified water boy. The girl, clearly spooked, asks if he actually, took care of his partners. The guy just tells her to chill, they ain't the feds. And more importantly, what happens in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. She's like, fair enough, but then hits him with, so why'd you bonk me on the head? We're not in a dungeon right now. The guy's brilliant advice was to literally do nothing. See, these little guilds get greedy bite off more than they can chew for a quick buck, and well, this happens. The second he's out the door, the investigator is already convinced there's something seriously off with this kid. Shin Junio. Yeah, when they were grilling him, he was way too cool for school. The kid has next to no dungeon experience, just watched a horror show unfold, and yet he was totally unfazed. Because of that little detail, he decides he's got to dig deeper. Meanwhile, our main suspect Shin is hauling butt through a forest because the dummy is late for his very first guild mission. Some dude named Kim Dwan starts whining. Is it cool for the new guy to be late? But this girl, Kim Jim, totally has Shin's back. She claps back, saying Dwan pulled the same crap when he was the newbie. On the trail, Dwan grumbles that he wasn't times late, and the girl just rolls her eyes. She says the leader is already waiting inside. Even with the backup, our hero feels like he needs to get his act together. This is his debut as a support after all. Inside the dungeon, the leader Moon Do-yoon asks Shin if he even knows the game plan. Supports don't have any combat skills, so their one job is to hide. But not too far or they'll end up as Monster Chow. He just has to be a little weapon factory for the leader on command. Right then, the team's mage says his spidey senses are tingling, monster mana is close. One of them might even be the big boss. Everyone's super chill since it's a low-rank cakewalk, but the leader is smelling a trap. Shin takes a solid 20 seconds to craft a single dagger, so he figures he should probably start now. Just then, crystal lizards pour out of the shadows, ready to rumble. The crew is hyped. Finally, a real throwdown. The tank smashes his shield into the ground, basically screaming, "Come at me, bro," to all the monsters. The girl zips in and gives one of the lizards a free, unsolicited dental checkup. She pulls this off while doing a ridiculously slick somersault and sticking the landing. But plot twist. The monsters just regenerate and swarm the group. The girl yells out the obvious. They're healing way faster than they should be. The mage starts charging a fireball, getting close enough to singe the tank's hair. Meanwhile, Shin was finally putting the finishing touches on that dagger for the leader. Apparently, the weapon's quality is tied to the user's mana. Down grabs the dagger and activates his sneaky shadow skill. With it, he slices the crystal lizard's head clean off. The head hits the floor with a thud and the dagger just disintegrates in his hand. Talk about a one-time use item. That was awesome. The whole group is pumped about the fight. Shin is totally starstruck, thinking, man, the veterans here are on another level. The teamwork was just flawless. So flawless it sends him into an emo spiral. Wait, am I the most useless one here? And because of his sudden crisis, he apologizes. But the leader just chews him out. See, Dune shatters his weapons every single fight, and those things cost a fortune. That's why Shin, their personal weapon crafter, is an absolute must-have. Our mopey hero suddenly feels like he might actually have a purpose. Just as the tank tells everyone to go grab their loot, the entire place starts shaking like a washing machine on overdrive. Our protagonist just points at a wall and it conveniently crumbles to dust. The mage lights it up and declares it's a secret passage. No kidding, Sherlock. The leader's spidey senses are tingling, thinking this smells a lot like a double dungeon trap, but the tank's brain is just a giant dollar sign. He's all, we gotta go in, think of the loot. And of course, the second the girl hears treasure, her ears perk up like a puppy. The mage is like, guys, my magic radar is showing absolutely nothing in there, which is somehow even creepier. So the leader goes, all right, team, quick adventure in and out. Fast forward 10 minutes. And Shin is booking it like his life depends on it, because it does. He's freaking out thinking, how did these beefcakes get wrecked so fast? Turns out the tank was about as durable as a wet paper bag. The fighter and mage, yeah, they got straight up deleted by that thing. Even the leader got a surprise limbectomy, losing the arm he holds his stabby stick with. Guess who's next on the chopping block? While sprinting for dear life, he gets absolutely clocked and can't get back up. In a total panic move, he poofs a sword into existence for one last desperate have at the... Yeah, that was completely useless. He's just the support guy. His attack power is basically zero. The golem just swatted him and the floor away like a fly. But they're 100% his memories, like from some future cooler version of himself. And in that future, the world has totally gone down the toilet. So much for his grand ambitions of climbing the ladder in this guild. These were the first people to ever give him the time of day, and look how that turned out. Right as he's whining about his lame-o death, something clicks inside him, memories from a whole other life. Then boom, a system window pops up. It's basically asking, hey, player want a do-over. Barely able to breathe, he mashes the accept button. He was totally gassed. But then get this, he starts spawning swords under his feet to make a freaking staircase out of the water. And just like that, Shin is back, staring down the giant ice golem. Only this time, our boy's got an aura colder than the golem's frosty butt. With a death stare, he conjures a bunch of energy swords and lets them fly. And whoa, they actually hurt the thing. But then Shin gets this weird feeling like the golem's memories are being torrented directly into his brain. But he ain't got time to process that. The golem's still kicking and swings back. This time he throws up a massive energy shield to block. He backs off a bit to get some space and then busts out another new trick, spatial grid. Ooh, sounds fancy. Suddenly, swords pop into existence everywhere. He makes a fist and bam, they all dive bomb the golem from every conceivable angle. The golem shatters into a million ice cubes. It's a lot to take in. Then he feels like he can slurp up the golem's energy. Cool, another skill he just pulled out of nowhere. It's all tied to those memories that got shoved into his head. He has no clue how any of this is even possible. Right as he's whining about his lame-o death, something clicks inside him, memories from a whole other life. Then boom, a system window pops up. Finding anyone still breathing was a miracle. Even the most OP heroes of the day got wiped out in some big final showdown. But Shin's memory of his own fate is conveniently blank, and he doesn't know why he's got this future flashback. Still, he woke up with cheat codes enabled, which is pretty sweet. But how's a guy supposed to celebrate when he's surrounded by this? He's got a whole party of corpses to haul out of the dungeon. Walking home after giving the world's most depressing incident report, Shin just couldn't shake the feeling that something was super sketchy. He had this nagging feeling about that unconfirmed gate. This whole dungeon was an unscheduled event, totally missing from his future self's memories. And to make things even weirder, when one of his guildmates checked the paperwork for the gate, it had the association's official fancy pants stamp right on it. But for some reason, the association was still calling it unconfirmed. Make it make sense. So either somebody forged the paperwork to screw over the Dome Guild, or the association itself is in on the scam, and the plot thickens. But Shin's memory of his own fate is conveniently blank, and he doesn't know why he's got this future flashback. Still, he woke up with cheat codes enabled, which is pretty sweet. So gates are popping up and people are vanishing. Shin, our resident big brain, starts connecting the dots on the guilds getting ghosted in the news. Shin takes an icy plunge. Oh, so times this. Times is what it feels like to be totally outclassed, he thinks, probably, while swallowing dirty dungeon water. Because this wasn't a one-off thing. The investigator's words kept replaying in his head. There were a ton of cases just like this, involving unconfirmed gates. Yeah, time to go full-on stealth mode. After all, he was the only dude who didn't get yeeted in his own missing persons case. A case that was basically destined for the unsolved mysteries bargain bin. He so much as sneezes too hard or flexes his real power and bam, game over. It's almost like someone was hitting the delete button on all the future main characters. The sheer oh crap of it all smacked Shin right in the face. His whole training montage had to be epic, but on the down low, he couldn't afford any randos getting nosy. He clicked on some shiny new thing in his skill menu. Fast forward one whole year because who needs filler episodes? And now, he had a solid 2 years before the big player draft. Plenty of time to get absolutely jacked on every skill he had and then invent some new ones for kicks, which was probably made of cardboard just explodes on a monster's tough butt. The beast lets out a big ree and punts the guy into next week. Shin takes an icy plunge. Oh, so times this. Times is what it feels like to be totally outclassed, he thinks, probably, while swallowing dirty dungeon water. We're deep in some spooky forest where a bunch of noobs are getting absolutely wrecked by angry monsters. Some kid's sword. Null lords are supposed to be chilling in E-rank dungeons, literally frozen solid. But nope, this one's here. Absolutely useless. And that's when their collective brain cell fires. They're fighting a freaking null lord. The kid wheezes out the obvious. Like an absolute nightmare. The null lord just ignores him and locks on to another poor schmuck in the group. The next guy barely gets his shield up, looking like he's about to pop a blood vessel, sweating buckets, just trying to not get flattened. Turns out every single one had some big shot players like guild leader Doyen, and even a bunch of chosen one wannabes who were supposed to be heroes. And very much not an ice cube. He also remembered the scary campfire stories from the D-rank Chads. Null lords are a total pain in the neck, a feature you totally don't expect from a monster at their pay grade. And of course, these low-level parties bet everything on their sparkly spells. He tries to do a cool hero landing but fails miserably as the monster goes for round 2. He barely dodges while his buddies are frozen like deer in headlights. That cocky attitude usually gets you a one-way ticket to a party wipe. He took a grim look at his own dumpster fire of a situation. Only one of them was a pure melee build, but that was him, and he sucked at getting up close and personal. Plus, his only weapon was now a pile of shrapnel. Their rep wasn't just because they hit like a truck, but because they had some insane magic resistance, which is just cheating. Major regret started kicking in. He was the genius who insisted on a smaller party banking it all on a glass cannon mage. And now that brilliant move had led them right into this meat grinder. His eyes darted around the chaos and then locked onto something that made 0 sense. And he didn't pack a spare. Jan had no earthly idea why his buddy was screaming at him to go punch it, being completely unarmed and all. Jan's internal monologue was just screaming, "Who the heck is this chill while everyone's about to die?" And then poof, the helper's pickaxe just vanished into thin air. Jan's eyes went wide. A maker, no way, not out here, but hey, desperate times call for desperate Hail Marys. Who cares if it's good quality? Hey Shin, he yelled, finally recognizing the guy. You a maker, can you whip up a sword real quick? Shin just gave him a quick nod. I need a sword that won't break if a monster sneezes on it, Jan demanded. Shin opened his mouth to apologize, mumbling about being a helper, not support. Jan wasn't having it and snapped. Now is not the time for your stupid excuses. Did this Jin clown not get that they were totally screwed? They were all on the express train to Deadsville, Jin included if they blew it against this boss. And yet, we can't just turtle up, he screamed. We're gonna get steamrolled. The first kid's brain was going a mile a minute. For low-level scrubs, null lords were basically a you died screen. Jan had to pretend he had amnesia about all of Shin's freaky abilities. Second, Jan had to slide Shin the standard support rate pay from his cut of the loot. Jan literally scoffed, basically calling Shin's handiwork a piece of junk. I mean, if this Shin guy was just some lowly helper who couldn't even score a real crafting job, how was his homemade sword supposed to save them? Shin just laughed. Kinda ironic, don't you think, he shot back. Hate to break it to you, but good weapons are literally how you win these things. He basically promised Jan that with the right tools, this was a guaranteed win. And with that, Shin got in the zone and the clanging of his work began. Meanwhile, let's cut to the ridiculously OP Overkill Guild, one of Korea's 3 mega guilds that run the whole show. A knock taps on the president's office door. Get in here, he ordered. A young woman walks in. She reports that the Awakeners Association was requesting their cooperation with some dungeon that had a major rank glitch. The president could already read between the lines. That polite request was code for, we're totally desperate and will give you anything you ask for. The Null Lord basically just laughed in magic missile. The mages, who are usually all smug, suddenly remembered what fear feels like. The girl added that only a tiny handful of freaks had the special skills needed to bust into a gate that's been forcibly locked down. As the president was zoning out to a news report about some hunters who dived into a bugged-out dungeon, a face in the team photo made him do a double take. Shin. He'd seen that guy before. A few weeks ago, another one of these glitch dungeons popped up over in Sukhotham. The president had been sent out there, made a quick appearance, and definitely remembered seeing that same dude. And now, the news was calling Shin a helper. Dungeons with rank errors are crazy rare, and you can usually count the survivors on one hand if there are any. Shin, on the other hand, had crashed not one but 2 parties where against all odds everyone walked out alive. Twice. The president knew that was way too weird to be a coincidence. The girl chimed in saying these rank error dungeons were starting to show up way more often. Just a few days back, a cakewalk E-rank dungeon had a total meltdown and rage leveled into a B-rank nightmare. The girl added that only a tiny handful of freaks had the special skills needed to bust into a gate that's been forcibly locked down. The news was calling Shin a helper. Dungeons with rank errors are crazy rare, and you can usually count the survivors on one hand if there are any. The president knew that was way too weird to be a coincidence. The girl chimed in saying these rank error dungeons were starting to show up way more often. It instantly vaporized the entire party. The president could just imagine the panic over at the Awakeners Association. Any luck finding an A rank or higher weaponsmith? She shook her head. Nope, not yet, sir. But I did get my hands on a B- rank weapon from some Japanese blacksmith. The president just nodded. Yep, the association was in a world of hurt. He told her to keep looking. He was sick and tired of his expensive toys breaking. Some guy burst into the room totally out of breath. You are Gent, President Tahin, something's up. Tahin just gave him a look that said, spill it. The guy quickly explained that they got another one of those desperate please help us dispatch requests from the association. So you sent the new kids into a D-rank starter pack dungeon, and what's the times real times rank now that they're inside? Tahin grilled him. The guy gulped. He suggested their guild's gatecrashers should start taking on more jobs and keep tabs on this escalating disaster. Then he changed the subject. This was a code red. He was going in personally. Outside the gate, a media circus was already broadcasting the dumpster fire live. The crowd went nuts when President Tahin rolled up with the girl and the messenger boy trailing behind him. Reporters were practically deep-throating him with their mics, yelling about all these dungeons having sudden identity crises. The association basically sent an SOS to Overkill. One reporter hollered, "Is that why you're here, Prez? 'Cause your own employees are about to get smoked?" An association lady shoved her way through, kissing up to Tahin for showing up. The team she blabbed was 6 hunters. Turns out the dungeon got a surprise glow-up to C rank, maybe even a high C. Tahin's face soured. He wasn't about to lose his fresh meat. The dungeon was C rank. Tahin cut the crap. How long have they been in? Almost 2 hours, she said, looking like she was about to puke. He had no idea how many were already Monster Chow, but he was going to do what he could. Tahin and Minhusu stood there staring at the swirly portal of doom. She handed him a sword. He fired up his skill trespass and sliced at the empty air. A flashbang of pure energy exploded, ripping open a freaky black void in front of them. The skill was his personal skeleton key, busting through barriers just for him leaving the main gate untouched. 2 support class cheerleaders, and 1 dude to carry the bags. All of them were way overqualified for the mission they signed up for, but that meant jack squat now. "Try not to die," he grumbled. "You first," she shot back. Then he stepped into the darkness. Inside, it felt like walking into Florida's armpit. The air was thick, hot, and reeked of something nasty and reptilian, definitely lizards. He noticed the floor was suspiciously clean, which hinted these monsters were smarter than your average rock-chewing goon. That, plus the dungeon's new rank, could only mean one thing. Lizard men. He pushed deeper, stepping over a ton of monster corpses. The dead lizards told a pretty grim story, letting him get a rough head count of the enemy squad and how hard they could party. He thought back to the initial report. The team's uh-oh level was now painfully obvious. He steeled himself for the absolute worst-case scenario, that they were all already dead. A sudden rumble echoed. Pushing ahead, he found the team and a scene that was definitely not in the brochure. A monster built like a brick outhouse was tenderizing a lone hunter while the others were scrambling for their lives. From the sidelines, the sword, of course, instantly disintegrated. He tossed the hilt back to Min like it was trash. Their insane speed and slick moves showed they were leagues above the hunters. One beast decked a guy so hard his sword went flying. Before the monster could finish the job on the disarmed dude, Shin just kinda appeared. A sword shimmered into existence out of nowhere, magic crackling around his hand just in time to parry the death blow. Still keeping his distance, Tahin's brain was lagging. Magic. What other cheat code lets you pull a weapon out of thin air? As Shin used his freshly made blade, before the monster could finish the job on the disarmed dude, Shin just kinda appeared. A sword shimmered into existence out of nowhere, magic crackling around his hand just in time to parry the death blow. Their eyes locked. A quick, sharp, "oh, it's you" moment. Shin immediately did a head count of the survivor. As it poised for the kill, Tahin finally jumped into the fray, his own sword out. Shin just stared absolutely gobsmacked at Tahin, the guy famous for not. Tahin had no clue what this weirdo was talking about. Just then, another lizard man tackled a hunter to the ground. Tahin, being Mr. Hero, met the lizardman's attack head-on, then started screaming at the rest of his crew to get the heck out of there. Like a blender set to puree, his blade became a blur of hacks and slashes, each hit exploding with raw power that just deleted the lizard dudes. Packing some heat, had decided to grace them with his presence. Shin squinted, trying to figure out if that thing was one of those fancy sphere weapons. Dropping them instantly. I'm not even warmed up, Tahin thought to himself. This weapon, on the other hand, another lizardman popped out of the shadows, making a beeline straight for him. Tahin did a little sidestep, letting the scaly moron fly past and eat dirt. Shin sauntered over. "So you always break your toys this fast?" he asked, staring at the busted blade. "Your amazing skills seem to be just really good at wrecking gear." Tahin's eyes narrowed. "Oh, this little punk was definitely times trying to start something." Shin just scoffed. "Try using it right next time, Tahin. Maybe then these poor fragile things won't fall apart if you breathe on them." Tahin's jaw went slack. He was completely floored when, with a casual flick of Shin's wrist, a whole new weapon just shimmered into existence. Okay, Shin wasn't just some weapon crafter. This kid had some freaky, almost godlike power Tahin had never seen in his life. So why the hell was a guy with this kind of insane talent stuck playing the role of a glorified bag carrier? Tahin had always figured that was a job for some low-tier support class who was flat broke. Shin reached out, snatching Tahin's sword. "Yeah, there's a catch," he said flatly. Shin's terms were crystal clear as soon as Tahin was done with this dungeon. Every single memory of Shin's skills and who he was had to be wiped clean. Tahin's eyebrow shot up. "You think I'm just gonna get amnesia because you said so?" Shin shot back, "Refuse, and you can watch me personally turn every high-grade weapon you own into dust." Tahin thought it over. He knew a single skill could probably snap the sword. The second Shin used it. But hey, an extra sword is an extra sword. He reluctantly agreed, making a mental promise to forget this whole circus. "Excellent," Shin grinned. The super detailed instructions came next. "Go nuts." Tahin launched forward, a total blur flashing his shiny new toy. He didn't just block the lizardman's swing, he met that sucker head on and completely vaporized the monster's pathetic weapon. Shin watched, a look of actual surprise on his face. He'd expected a simple parry at best. Instead, the enemy's blade just poofed out of existence. Tahin's swordplay was way better than Shin expected. Or was this new weapon just that ridiculously overpowered? Now this times was getting good. Shin's mind was racing. A weaponsmith who can just pull B-rank gear out of thin air. Oh yeah, the plot was thickening. He decided it was time to really see what this thing could do. He cranked the power up to 11, jammed the weapon into the lizardman and unleashed a massive fireball. In the same motion, he teleported behind the monster, burying the blade in its skull before another explosive fire blast went off. The lizardman gurgled, coughed up some green gunk, and face-planted. Tahin was frozen, stiff, just staring at the blood-soaked weapon Shin was casually holding. To his complete and utter shock, there wasn't a single scratch on it. Before his brain could even compute that level of impossible, a bunch of shouting broke his concentration. His guild's rookies came pouring in, screaming his name. "Tahin, you saved us," they wailed, rushing over. We're alive, we're safe, and it's all thanks to you. Tahin's shoulders slumped with relief. Nobody was seriously messed up. Nice. They whined about how their own gear totally crapped out, but Shin's little trick kept them from becoming lizard food. He turned to Shin. Name. Shin's eyes darted away. Why would you want to know the name of a nobody like me? Tahin locked eyes with him not playing games. We should at least be on a first-name basis. I'm Tahin. Finally, Shin shuffled closer. Shin, he muttered, adding he'd just dumped the magic stones by the door on his way out. The other guys nodded like bobbleheads, but Tahin shut that down. Get over here. You're coming with me to the boss room. Shin tried to weasel out of it, still playing that I'm just a helper card. Tahin scoffed, explaining that the dungeon was totally jacked up. This was an error dungeon. Nobody's leaving until the boss is toast. Helper or not, I don't care. Shin still tried to butter him up, insisting Tahin was more than enough hero to handle the boss himself. Tahin shot back, reminding Shin what he'd just witnessed. Hello, no other weapon can handle my juice. My skills are totally useless if I just shatter whatever piece of junk you cook up for me. Shin, however, promised him his weapons were built different and wouldn't break. You can tell yourself that, Tahin countered. But this is an error-class dungeon. We're not fighting your garden-variety lizard men here. If the boss is as beefed up as I think it is, we can't afford to screw this up. Shin finally caved, falling in line behind Tahin, his steps echoing down the creepy hallway. The boss room opened up into a scene of pure chaos. A monster-sized lizard king was flanked by another lizardman built like a truck. Forget everything you know about danger levels, Tahin snapped. We're ending this now. If we let this drag on, my weapon will snap for sure. It won't break, Shin said again, almost taunting him. If you don't believe me, then put it to the test. As the Lizard King let out a roar, its sidekick lunged, a massive paw slicing through the air. Shin and Tahin moved like they were dance partners, expertly ducking the strike. Tahin then surged forward his sword, a flash of light, but the lizard unleashed some kind of invisible force, a crushing pressure that slammed right into him. Totally disoriented and barely knowing what the heck just hit him, Tahin went flying straight up. The creature shot up after him, its claw aiming right for Tahin's blade. The impact sent Tahin spiraling even higher. The Lizard King hopped onto its minion's head, and the creature roared, unleashing a freaking flamethrower at our airborne hero. Just in the nick of time, Shin popped a shimmering shield barrier around Tahin. The lizard lashed out, sending Shin flying. Still just hanging out in midair, Tahin shouted, "Wait, wasn't that the guy who just makes weapons?" Shin yelled back, "A shield can be a weapon too genius, ever get smacked by one." Tahin's sword began to glow, a dangerous promise in his voice. "When we get out of here, you've got a lot of explaining to do." The Lizard King then summoned a heavy chain out of thin air and whipped it straight at Tahin. But Tahin, like a total boss, just caught it with his bare fist, letting the chain coil around his sword. As the lizard strained, pulling the chain tight, Tahin got reeled in like a fish. "Stop screwing around," Shin roared. "Fight for real." In that exact moment, a second sword just poofed into Tahin's free hand. "Well, didn't you tell me to test him?" Tahin quipped, eyeing the new blade. "Shouldn't this be something more like a chew toy?" The chain-wrapped weapon vanished as Tahin closed the gap, his second sword becoming a blur of lightning-fast slashes against the lizard. The Lizard King watched every single move. Without a second thought, Tahin yeeted his sword, following it up with a massive kick that sent the creature staggering. Tahin, a walking tornado of fury, launched himself into the air, his sword crackling with raw energy as he got ready to strike again. But the Lizard King's eyes had already flicked over to Shin, and it was already launching an attack. A see-through barrier blinked into existence. Poof! A shiny shield appears, saving Shin's bacon. Shin, looking totally ticked off, just sneered. "Seriously, you think these glorified sticky notes are gonna stop me?" Right next to him, Tahin was just as furious, looking like he was about to pop a vein and ready to go ham. A few seconds later, and the dungeon doorway stopped its angry red rave and chilled out to a calm blue. Outside, the peanut gallery started buzzing, wondering if someone actually pulled off the impossible, like for real, cleared the dungeon. Just as the squad stumbled out, a mob of reporters descended on Tahin, shoving microphones in his face and screaming questions about what went down in there. The big bad boss, and if you know anyone, became monster food. A man pushed his way through the chaos, his face a mask of worry. "You okay, man?" Tahin just waved it off like it was nothing. "Totally cool." The other hunters basically exploded with praise, and this one girl stepped up. "Oh my gosh, if it wasn't for you," she gasped, "we'd all be like super dead." Meanwhile, Shin just tossed a bag of glowy rocks at the team leader. "Got paid in advance," he said flatly. "Peace out." The team leader started gushing, thanking Shin for his amazing work, while throwing some major shade at Tahin. And just like that, Shin pulled a ninja vanish into the mob. The reporters, not missing a beat, swiveled and shoved their mics back in Tahin's face, demanding to know how he aced the dungeon so quick, basically saying it must have been a total cakewalk for a big shot like him. Tahin just slowly shook his head silent. "Are you for real?" He was about to give a shout out to Shin, but then realized the dude had already bounced. That's when another girl piped up her voice, cutting through the noise. Let's be real, the rest of us were basically human shields, just getting in the way. But you, Tahin, you single-handedly dealt with almost everything. Dude, how did you even do that? Some kid asked, his voice still trembling. All our gear got totally wrecked. We had no clue what a death trap we were walking into. If you weren't here, Tahin, we'd have been toast like 5 minutes in. Tahin, looking completely and utterly lost, just stared back. What in the world are you guys talking about? The weapons, the kid clarified. They only held up because of that guy who made them for us. Oh, sorry, I was trying to ask about the support dude who tagged along. The helper guy, you know, the blacksmith dude? I know he was just a support, but like, did he actually do anything special? The kid said special, like he was pretty sure the answer was a big fat no. The girl just gave a massive shrug. Beats me. Tahin, now officially in the Twilight Zone, looked at everyone else. Wait, did none of you see the guy literally craft the weapons? A wave of blank stares and confused muttering went through the crowd. Is he talking about the pickaxe? Right, someone mumbled. Tahin practically choked on a laugh at the word pickaxe, even though, yeah, the guy did use one, and then promptly lost it. Suddenly, the gears in Tahin's brain started turning. They mined all the mana stones. What the heck is going on? And why is everyone acting like they have collective amnesia about getting armed by that exact same dude? His mind flashed back to Shin, slapping a sword in his hand with a stone-cold order to forget everything he could do. Rental fee. Those words bounced around in his head. A skill like that, that's strictly A-rank maker territory, maybe even higher. A voice snapped him out of it. Min right beside him went rigid. Oh, she saw it too. Tahin shoved a container into the guy's hands, whipped around and started scanning the crowd for Shin. Was he gone? Did he seriously ghost them already? Little did Tahin know Shin was right there pulling a classic hiding in plain sight. Min and the other guy closed in, their voices full of concern. What's wrong, Tahin? He just barked at Min. Find someone for me. Now. Back in his swanky guild office, the gossip hotline was buzzing. A bunch of his goons reported they'd spotted Shin earlier today. Apparently, Shinboy and his little 5-member team, a grand total of about 10 wannabe heroes, had waltzed into some lame D-rank dungeon near Sampo. Sampo, pfft, that's just a hop, skip, and a jump away, Tahin muttered, totally unimpressed. His lackeys shuffled their feet until one finally got the guts to ask the dumb question on everyone's mind. Boss, why are you so obsessed with some random D-rank maker like Shin? Tahin just kinda paused, wondering if he really looked that desperate on the outside. I mean, on paper, Shin was a total nobody, just another D-rank scrub. His file screamed boring. But Tahin wasn't buying it for a second. That whole rent-a-weapon gig. Yeah, that alone blew the whole I'm just a simple D-rank cover story to bits. The way he handled that skill was just bonkers. Tahin had never seen anything like it. This wasn't some party trick. It was a straight-up money printer, a license to get filthy rich, like an insane fortune. And yet Shin was using it as a cheap disguise, trying to hide who he really was. How cute. Sampo, pfft, that's just a hop, skip, and a jump away, Tahin muttered, totally unimpressed. His lackeys shuffled their feet until one finally got the guts to ask the dumb question on everyone's mind. The whole charade would be over. No more questions. Tahin could finally go all out without a single worry about his toy breaking into a million pieces. He'd been around the block, met a ton of so-called master artisans in his career, but not a single one of their little creations could handle his enthusiasm. He'd taken swords from the best of the best for a spin, and every last one of them folded like a cheap suit, shattering from his raw power. And the worst part? A smith that good should be laughing his way past D-rank. Tahin was totally sure that the next time they crossed paths, that was a whole other level of crazy. His weapons basically spat on the laws of physics, making impossible stuff look like a cakewalk. With Shin, the word limit wasn't even in the dictionary. Suddenly, even the most ridiculous off-the-wall goals seemed totally doable. Tasks Tahin himself had epically failed at just because he didn't have the right loot. He peeked at the dungeon clock. A D-rank run, which usually takes a 5-person crew, a solid 4-hour grind. Most of these artists were stuck making boring old-fashioned weapons, completely clueless about what Tahin actually needed. Shin stuff, though. 7 p.m. You've got Guildmaster Kimu, she recited. Scrap it, Tahin barked, already heading for the door. He was bouncing early. There was no way in hell he was missing his chance to stalk Shin. Meanwhile, deep inside some dungeon, some kid in beat-up armor was gawking at a dead boss. That ribbon their temp helper used, 100% Shin's handiwork. It packed enough mana to make a boss's weapon go poof. Dude, Shin's gotta be B-rank minimum. When their main tank's weapon just split in two, the kid was already bracing for a total party wipe. But then their mere helper went full-on beast mode with power he didn't even know existed. He just stared, totally floored by how ridiculously good Shin's craftsmanship was. Admitting he'd never seen anything even remotely that awesome, he was super grateful and basically bowed down to Shin, knowing they would have been absolute toast without him. We gotta recruit this guy, the kid insisted. A girl next to him was nodding so hard her head was about to fly off. It's like a total crime that he's still just a helper, she mumbled. The boy was like, right, the dude's got a gift for real. Shin, meanwhile, was miles away, completely lost in thought. Man, he'd torched way more mana than he'd planned. He seriously didn't expect a party to be times this times bad, especially in a basic level dungeon. As he started scooping up the magic stones, that old annoying feeling started creeping back. If only I'd had a bit more juice back then. He remembered how crazy hot that dungeon got right after the golem bit the dust. It was this choking, heavy vibe that just vanished the second his mana tank hit empty, and it never came back. The mana just flowing. Flowing through him now was basically D-rank chump change. Still a wave of relief washed over him. At least he didn't blow anything up this time. And those memories from his past life, they kept popping up like annoying ads, but were actually being useful for once. The maker's main skill creating stuff was stupidly simple. It was all about intuition, and the more juice you pumped in, the shinier the toy. But one super important piece of the puzzle was still a total mystery. Shin hadn't found the cheat codes for this thing yet, but he did lock onto one solid gold fact. The more you geek out on an object's blueprints, the less garbage you produce. And get this, as the quality skyrocketed, the less mana it guzzled. Sweet. Only had an hour left on the ticker. He spun around to Min and asked what was on his schedule. Horse riding, digging through dusty old books on rocks, and getting life lessons from some grizzled hunter. And don't forget all those god-awful hours grinding away in some forgotten hole-in-the-wall workshop. Every single agonizing detail, every random lesson suddenly made a whole lot of sense. But man, the rush was way better than he'd imagined. So he kept on digging. And this little idea started getting real loud in his head. He had no clue what his new power level really was yet. But the gear he was making was no doubt about it leveling up, and he was getting way more bang for his magical buck. But yeah, he still had some major weak spots, both in his crafting and in that super cringy pay-to-play skill he was using. The whole setup felt like trying to pat your head and rub your stomach at the same time. A total pain in the butt to juggle both. Then he scooped up the raw magic stones and remembered just how stupidly expensive mana tech is. Yeah, no way in hell he could afford any of it. Just a little more juice, he mumbled, totally ignoring the fact that he'd need some seriously OP mana-boosting items to do that. He was like, yep, gotta buy some magical Gatorade later. His pay as a gopher was basically pocket change, not even enough for ramen. A D-rank scrub like him was just dead weight, not some dedicated support character which left him with like 0 good options. Still, at least his crafting wasn't a total dumpster fire anymore. He popped open his stat screen, only 20% to go to hit his mana, slurping goal. A few more of these dinky dungeon runs wasn't gonna get him anywhere. Each one gave him a pathetic 1% and change boost. What a joke. Nah, the only real play was to dive into an A-rank error dungeon, a real big boy dungeon, and just chug a metric ton of mana all at once. Unlike the kiddie dungeons, these places were the all-you-can-eat mana buffet he was dreaming about. The only problem, you never knew what kind of nightmare you were walking into. His last attempt was a perfect example of how bad it could get. He barely scraped by, and that was with Taheen carrying him. You could pretty much bet your life on facing at least a C-rank boss. So for a D-rank, nobody like him, the only way to level up was to ignore everything else and just go for that sweet, sweet mana. His team leader giving them a pat on the back was nice, I guess. Just another reminder that the grind never stops. Shin did the whole nice working with you song and dance, feeling all warm and fuzzy about the so-called friends he'd made. Then Taheen's voice just sliced through the goodbyes, catching up to him. Yo, do I know you? And just like that, Shin's good mood went poof. Apparently he'd made the impression of a wet noodle on Taheen. Would you believe me if I said no? He snarked back. Taheen just shoved a business card at him. Shin grabbed it, getting straight to the point. Alright, spill it. What do you want? Taheen was all like, yo, this is major. Just give me a sec. Shin's eyes practically popped out of his head when he saw the card. Overkill Guild, dude. We're talking one of Korea's undisputed top 3. He was so not in a position to get mixed up with a legendary crew like that. He needed an escape plan like yesterday. No time, Shin blurted, already trying to bolt. Got a dinner thing, he said, but a death grip on his shoulder stopped him cold. You're not gonna regret this, Chad, I promise, Taheen said. His grip not budging an inch. Easy for a guildmaster with all the time in the world to say. Shin shot back, not so much for a D-rank nobody. Taheen just shrugged, basically saying, you got me there. Shin was still ticked off, but now he was getting real curious. Seriously, how salty was this guy over that rental fee? Fine. Shin caved. A quick chat. The three of them found a quiet spot in some old-school fancy restaurant. Alright, spill it, Shin started. What could the all-powerful overkill guildmaster possibly want with a D-rank scrub like me? Taheen didn't even hesitate. My class, as you might have guessed, is Berserker. It gives me absolutely insane attack power, sure, but it's got one heck of a nasty drawback. Hardly any weapons can handle the raw power of an Emperor Berserker. Finding a weapons guy who could keep up with me was priority number 1. And believe me, I've searched the entire globe for one. Countless trips both here and abroad. From the most elite blacksmiths to the most famous weapon makers in the game. I followed every single lead, looked under every rock. If I heard even a whisper of potential, I'd commission it on the spot, didn't care how long it took or how ridiculously expensive it was. Every last weapon I'd used up to that point had exploded into dust under my full power. Every single one except for that sword you made, Shin. A light bulb went off in Shin's head. That rental payment was pocket change to Taheen, and there was no freaking nullification skill for a berserker. Taheen's super chill confidence was seriously unnerving. Shin made a mental note never try to pull these kinds of mind games on the top-tier hunters. Seeing Shin finally get it, Taheen leaned in and cut right to the point. You're not with a guild, right? How about joining Overkill? Taheen promised him the absolute best treatment. He offered Shin a signing bonus of 10 billion on top of separate payments for his gear budget and a cut of the profits. The contract was for 1 year, and every time he renewed, the pay would go up by 10%. Just as Taheen was about to get into the fine print, Shin straight up cut him off. He apologized real quick, saying he had zero plans to join a guild and had to turn down the offer. After that, Taheen was speechless. Shin got up, thanked him for the meal, and headed for the door. Taheen called out to him again, but Shin just kept on walking, didn't even look back. Min, who had been completely silent the whole time, finally spoke up. Why'd you make an offer like that, Taheen? Those terms were absolutely insane for no reason. Taheen shot back. If you were Shin, you wouldn't be questioning it. This weapon he made, it's not even at its full potential yet. But it's the first thing I've ever held that actually felt like it could take a real hit from me. And it's not just a feeling. Taheen shot back. If you were Shin, you wouldn't be questioning it. This weapon he made, it's not even at its full potential yet. The Guildmaster's weapon budget was astronomical. Not just the price tag to buy them, but constantly replacing gear that just couldn't handle his power. With anything less than the best, he couldn't even really let loose. Well, if that's the case, Min argued, then your signing bonus is just a drop in the bucket. The real problem has always been that no one. Yeah, like even the top-tier legendary smiths could forge a toy that wouldn't just shatter from that kind of juice. Tyen's eyes were practically gleaming. Bingo! Shin's got that special sauce. That's why I'd throw any amount of cash at him. I don't care what the price is. As Shin strolled along, a little thought bubble popped up. Pfft, one day he'd probably be ghosting calls from the Overkill Guild itself, probably from Taheen begging him. Look, the offer was tempting, but it was way too early to cash in. He'd let him sweat. Taheen would come crawling back. Meanwhile, deep in some dungeon, goblins were getting mowed down by the dozens. Just a blur. Then whoops, some kid's arm goes flying courtesy of a mystery guest. Another kid, frozen like a deer in headlights, sputtered out. Who? Who are you? The guy holding a sword the size of a surfboard was moved with a sick kind of grace that would give people nightmares for years. Most noobs would scream, beg, or just pass out from the ouchies. Not this dude. This guy, the one supposedly on the fast track to being a hero, was just built different. He just plunged his blade right into the first kid. Zeroed him without even blinking. The second kid's brain just blue-screened. What just happened? Is this psycho just farming us for loot? He was moved with a sick kind of grace that would give people nightmares for years. Most noobs would scream, beg, or just pass out from the ouchies. Not this dude, he said flatly. Total waste of breath on someone about to get deleted. A nasty little smirk played on his lips. Unless you know you actually managed to beat me, then you get the full lore drop. So hurry up and try. The kid's blood went ice cold. Okay, this dude was not a tutorial boss. Just standing there was a one-way ticket to the respawn screen. He'd rather lose an arm, a leg, whatever, than just get stomped. With a desperate Leroy Jenkins yell, he charged. The man blocked it with his giant sword like it was nothing, then swung back with savage force. The kid's weapon went flying out of his hand, soaring through the air like a useless piece of junk. Totally dazed, the kid barely even felt the kick that sent him eating dirt. Disappointing, the man muttered, though there was a little flicker of excitement in his eyes. It was his first hero-ranked beatdown in a year. Still, the kid's weakness was a total buzzkill. But hey, he gave him a pity point. I'll give you this, you had the guts to challenge me. Lying there, completely wrecked, the kid finally got the memo and started pleading for his life. The man just coldly promised to give him a clean uninstall. One quick swipe and the kid was logged out for good. As the body slumped over, the man just stepped past it looking kinda bored. That wasn't even a decent warm-up. The kid's final look was pure. This is so unfair, but like, who cares? The official report would say they fought like champs against the boss and died as heroes or some other fairy tale. He casually shoved the body aside, just another day in a glitched-out dungeon. Then he pulled up his growing collection of photos, trophies of all the players he'd ganked. This was his jam. Only one thing felt off: the heals. The vibe they're putting out is seriously weirding me out, he murmured, talking to his companion. Hide those for now. At least try to be a little less obvious. The priestess finally showed up, all out of breath and spitting out apologies. She said she booked it over here, lured by the scent of some super rare crafting materials nearby. He just raised an eyebrow, wondering what could possibly be that big of a deal. He scoffed, trashing the idea. Idiots, all of them. I already told her not to listen to the priestess, and to just wait a little longer. She turned to him, her voice laced with curiosity. Are you saying we should just blow off the executive's orders? He scoffed again. You mean that sensitive little punk, he shot back. I'm just suggesting we clean up this little mess. Let me scope out the asterisk situation time, she purred. I got this, it's kinda my thing, he snapped back. Yeah, just don't forget our little deal. You promised me an S-rank chew toy. That's the only times reason I bothered showing up. He got all up in her personal space. I haven't even gone Super Saiyan yet. I want to go absolutely nuts, no holding back. She just gave him a nod like, whatever, I'll text you. Without another word, she went full-on surgeon simulator on the corpse's gut, staring into the cavity like she was waiting for a prize to pop out. And bam, some nightmare fuel creature starts clawing its way out of the meat puppet. Her eyes lit up like it was Christmas morning. It's a boy, she whispered, confirming that some weirdo's fortune cookie was actually right for once. And scene change. Now we're at a swirly portal thingy where a bunch of hunter wannabes are hanging out. Shin just strolls right through them. He was beelining for some dude in a mask who was clutching a fancy pants weapon case. Shin literally stopped in his tracks. You could see the bruh moment written all over his face. It was Taheen. And Taheen looked just as shook, basically thinking what we all were. What the hell are times you times doing here? Shin shot back. No, what are times you times doing here? Taheen just smirked. Knew it was me, huh? Nice peepers. Shin cut right to the chase. Only one dude I know lugs around a lunchbox that bougie. So, spill it. Why are you here? Taheen's answer was short and sweet. To raid the dungeon, duh. Shin's eyebrows nearly flew off his forehead. A D-rank gate. You're seriously slumming it for times this times. Taheen just shrugged. The guy who was supposed to be here called in sick with a bad case of not wanting to be here. I'm just the sub. Before Shin could call shenanigans, some loudmouth yelled, everyone get in there. Taheen glanced at Shin. Shall we? As they headed in, Shin's brain was doing backflips. He figured Taheen would pop up eventually. But not this dang fast. Welp time to toss his entire plan in the trash. Once they were inside, Taheen turned to Shin. His voice dropped. So spill. Why'd you ghost the guild's offer? Shin snapped. I already swiped left. Get over it. Meanwhile, nearby, some kid nudged a girl. Yo, did you hear about the S-rank gate auction this morning over in Chunchin? She was like, totally. The Hun Moon Guild just yoinked it like it was nothing, the guy added. Yup, she replied. My friend was there. Said the price got so insane everyone else just rage quit the auction. Shin, totally eavesdropping, was thinking, a C-rank gate for the Hun Moon Guild, huh? Did they find some legendary loot in there, or what Taheen cut in, thinking of becoming a gate flipper yourself? Bro, just join our guild and B-rank gates. Even the bigger ones will be a total cakewalk. The guild name is basically a VIP pass, you know. Shin actually had to think about it for a hot second. For most of these powered-up weirdos, a guild name was the whole flex. It got you fans, fat stacks of cash, and loot boxes you couldn't get anywhere else. More than that, it was the ultimate cheat code. Being in the club meant you got first dibs on all the high-tier special gates. Members got the golden tickets, and your influence wasn't just about who could punch the hardest. A lot of the time, knowing the right people sealed the deal. So of course, this whole rigged system made sure all the rarest treasures, the good stuff hidden behind the most exclusive gates, always ended up in the pockets of the big shot guilds. Taheen leaned in again. Look, every awakened has a dream, Shin. Whatever you're chasing, overkill can make it happen on easy mode. Why in the world would you say no to that? Shin's reply was colder than my ex's heart. None of your damn business. He had his reasons, even if they were super sketchy. And since literally no one had ever turned down an offer from Overkill, he spelled it out for him. He wasn't joining any Times Guild, period. Taheen started thinking out loud. Is this about the Dun Guild getting totally wrecked? Shin, I read the report. He paused for dramatic effect. Or is it? Or was there some other juicier reason? Whatever the case, Taheen wasn't about to just pack it in. As they trudged deeper, look, every awakened has a dream, Shin. Whatever you're chasing, Overkill can make it happen on easy mode. Why in the world would you say no to that? His voice all doom and gloom. All right, we're about to step into Monsterland. Peeping the group's total lack of experience, some kid literally jumped out of his skin, his eyes bugging out at the gnarly spiderwebs plastered to the ceiling. They kept on moving. A few seconds later, the main dude spoke. Their main squeeze for the day, Legion spiders. One-on-one, they're total wimps, barely a speed bump. But surprise, these things don't fight fair. They rolled deep with the report, guessing around 50 of them. Not a crazy number, he insisted, but their fangs are packing some nasty paralysis juice. So don't get bit, Taheen cut in real sharp like. Bogeys incoming. Everybody huddle up. Shin looking bored out of his mind. He immediately launched into a what to expect when you're expecting to die lecture. He kicked things off by making sure everyone actually, read the memo. With a voice as cold as steel, he said, protecting the squishies is priority one. It's the rule. I don't care how awesome you are, what's going on. Or if you're having a bad hair day. Shin just scoffed. What kind of idiot hunter actually follows that? Then a new voice cut through all the drama. Shot back. Forget the support crew. Forget the helpers. Just prep for the beatdown. Taheen, however, totally shut him down. The instant a spider lunged, the kid was on it. His sword flashed out one slick, easy slice that turned the monster into two neat halves. Spiders. A sword-wielding kid was shaking like a leaf but managed a squeaky breath. Just stick to the training. We can totally take 'em. Ripping into the creepy-crawly parade. For a D-lister squad, Taheen had to begrudgingly admit they weren't completely useless. Looked like he wouldn't have to babysit after all. Then his eyes scanned the whole horde. And he was like times, oh no, asterisk. He did not sign up for this. Way more than a few dozen, that was for sure. The sheer volume of eight-legged freaks was nuts. The spiders surged. Taheen's flamethrower ripped loose, spitting fire as he met the charge. He noticed their health bars were laughably low, even for ranked trash mobs. Hell, he thought they barely even needed a blade. A little puff of sword power was enough to turn them into confetti. At this pace, he'd clear the whole raid without so much as scuffing his weapon. Then a scream totally killed the vibe. Shin heard it. Hunters crying for their mommies. The river. It was just a carpet of spiders, an absolutely ridiculous tide. The shield bro yelled, "They just keep coming." And only like a handful of us even looked at the map, another frantic voice added. This is gonna get super messy. The mage girl, clutching her staff for dear life, was already sputtering. Her mana bar was blinking red. Let's go crash their party, Taheen suggested, his eyes flicking over to Shin. Follow my lead. Nah, you go on ahead. Shin cut in, totally unfazed. I'll finish cleaning up here. Taheen's surprise was written all over his face, but before he could come back with a zinger, a spider lunged right at Shin. Get down, Taheen roared, on pure instinct, realizing Shin could get caught in the friendly fire if he swung his sword like a maniac. Shin, however, was way faster. His eyes snapped open, power gathering into a sharp little square right above the attacking spider. With a flick of his wrist, he yeeted it. The creature shrieked, then just kinda crumpled, landing dead at his feet before it even hit the floor. Shin weighed his options. Out of all the pointy things he could currently whip up, the sword was his absolute masterpiece. It was the best tool for chaining a bunch of hits together and dumping a truckload of power into each one. A move that his current mana pool was way too broke to afford. But if he could just laser focus his power like times nothing else even came close. He just focused his mojo not into some lame physical sword, but into a pure get-wrecked wave that he aimed like one. With a casual flick of the wrist, he let it rip. Every single spider nearby just got deleted, collapsing into useless piles. All in one bogus strike. Taheen's jaw was on the floor, completely broken. Shin was just chilling on a dead spider's head, looking bored. That invisible blade, which you could still kinda see stuck in the bug, had somehow unleashed a massive area of effect attack. And Taheen was just losing his mind over how huge it was. His brain was blue screening. 10 seconds, maybe not even that. And dozens of those Legion freaks were already toast. For a hot second, he wondered if Shin just magicked the weapon out of thin air. But he shook that crazy thought away. Shin's just a talented support who can handle himself. He tried to convince himself. Meanwhile, Shin, seeing Taheen frozen like a deer in headlights, figured he'd go help the other poor saps. The other three hunters were basically about to become a spider buffet. The spiders were closing in for a group hug of death with every passing second. Finally snapping out of it, Taheen finally got with the program. No time for a 20-question session later. Shin, on the other hand, just pointed to his bag, a silent troll-like command. You handle this. Nobody's gonna believe the intern just soloed the room. Taheen didn't even think twice. Sword flashing, he dove in like a maniac, becoming a steel blender in a sea of eight-legged nightmares. A few moments later, the last spider bit the dust. Thank you, Guildmaster. One of the rescued hunters gasped, looking like he was about to puke. We were totally done for without you. The guy's voice was dripping with disbelief. He clearly didn't expect the absolute unit demolishing spiders to be the leader of the Overkill Guild. Taheen just gave a quick "my bad for being sneaky," explaining he was just quietly scouting the dungeon on the down low. The girl just stared, shocked that he was even apologizing. She still couldn't process that this guy was the only reason they weren't spider chow. Watching him turn those things into confetti with such savage style was insane. Blushing like crazy, she was even about to ask for a selfie for her Insta, but then of course someone just had to show up and ruin the moment. The girl using the distraction made a beeline for the kid holding the lantern, and right on cue, Shin finally arrives. He was panting and apologizing for being so late. What an actor. They started grabbing loot on the go. A quick scan of the area showed no other big-shot guildmasters were around, and they conveniently found a path leading deeper into this hellhole. The kid in the tin can suit cut in deadpan, saying they should probably just call it a day. Unfortunate, he thought, but totally necessary. The first kid, completely confused, was like, dude, why quit now? We're so close. The armored boy laid it out. The recon report was a total lie. The number of Legion spiders and this whole layout is completely wrong. He went on explaining that dungeons are basically portals to other messed up worlds, not just some cave down the street. They've got bizarre creatures and landscapes that make Earth look like a boring vanilla suburb. Nobody really has the full picture on dungeons or these awakened folks. For a total noob, having good info is literally everything. Very few people can just adapt to a place where the sky is green and the rocks try to eat you. Failing a raid, especially when things go sideways like this, is basically a game over screen in real life. This deadly little fact makes scouts super critical. The people who woke up with powers to find stuff or go full-on ninja mode started making that their entire career. They were basically paid to be dungeon guinea pigs, and their work seriously boosted the clear rates. So these so-called specialists became a hot commodity. The scouts, our boy in the tin can, kept whining that the intel was over 98% accurate. This wasn't some simple typo. Still, you couldn't completely ignore the chance the dungeon's rank was just wrong. The people who woke up with powers to find stuff or go full-on ninja mode started making that their entire career. Very few people can just adapt to a place where the sky is green and the rocks try to eat you, he nagged. And if we get sloppy, we're all gonna get totally wrecked. But that didn't stop him, since he had his own selfish reasons for beating this dungeon. Seriously, there's no other way he pushed, pretty sure the girls felt the same. The armored boy shot back. You think your reasons are more important than not dying. Once we're in that boss room, there's no rage quitting. I'm not about to let us get wiped. Let's just dip and tattle to the association. But then Taheen piped up, his voice totally chill. I'm fine to keep going. I'm technically part of this crew, even if my main gig is just to snoop around. If plowing through this raid gets me some answers, why bail now? And if I want to investigate more, he nagged. And if we get sloppy, we're all gonna get totally wrecked. But that didn't stop him. But Taheen just waved him off. Dude, chill. Don't worry about me, just keep doing your little leader thing. Piped up, his voice totally chill. I'm fine to keep going. I'm technically part of this crew, even if my main gig is just to snoop around. And eventually stopped in front of some massive gate. The leader, guessing it was the boss room, called for a last-minute huddle. He laid out the game plan. The boss room is literally the place to be. The armored dude shamelessly bowed to Taheen, thanking him like he'd just saved his life. He started rambling about leadership. The Legion Queen leader, a measly D+ threat. Apparently her fighting skills were a joke, making her a total pushover boss. We have zero clue what's actually waiting for us in there. Let's roll. As the girl conjured up a little nightlight, Taheen's spidey senses weren't picking up anything weird. Still, Mr. Leader was all, "Be careful guys, this is the boss room." And what do you know, a few seconds later, they spotted her, the queen spider, just chilling with a few of her kids and that spider dude from the briefing. The girl let out a huge sigh of relief. The boss looked exactly like her profile picture. She didn't waste a single second and blasted the queen spider with a bolt of lightning that smashed it into the ground. The leader just stared, thinking, wait, did we just one-shot the boss? A ridiculously fast and easy win. But then the whole vibe shifted, something felt super off, and he immediately screamed for everyone to retreat. A nasty gurgling screech ripped through the air, and boom, a monster straight out of a nightmare materialized. AWAKEN. It had this gnarly spider body holding up a freakish human-looking top half. Taheen immediately snapped into his fighting stance, recognizing the B- level threat. He knew his usual flashy sword moves wouldn't even scratch this thing, so his first attack had to be an absolute nuke. A decisive blow maxed out for pure raw damage. Mid-swing, just as he was about to land the kill, shot a sickening times. Crack times echoed through the room. His weapon just exploded into a dozen pieces. Taheen, still floating in the air, watched his busted sword go poof, making that epic finishing blow totally impossible now. The AWAKEN lunged, but just as it was about to flatten him, Shin poofed a janky temporary weapon into Taheen's hand. Just buy some time, he yelled. I'll craft you a proper one. Shin started dumping a ton of mana into the placeholder weapon, but he was totally running on fumes. Did he actually just run his tank dry? He'd pushed his mana way past the warning light. Good thing he had his daily not an addict potion, just one bottle a day to keep the shakes away. He just slammed it, feeling that familiar jolt. But surprise, it wasn't enough. Not even close to enough to cook up a real weapon. Not right now. As he frantically got to work on the main event, Shin's brain was overclocking. Arak the spider wasn't some C-rank pushover they were expecting, the glitched boss. This thing was a high-level B-rank monster. They were unbelievably lucky Taheen was even here. Without him, this whole crew would have been a red paste on the cave floor. The second the threat level jumped to B, the whole fight flipped, turning into a total beatdown. Arak and Taheen were going at it, a chaotic blur surrounded by flashy explosions. Shin's quick math put that thing's power level at about 5 hunters taped together. This was not a fight Taheen could win by himself. He spun towards the others. Get ready to move, Shin barked. Its murder boner has moved on. You're clear to go. The party leader just stared, his mind blown. Who the heck was this Shin kid? The second guy basically said what everyone was thinking. Why was someone this ridiculously skilled stuck being the water boy? The girl, meanwhile, was pretty sure Shin was Taheen's secret trump card brought along for exactly this kind of disaster. Shin completely ignored their little brain melts. Priorities. He speed-crafted 3 weapons perfectly suited for them, then commanded, pick 'em up. Either finish this dungeon, go on a spider-squashing spree, or get the hell out. Wait outside until it's over. He trusted them to not be idiots. More spiders swarmed in. The dude with the new sword felt an insane surge of power. He'd never held a toy like this. Every single swing sliced through monsters like they were made of tissue paper. Was killing stuff always this ridiculously easy? The girl, her magic flaring, let loose a high-tier spell, wiping out a huge chunk of the horde. The leader's jaw was on the floor. The only thing that changed was the weapons, and yet their power levels had jumped tenfold. How stupidly good were these things? Who in the world was Shin? Taheen's sword was dripping with the nasty green blood of high-level mobs. It was getting harder to hold his ground as the Orochan charged forward. Gotta wrap this up, and fast he lunged his sword a blur. To his shock, it was holding up better than ever, just like Shin had said it would. Then a sudden nightmare fuel wave of spider heads erupted from nowhere. Where did they come from? Where are they going? And yet their power levels had jumped tenfold. How stupidly good were these things? Who in the world was Shin? Then a sudden nightmare fuel wave of spider heads erupted from nowhere. Where did they come from? Where are they going? As the spiders swarmed it, Taheen finally understood the horrifying reality of the situation. Gotta wrap this up, and fast he lunged his sword a blur. To his shock, it was holding up better than ever, just like Shin had said it would. The girl wondered. The leader's eyes snapped into focus. They were making a beeline straight for Taheen. "Back me up," Taheen screamed, then started to crack a cold dread washing over him. Shin, just watching, let out a low whistle. More impressive than I thought. He'd poured every last drop of his mana into that blade, but he honestly didn't expect Taheen to actually break it. Without missing a beat, Shin summoned another sword. Use this. This wasn't some basic one-sided blade. This was Shin's magnum opus, his toughest creation ever. The second Taheen's hand wrapped around the hilt, he felt its insane, raw power. With this, he knew he could one-shot the entire mess. He channeled his power, coating the massive two-handed sword in energy, and braced himself for the final swing, although, not having a clue about its weight or feel the weapon, pretty much screamed, "Use me or die," so he hoisted the blade. He then unleashed a bonkers explosion of a slash that just deleted the origin. A totally devastating hit. Shin got the picture instantly. This whole fireworks show was some kind of built-in rage mode. Tyne had probably just figured out how to actually turn it on for the first time. Power like that usually comes with a hefty price tag, basically trading all your brain cells for pure, unadulterated butt-kicking force. Tyne watched the origin get split perfectly in two. A cold thought ran through his head. Man, what a train wreck it would have been if the sword just exploded. He was barely keeping it together. If he hadn't gone full send with that power, his mind would have been slurped up like a smoothie. This was the second time he'd almost gone off the deep end since his power-up. A harsh little memo about how sketchy his own skills were, even when he somehow managed to control them. Peeping at Shin, Taheen knew this dude wasn't just another run-of-the-mill awakened. The second Shin's real stats got leaked, the entire world was going to be glued to their screens. They stood over the Origin's corpse, which was pulsing with a stupid, ridiculous amount of mana, way more than any player or boss they'd ever farmed. Shin broke the awkward silence, his voice cutting through the thick air. "You getting any weird pings from it?" This was the second time he'd almost gone off the deep end since his power-up. A harsh little memo about how sketchy his own skills were. Shin broke the awkward silence, his voice cutting through the thick air. "You getting any weird pings from it?" Not even the top-tier whales could sense mana on this level. Then times ding asterisk. Taheen's passive skill mana sponge kicked into gear. He reread the item description, trying to figure out what kind of messed-up demonic weapons it was talking about. Everybody knew the demonic realm was a thing. But Taheen's brain was drawing a complete blank, with nothing solid enough to even guess what that crafting table would look like. Taheen shook his head. "It's not totally dead, but we mopped up all the leftovers. It's not respawning." Shin just nodded like, "Cool." The Origin had already given him enough XP to get halfway to his next level, and he had a gut feeling the loot drops weren't over yet. A quick flash of disappointment, no instant mana potion drop was immediately yeeted away. "It's whatever," he mumbled. Taheen then did a full-on bow about to spit out an apology. Even though Shin had already told him no, Taheen admitted his guild invite was super tacky, both as a dude and as a guild master. He offered up his most legit apologies. Shin was completely blindsided by the sudden personality swap. The party leader was just as frozen watching Taheen bow to a measly temp worker, but after the impossible hacks Shin pulled off earlier, it was crystal clear he wasn't just some random guy. The leader's mind was lagging, wondering if Shin was secretly an alt account for the Overkill Guild. Just then, the boy and girl duo came back. "We searched the whole zone," the kid reported. "Not a thing left," the girl added. Guessing the main boss must have cleared out all the trash mobs from the dungeon before they got there. The boy, still starstruck, muttered, "That weapon is busted. Cuts through monsters like they're made of paper. No mana cost." The girl nodded. "Never seen a crafter that good." "You think he's got ties to the Overkill Guild or something?" The leader, though, just waved them off to go call the game masters. Still nosy, the boy asked if there was a special reason they were bailing so fast. The girl totally agreed, wanting to say thanks to Taheen and their helper first. The leader spun around, his voice all frantic, practically shoving them towards the exit. Guessing the main boss must have cleared out all the trash mobs from the dungeon before they got there. The boy, still starstruck, muttered, "That weapon is busted." The leader peeked over his shoulder like, "Yeah, that helper is so obviously a guild plant." Dipping out now was the smart play before they got sucked into some big-shot guild soap opera. That brand of headache is just a total drain. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that emergency or no emergency, whipping out that much juice so casually is not how the big leagues roll. Those guilds are paranoid about security. Shin nodded along, totally vibing with the leader's paranoia. Even with Taheen dangling that sweet rental cash, kissing the ring for just anybody seems totally off-brand for him. Then speak of the devil, Taheen popped in. "The guild's done sniffing around you, Shin," he announced. "They're calling off the dogs, but don't get it twisted, they're not giving up. This is your first real shot at the big time," Taheen said, laying it on thick. and I want to make you an offer you can't refuse. He swore Shin would love the fine print. Fast forward to the next morning, Shin rolls up to the Overkill Guild, and who's there but Min? She flashes him a megawatt smile. Hey you, good to see you again, she chirped, introducing herself as the guild's go-to secretary, basically his babysitter for all the contract shenanigans. She slides a folder his way. Shin mumbled a thanks, looking a little shook. Tyan had said immediately, but he didn't think immediately meant before you've had your morning coffee. Min spilled the tea. Taheen told her to hit the gas on everything. She even confessed she was wondering what the fire was getting, the vibe that this was way more serious than her usual paperwork. This room, Min explained, wasn't just any old meeting room. It was the guild's VIP lounge, with security tighter than a drum. She basically promised him Fort Knox was less secure, so no worries about leaks. She handed over the paperwork. Yep, it was the contract with all the goodies Taheen had whispered about back in that creepy dungeon. Changing it would be a pain, she mentioned, but it's not like it's written in blood. Feel free to whine about anything you don't like. Shin gave the document a once-over. Holy crap, it was exactly what Taheen had pitched to him in that dungeon. But seeing it all official-like with proper formatting and everything made it feel way too real. He plonked the paper back on the table. Looks good to me, he told Min. Let's do this thing. Shin then recalled Taheen's words in the dungeon. Unofficial supporter, and suddenly, it all clicked into place. Taheen's whole I hate guilds act wasn't just him being edgy. The dude was trying to stay off the grid. And if Shin's spidey sense was tingling correctly, this deal was a godsend. The guild could slip him rare mats, top-shelf ingredients, and sneaky access to gates, totally under the table. Sure, there was a contract, but this whole operation was going to be hush-hush. Still, Shin had to pop the question, so what's the catch? Taheen's smile was a little too sharp. Oh yeah, there was a catch. The price was simple. Shin had to be his personal errand boy. But hey, no pressure. If a job gives you the icks, if you can totally say no. So what if I just take all your free stuff and then ghost you? Shin shot back. Taheen's grin got even wider. Changing it would be a pain, she mentioned, but it's not like it's written in blood. Feel free to whine about anything you don't like. It's just to slap our brand on you so nobody else can. You actually doing a job for me, that's just icing on the cake. And if Shin's spidey sense was tingling correctly, this deal was a godsend. The guild could slip him rare mats, top-shelf ingredients. We're with the figure out what the heck happened squad, one guy grunted, giving the worst intro ever. His partner just stared at Taheen and asked, dude, you good, but Mr. Impatient cut in chop, we gotta bounce. You can spill the beans on the way out. Go for it, my dude, he assured Shin. The real point of this contract is super simple. Then just say no. Your skills are way too epic for this piece of paper anyway, Shin. Shin hit the pause button. The original master plan flashed in his brain. Step 1, wow, Taheen. Step 2, lock down a guild hookup without any of that commitment nonsense. But man, this deal was just too juicy to ghost. He caved. So when do I get the free stuff, he asked. Min's face lit up like a slot machine. She whipped out a little box like a magician. Like right now, she chirped. Anything else your little heart desires? Just give me a shout. She held out the box. Taheen swiveled back to Shin, giving him the full-on puppy dog eyes. So I'm hoping for a big ol' yes, he cooed, then dialed it back. But hey, if this is all too much for you... Shin cracked the box open, just a sliver saw what was inside and slammed it shut like it was a national secret. Thanks, he muttered, shoving it into his bag like he'd just stolen it. He slid Min a folded-up shopping list that was probably a mile long. So where's the pickup for all this? Seriously, this much. Min's eyebrow shot into her hairline. You'll get your mountain of stuff in about a week, and look, not my place to say, but I gotta be real, I don't think any of this junk is gonna do squat for you. Shin just gave a slow nod, wasn't planning on using them anyway. He stood up already halfway out the door. Got another appointment, got a dash. He zipped over to another building and posted up to wait. A quick check of his phone confirmed his target was inbound. She was supposed to be here any second. And then bam, there she was, Hamja, an honest-to-goodness A-rank hunter. Seeing her zapped Shin right back to a gnarly memory. Some freaky forest clearing where Jia had diced up a monster with a scarily casual, almost bored elegance. That was right after the big player draft, when everyone was screaming about her being the next big thing, the hunter prodigy, the goddess of archery, all that jazz. Jia strolled right up to the front desk like she owned the place. Yo, she said, flashing her ID card. Need to get into the training gate. The receptionist's eyes bugged out. She spotted that shiny A-rank logo instantly. So you'll be wanting the C-rank gate, I assume, she offered, practically bowing. Her voice was dripping with hero worship. Jia gave a polite but firm nope. The D-rank gate will be fine, thanks. The receptionist and some random dude nearby shared a look that screamed, did we hear that right? See, the clerk knew Jia was technically an A-lister, but the ink on her promotion was barely dry. And she'd only cleared like a handful of gates. We're talking rookie numbers for someone with that kind of rep. The random dude had seen tons of low-level scrubs rage quit the hunter game, but a top-tier A-rank asking for the kiddie pool, a little welcome to the club present from Taheen. Word on the street is he found some seriously sweet loot in Arain's room. Basically, awakened ranks were all about how much magic space juice you could chug. When that blue glowy stuff started leaking out of reality tears, it soaked into every living thing. But how much you could actually soak up and hold was a total crapshoot. The more mana you could pack into your body, the crazier the superpowers you could pull off. So the association got super nerdy and analyzed everyone's personal mana meters, designating anyone who scored above a certain line with the Awakened label. Then they sorted everyone into tiers based on how big their mana tank was. And once you got your rank, it was pretty much tattooed on you for life. Unless, of course, you went absolutely beast mode in a dungeon raid. Do that and the association might just bump you up a level. On the flip side, if you started sucking real bad, they could boot you down a peg. Meanwhile, Gia finished her paperwork and slid it over the counter. All processed, the lady droned, then paused like she was buffering. So you rollin' with a partner or what? Gia shot that down hard. The receptionist then explained she'd tossed Gia's name on the Dungeon Buddy Finder list since the rules say you need at least 2 people to party. With 0 D-rank training gates getting any action, it looked like Gia was in for a long, boring wait. She thought, can I just sneak in by myself? The receptionist confirmed it was a thing, but only with a solo adventurer permit, which Gia, of course, didn't have. To get one, she'd have to pass a whole nother test. The lady asked if she wanted to sign up for that headache. Gia was like, nah, I'll wait. The receptionist then switched topics like a bad DJ. Oh, by the way, your hunter license renewal is coming up in about a month. See, the clerk knew Gia was technically an A-lister, but the ink on her promotion was barely dry. Gia had probably seen the 10 emails about it, but to keep her fancy A-rank status, it looked like the test was her only shot. An official notice is on its way, the lady added, wishing her a totally unconvincing good luck. Luck. Gia thanked her, a sour thought bubbling up. Even trying to get into a kiddie pool training gate is a bureaucratic nightmare. I've been out of my freaking mind to come here in person to deal with these NPCs, she mentally facepalmed. She either needed a ton of C-rank gate clears or to pass the A-rank practical exam. And considering her recent performance, it's just a D-rank gate, dude. Last time's disaster was a fluke. Just chill, hit the reset button, and everything will be fine. Right as the receptionist started to say she'd still be waiting, a notification popped up. A D-rank gate request just dropped. Freaking perfect. And since she was just joining their gate, the whole partner rule was a moot point. She slammed the heck yes button. A few minutes later, Gia was staring at a shimmery dungeon portal, her old gear feeling like a weird, ill-fitting costume. Well, it's been a minute, she muttered, fidgeting with a strap. This feels so awkward. Just as she was about to step through, some guy walked up. I'm Shin, he said, her officially assigned support baggage. Hope we work well together. Gia just gave him a quick, polite nod. She'd marched in here thinking she absolutely couldn't take a demotion. Now a voice in her head yelled, yo, get a grip. Shin knew Gia was supposed to be a big-shot A-rank hunter. Or, well, she was supposed to have been. That was the original estimate anyway. He mumbled a quick sorry for being late, then waved her toward the gate. Gia nodded back. Yeah, I'm the one who accepted, let's go. And yet, despite the demotion, she'd somehow snagged the title God Archer. This wasn't just for show. After becoming a player, but after failing a whole series of tests, she landed the rare achievement of getting demoted to C rank. Ouch. He was dead set on being her hype man until she awakened it. So later that day, they logged into the dungeon world. Shin knew Gia was supposed to be a big-shot A-rank hunter. Or, well, she was supposed to have been. That was the original estimate anyway. But after failing a whole series of tests, she landed the rare achievement of getting demoted to C rank. Ouch. She'd found a hidden talent, and Shin was in on the secret, a power she could have had even without this whole player system nonsense. Shin just waved her off. Don't worry about me. If you get in a pinch, I can at least be your personal arrow dispenser. Gia nodded her thanks. Goblins were already moseying around the forest. Gia ducked down, scanning the area, and was ridiculously relieved to see actual monsters. It meant her expensive mana-sensing gadget wasn't a total waste of money. Turning to Shin, she offered a quick, my bad. Another arrow whizzed by taking down a few more chumps. Shin just watched a tiny spark of, would you look at that, in his eyes? Hadn't seen her go this hard since she got her player license. She had the raw power of a nuke, way more than your average A-rank tryhard, but it was about as useful as a screen door on a submarine without some decent aim. Hey, is it cool if I handle these guys alone? She promised to split all the loot and make it worth his while. I can pop off at least 4 more. 2 shots, and this whole thing is a wrap. Then out of nowhere, a freaking Times bugle time started blasting. A goblin bard for real. In seconds, then she took aim. 1 goblin went down. The rest of them immediately raged and charged right at her. Gia didn't even flinch. Shin finally decided to do something. Giant swords just poofed into existence, making a spiky, get off my lawn barrier around Gia. Then he strolled on over. Already creeping into position. Firing up her archer skill, she gave herself a silent order. Okay, don't be a potato. Gia squinted all serious-like. One of my 3 arrows has got to connect. Her brain was going a mile a minute. At this speed, everything you've got left, he hissed from the bushes. Let an arrow fly. Even though she had no clue what was happening, Gia just nodded her game face back on. I'm gonna need your help. Gia just stared at him, completely bamboozled. Wasn't this dude dank? He just nodded, admitting he couldn't carry the whole team forever. Her brain was buffering. Shin's voice, suddenly sounding way too smug, cut through the static. You opened up the fast lane. Time to book it. Gia just blinked. She aimed and let a killer arrow fly right where Shin pointed. Sue, did I get it? What's the next step in this master plan? Gia was totally mobbed. She just blue-screened, completely overwhelmed. Point and shoot where what's the play? While she was having her existential crisis, the goblins behind her lunged, but her spidey senses were screaming it's a trap after that whole fiasco. Shin, on the other hand, totally surprised, but there was zero time for a Q&A. They bolted. They busted into some random cave tucked into the side of the mountain. I'll make sure you get paid. Shin just shook his head. Not so fast. He explained that the goblins were super ticked off now and were definitely going to search the whole area, making it way too risky to leave. Even worse, he added, we probably ditched that escort quest NPC they gave us back there while we were running for our lives. Their only move was to play the waiting game. Gia looked totally floored. So when can we get out of here? Shin stared off into the distance like he was in a sad movie. He needed times her asterisk. Gia was like, you sure about that? But Shin was already on the move. He zipped towards the mobs and vanished behind a conveniently placed bush like a total ninja. Shin, of course, knew that was a total load of crap. The goblins had the coordination of a drunk toddler. They'd probably get bored and wander off in like 30 minutes. The real times issue was the big boss of this zone, a whole other level of nope. In her current freaked-out state, Gia would probably believe him if he said the sky was green. But the main problem was just getting her to come into the cave with him in the first place. Gia was breathing heavy. Was this actually a safe zone or just hiding spot too? The goblin horde seemed to have poofed, all choked up with apologies. This is all my fault, she mumbled, looking like she'd just lost her puppy. She was sorry she didn't fight the goblins, right? Sorry she insisted on going solo like a main character. Half a day minimum. Could be longer, depends on the vibe. You could practically see Gia's soul leave her body when he said they had to wait half a day. The whole situation felt like a fever dream. Seeing her spiraling into a pit of despair, Shin finally snapped. His voice sliced through her pity party. If you're times 2 times sorry, then just do one thing for me. Gia blinked. And he wasn't sure she'd go for it, but it's not like he had a plan B. Gia's voice was barely a whisper. The freezing air did absolutely nothing for Gia's overclocked brain. Sure, she was an A-rank hunter on paper, but her actual dungeon IQ was basically in the negatives. Was basically 0. She was trying to decode Shin's jumbled mess of an explanation, wondering if this dude was for real. Then one word actually cut through the static. Elite monster. Oh, now the hamster on the wheel in her brain started running. Shin just nodded. You did say this was your first time at the training gate rodeo. And sorry for whatever fresh new disaster she was about to cook up. Trapped in a D-ranked dungeon, a place she now realized her noob self had no business being in. There's usually a mini-boss, an elite monster, just a notch less terrifying. And this cozy little cave, yeah, that's its man cave. He tried to get a squad together, got shot down more times than a bad pickup line, and was too chicken to go solo. Gia, on the other hand, confused. Huh, what are you talking about? Shin just jerked his head toward the cave. We've got all the time in the world. Let's have a little chat inside. Once they were in, if his whole sob story sounded a little too crazy, well, if you're sure, Gia shot back, her voice suddenly firm. It felt like the only decent thing to do. Shin did just save her from becoming Monster Chow, and she knew exactly how much it sucked to be the last kid picked for the team. So it totally tracks you'd be clueless. He started dropping some Dungeon 101 knowledge that apparently wasn't in the public brochure. See, beyond the main boss, the mini-boss. It's showtime. Get behind me. Gia hollered, basically yeeting Shin out of the way. Even if it's an elite, it's still just some D-ranked scrub. One good poke, she figured, and this thing is toast. With that, she let an arrow fly, a perfect laser-guided shot aimed right for the baddie. But then, in a what-the-heck-just-happened blur of motion, the monster just parried it with its own weapon like it was swatting a fly. Gia's jaw hit the floor, completely floored. Wait, how? Okay, her big plan was officially garbage. He'd been the only saint who let his support class self tag along. Watching her face, Shin probably wondered if he'd laid it on too thick, sending them tumbling butt over head just as the creature's attack zipped by where her face used to be. That little oops almost died moment finally rebooted Gia's brain. A wave of pure oh no washed over her. Cue the dramatic flashback, a memory of getting totally roasted by some girl whose face was all twisted up with rage. Payback time was ticking, but just as Gia was feeling all noble, her little mana detector gizmo started screaming its head off. A super panicked beep. You owe me big time, she'd screeched, totally shutting down Gia's attempt at an apology. Save your pathetic excuses. Just because you're an A rank doesn't mean you get a free pass, princess. You just wait, she'd snarled. You're gonna learn who runs this show. Later. After getting kicked out and desperate for a new crew, Gia faced nothing but rejection. Her fancy A rank was worth squat. The gossip followed her like a bad smell, slapping her with the washed-up A rank hunter label. One hater scoffed. I heard she almost got her whole team deleted in a dungeon. This was no run-of-the-mill elite. She was gonna need the whole 9 yards. The monster charged, but Gia went full-on deer in headlights. Shin had to yank her back. Is this my life now? The mean girl questions echoed in her head. Gia tried to hit the mute button on the flood of voices, the pure weight of all that trash talk just crushing her. Flipping heck, she thought the word just feeling tired. Maybe it was time to just hang up the bow. And now she was dragging poor Shin into her drama fest. The elite monster, however, was just chilling, not even attacking. She'd accused Gia of nearly turning her into a human pincushion, saying her aim was so bad she couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Then Shin just strolled right between her and the monster. Cool as a cucumber, he said. Okay, listen up. This is gonna sound nuts, but you need to focus. Another chimed in, yeah, and I heard she can't even take down a weak monster. Even D-rank parties are like hard pass. So much for being a prodigy, right? With all this chaos, it's gotta activate. I just need to stall a bit. Now look real close at that monster. He instructed, his voice all low and intense. You'll spot it, and when you do, light that sucker up with everything you've got. Gia. Rose was getting all tingly like she just licked a 9-volt battery. Super weird vibes, man. But nah, she just powered through it, ignoring the heebie-jeebies to pull back her bow. Suddenly, the monster had a giant "shoot here" sign on it. Talk about a glowing weak spot. This was her big moment, her one shot, one opportunity. She put all her anime protagonist energy into one pointy stick. Then, with a totally dramatic shriek, she let it rip. Shin was over there, holding his breath like he was watching the season finale. And boom, the monster just exploded, yeeted backwards like it got hit by a freaking space rock. It actually worked. Quest objective complete. To any noobs watching, it would have looked like a lucky proc. But Shin, he was sitting there like, all according to plan. Left a hole in that thing's chest you could drive a truck through. The big ugly did the timber thing and face planted. Weird feeling, huh? Shin whispered like the world's biggest troll. He's just watching this freaky light show happen all over Gia's body. Yeah, my plan was a little extra, he thought, but to get her to level up, I had to basically give her a panic attack. Meanwhile, Gia's brain was doing backflips. Who is this dude? And how is he playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers? She's like, what does awakening even mean? And he just hits her with the chill out, we've got all day line. Classic. Oh, but Gia was not having any of that nonsense. She was like, dude, quit dodging the question and spit it out. And right before she could get really mad, her body just said nope and she face planted. So Shin just scoops her up for a piggyback ride. Man, making friends is hard work, he mumbled to himself. But hey, mission accomplished. Then they strolled out of the spooky cave. When Gia finally rebooted, she was dying of cringe. She's all, I have no idea what came over me. It's like I was possessed or something. The thought of being a total Karen to the guy who saved her butt twice was giving her major secondhand embarrassment. So she's like, I'm so sorry, I doubted you, and then dramatically fainted. He just brushes it off. It's cool. Nobody's dead and all the monsters are loot drops now. You just need to get your act together. And what does she do? Starts crying while nodding. Classic. Then he's like, yo, can I get that necklace back I gave you? She gets up, digs it out, and hands it over. The second he saw the color, he knew she'd popped the clutch on it. He starts his lecture. Remember that little thing called the Mayuic sensation? You only find that bling in top-tier A-rank dungeons like Harpy's Crib. Its whole deal is cranking your senses to 11, but only if you're like totally freaking out. Once you flip that switch, it automatically boosts your senses past what any normal person can handle, basically unlocking your third eye or whatever. The catch, you gotta meet the activation requirements. And that means your emotions have to be absolutely redlining, pushed to the brink of a total meltdown. And for someone like our girl Gia, the magic button was pure, unadulterated, pants-wetting terror. Then he drops the bomb, he admits. He set the whole thing up, basically creating a custom-made haunted house just to make her freak out. Yeah, it was a total jerk move, he basically said, but I knew if it worked I could get her that power-up no matter what. Gear like that Mayuic sensation is stupidly rare, by the way. So rare he'd given up on ever getting one for himself. But then Taheen just waltzes in and snags one in less than 2 days. Which, let's be real, was only possible because Shin basically cleared the whole path for him. Still, Shin knew this was just the tutorial level. Gia had only gotten a little taste of the awakening thanks to that fancy necklace. She's gonna need a whole lot more grinding to get back to her OP glory days. First on the to-do list, set up a situation where she can just go ham on monsters without distractions. And to do that, she needed a weapon upgrade. I mean, she's strong, but that little short bow ain't gonna cut it anymore. To a longbow, would you know, give her more range, which means less getting up close and personal with monsters, and definitely preventing another panic attack like the one she just had. Yeah, she had other stuff to work on, but not getting eaten was probably #1 on the to-do list. She was so over the top, grateful that Shin was just standing there completely confused while she word vomited everything. And to do that, she needed a weapon upgrade. I mean, she's strong, but that little short bow ain't gonna cut it anymore. She even brought up the pendant. Apparently, she was convinced she was about to be Monster Chow, totally helpless, but then she grabbed that thing and it was like a switch flipped inside her. To a longbow, would you know, give her more range, which means less getting up close and personal with monsters, and definitely preventing another panic attack like the one she just had. Yeah, she had other stuff to work on, but not getting eaten was probably #1 on the to-do list. The world went into bullet time, some weird connection sparked, and suddenly she was seeing giant glowing shoot here signs on all the monsters. For the first time, she was actually hyped about her own potential, and in a shocking twist, she just wouldn't shut up about it. She was going on, and right as she was about to start another chapter, he gently cut her off, telling her that going it alone was a terrible idea. But just by knowing this guy, she was getting a massive XP boost. She was finally tapping into her final form, promising to give him hers right back. But before she could, his phone blew up with an emergency text from Tan, totally killing the mood. That made him decide they'd swap info for real once they were both out of this mess. The scene zips over to the Hunter Association headquarters, where Tan was already on a call with Shin. A quick thanks, dude, and Tan promised to call back after his briefing. He slid her his number and told her to hit him up if she ever needed anything. She beamed, totally grabbing at the chance. He agreed to lend Shin a hand if he could, adding that the little toy Shin gave him last time was an absolute game changer. Said he was glad the item helped and repeated his thanks for Tan's backup before hanging up. As Tan waited, Min walked into the room. The big boss sent a message they could roll out immediately. As they were leaving, Shin, who was already done with the training zone and ditching Jia, a personal summons for Tan and not even delivered directly. Official jobs were always a pain, but this kind of direct order could only mean one thing. Min couldn't help but think this was all super weird. Usually the president just sends a stack of official paperwork. He was feeling cocky, figuring if he fought like he did before this would be a total cakewalk. Making friends with Shin was turning out to be the smartest thing he'd ever done. An S-rank gate decided to reopen for business. Tan just shrugged. It's fine, Shin's on our side now. It had to be because of that mysterious maker guy. He'd been different ever since, and she was still dying to know what he meant by unlimited support. Min noticed Tan's mood had gotten way better since that whole dungeon raid in Iraq. Even though he wasn't a berserker anymore, a class famous for being total hotheads was now more chill and calculated than anyone Min had ever met. What was even more nuts were the ridiculously generous terms the guildmaster gave him. Tan. But come on, a D-ranker making a weapon that could actually impress someone like Tan, that just sounded like a load of crap. It made her wonder if this Shin guy was actually a bigger deal than she'd originally thought. Since Tan was being so secretive about Shin, Min decided she'd have to do her own digging. They walked up to a meeting room. Yep, that's the word. Supposed to be two of you guildmaster big shots. Since you're flying solo, you can just waltz on in. So Tun's like, who's the other VIP? And the dude just goes, speak of the devil he just rolled up. Then some voice cuts in all smooth and slimy. Well, if it isn't Tan. Been busy playing hero, have we? Tun and Min whipped around. And of course it's the one guy whose face is a professional grade nerve grater for Tun. He's got this smug little smirk plastered on his face. Wow, look what the cat dragged in. Never figured I'd see you slumming it in a place like this. Yep, it was Kim Muck, the other guildmaster, already looking Tan up and down like he was something he scraped off his shoe. So you're the legendary guildmaster, Tan, everyone's whispering about yawn? I'm not seeing it. You could practically hear Tan's teeth grinding. Kim Muck was hands down the most punchable dude Tan had ever met. Kim slid closer, his voice oozing with fake compliments. I'll admit, your little overkill guild has its cute moments, but let's be real, the guild's not the issue. The real problem is the clown in charge. I don't have time for your lame trash talk, Kim Tan snapped, trying to sound bored. Kim just gave him a little whatever you say shrug. Oh right, too busy with your grand adventures. Cherry-picking those baby mode dungeons, are we? Soaking up all that glory from newbies and dusty old gates, Min's fists were clenched so tight her knuckles were white, her face turning beet red from holding back a scream. Completely ignoring her, Kim just kept yapping. C times we times raid. Our mission is to conquer, not play janitor for those glitchy little rank error dungeons. So you're the legendary guildmaster, Tan, everyone's whispering about yawn? I'm not seeing it. You could practically hear Tan's teeth grinding. Open the door, he told the doorman, not even looking at Kim. We're here to see the president. The guy just nodded, probably glad the soap opera was over. He swung the door open and announced, Mr. President, your two guildmasters are here. From inside, President Han Chowman's voice rumbled. Oh, I heard them all right. Those two are a bigger headache than my taxes. Tan and Kim finally shuffled into the room. Min, totally left out of the big boy meeting, just plopped down on the floor outside the door. She let out a huge sigh. Then some random dude showed up with a hot cup of tea, and she took it like it was a lifeline. Inside, President Han cut right to the chase. Okay, listen up. The big guns upstairs sent an SOS for you two 3 days ago, he started. He looked dead serious. Some weird head popped up in the suburbs and then poof, gone. They need you. Smells like a rank error dungeon. A rank error dungeon, Tan mused. Chowman just shook his head. Not officially. We can't even get a reading on the gate's mana. It's a total ghost. Even Kim flinched hearing that. Tun was just stumped. A gate you can't measure. That was a new one, a freak of nature they'd never seen before. See, usually you rank a gate one of two ways. Either you zap it with a fancy gadget to read its mana levels, and the rank usually lines up with whatever nightmare fuel is crawling around inside, or you just get the cliff notes from the scouts they send in. Rank error dungeons are just gates that juice up their mana real fast, Chowman explained. This ain't that. This is something else entirely. So you're saying you have 0 readings. Did you at least send some scouts to poke it with a stick? Tun pressed. Chowman's face got all stony. We sent 5 teams. None of them clocked out. Kim slammed his fist on the table. So you don't know the rank. You've got 0 intel for us. And you waited this long to give me a heads up. He leaned in his voice, a low rumble. You're not just trying to dump this mess on us, are you? We have no clue how long this mystery gate is gonna hang around. If we ignore it, we're gonna have a monster apocalypse on our hands. We've all seen this movie before, and every single time it's an absolute bloodbath. Chowman opened his mouth to say something again, but Tun just cut him clean off. Shameless, Tan probably thought. Yeah, sure, but an emergency. You bet your butt it is. Chelman's stare could have soured milk. I'm not hearing the word no today. Both your guilds are gonna buddy up and raid this mystery box gate. Our original guest list included the Who Guild, Chowman added. But they got called away on a surprise vacation. This thing is a 3-guild level threat, and the deadline is in a measly 2 days. He leaned in, rocking his best "the sky is falling" expression. I'll make sure you get maxed out support funds and a fat reward. You need anything else, the association will literally part the seas for you. Tun, let that marinate. Then asked, so, are we stuck using only our guild's B-teamers? Chaelman shook his head. Doesn't matter. But to keep the regular folks from starting a panic-induced riot, we're keeping the guest list to a very small, very elite, verified on Twitter type of crowd. Tun gave a sharp nod, like he totally got the no peasants allowed memo. Over at the Shinua Guild, Kim blew through the doors, tossing his coat like a movie star. His minions greeted him like he was a king, but Kim was already on the move. He started barking orders. Get me a team of A-rank badasses or higher, and only them. They had 48 hours to build the roster. Kim's mind was spinning, that old familiar rage starting to bubble. Tone's smug, punchable face was replaying in his head. That dude always had some scheme cooking. He saw Tan as a giant walking ego and was dying to use this little field trip to knock him down a few pegs. His next command sliced through the room. Get Kang Yuron on that team like yesterday. One of the women flinched. Sir, Kang isn't exactly on our company roster. And with her personality, she'll probably tell us to take a hike. Kim's voice cracked like a whip. No duh, Sherlock. His tone dropped into full-on villain mode. I don't care how you do it. Get her. Bring Kang Yuron to me by any means necessary. You fail and you too can start looking for new careers flipping burgers for the rest of your lives. The 2 assistants exchanged panicked looks before snapping to it. Kim, of course, was already playing 5D chess. He secretly loved that Kang was a free agent. It made her the perfect shiny prize for a hostile takeover. This was his shot to snatch up a superstar, sure, but the real prize was showing Tun that even in the big leagues there are levels to this power game. 2 days later, the air in front of the freaky gate was crackling like pop rocks. Kahan was there ready to roll, with Shin, some other guy, and a young girl. The girl was already looking around, bored. Seriously, what time is it? The headliners still haven't even shown up. The man checked his gear. 5 minutes. The Shinwa Guild are a bunch of clock watchers. They'll be here on the dot. The girl scoffed, muttering, that's exactly why I can't stand those losers. So incredibly rude. A seriously unhinged glint appeared in her eyes. Honestly, if they ever did learn some manners, I might just be tempted to send them to a farm upstate. A hand gently bonked her on the head. Tone it down, Sunjae, the vice guild master warned, using her name like a tired dad. She rubbed the spot, grumbling. Man, you hit like a truck, you know that. He glared, then lunged. She bolted, laughing as he gave chase. Shin chuckled, watching the whole circus. Your guild members seem like a real happy family. Tahan cracked a small smile. They're a chaotic mess, but in a brawl, they're absolute monsters. He turned back to Shin. Thanks again for coming, man. I honestly thought you'd leave me on read. Shin waved him off. I already told you, Tahan. With that awesome toy you gave me, I'm happy to help. He paused, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. But that's not the only reason I'm here. A few days ago, this system window just pops up out of nowhere. A hidden quest. Ooh, spooky. Only a handful of us lucky chumps got the invite. The whole selection thing hadn't even started. And guess who was already on the list? This guy. Like I'm gonna say no. Shin kept going. Yeah, the difficulty is set to nightmare mode for sure. But the loot is absolutely bonkers. Some dudes even unlock brand new skills. Tahan was like, so this whole mess is connected to the dungeon, huh? Then he gives this little my bad nod. Sorry about Kim, by the way. The guy was born a jerk. And speak of the devil, Kim and his goon squad roll up, looking genuinely shocked to see us. Well, look what the cat dragged in. You're early, he drawled, which was his version of an apology. Unlike you guys, I'm swamped. But I guess the Overkill Guild has nothing better to do, probably from grinding those baby-level gates all day. Explains all the free time you've got on your hands. The Overkill Vice Guild Master leans over to Shin. Just ignore the clown. Don't feed the troll. She was about to clap back. But he shut that down quick, his voice all serious. I said ignore him. Then he gives both crews the once-over. The beef between our guilds is legendary level toxic. It's not just some personal squabble now. The whole drama is plastered all over the news feeds, just a non-stop flame war about who's top dog. Kim locks his eyes on Shin, a nasty smirk playing on his face. So you're Tahan's little secret weapon, his so-called hidden card. He acts all high and mighty like he's holding a royal flush, but it's just, You. He actually scoffed, giving Shin the full head-to-toe scan. What you going on vacation? What's with the outfit? His tone got real sharp. This ain't a field trip, buddy. Dungeon raids aren't a game. Looks to me like you're just here for a free carry. Some girl jumped right between him. Whoa, dial it back, Kim. We've got a new recruit, Kang. And Kang, who heard the whole thing, cuts in all business. Didn't you just say we're on a tight schedule? No time for drama. Let's get a move on. Sun just stared, totally floored. Asterisk, the Times, Kang. This party's lineup was absolutely stacked. This was the Times Kang, Korea's top elementalist, a dude who can juggle all 6 elements like it's nothing. A freaking S-rank sorcerer. You throw Kim and Tahan in there and you've got a literal dream team. This raid, easy mode. She'd be happy to get carried by this crew. Shin, though, felt that ice-cold dread creep in. Easy. Not even close. This was the exact same dungeon from his past life. Last time, 8 high-ranking players went in. Only Tahan made it out, and just barely by popping some last-ditch panic button skill. The gate just, poof, vanished. It was a total disaster of epic proportions. 7 top-tier players were just listed as MIA. The association swept the whole thing under the rug so hard there's practically 0 data left on it. Shin couldn't even promise they'd make it out alive. Forget about winning. They walked in, and Kim, of course, immediately charges forward. His attack just vaporizing some doll like it was a fly. He laughed. Child's play. Shin's bad feeling got worse. Why was this so ridiculously easy? Heading back to the entrance, Shin was like, "Hey, cool architecture," and the vice guild leader just snapped at him. "Keep it down." Then a second later, dead silence. The gate was gone, or more like it was sealed up tight. The overkill vice leader pounds his fist on the invisible wall, then tries to pry it open like a madman, but the thing wouldn't budge. "We're gonna have to bust our way out," he announced. Shin's voice was deadpan. "You want me to try and break it too?" A couple of party members started blasting it with attacks. Their skills just bounced right off the gate without leaving a scratch. "Move it," Kim barked, shoving them out of the way. "Let a real pro handle this." But before Kim could go full-on anime protagonist, 2 figures zipped out of the shadows, Toramades, with blades flashing everywhere. Kim reacted in a split second, taking them down. "What the heck are these things? How dare they get in my way?" "Not bad," one of the girls mumbled, checking out Kim. He just laughed it off. "Please, why would I waste my A-game on this low-level garbage?" Their skills just bounced right off the gate without leaving a scratch. "Move it," Kim barked. Kim didn't even give them a full look. "Oh, they've got a local buff," he said with this smug little smirk. "But they'd need some serious juice, more than I've seen in this whole dump, to even make me break a sweat." He flicked his wrist and bam, 2 giant glowy hands appeared out of nowhere. But then while she was still watching, that so-called garbage started twitching. Their busted-up bodies were pulling themselves back together, freaking respawning, crashing down and pancaking the monsters that were trying to get back up, while everyone else was busy brawling with the never-ending horde. "Right back at ya." He just deadpanned, "I'm a support class, my dude. I craft stuff." No particular reason," she said with a shrug like she couldn't care less. "Just don't feel like carrying this crew." She'd actually been hyped for a second, thinking she'd be teaming up with Korea's top dogs. But this was a total clown show. All sizzle, no steak. They couldn't even permanently take out a single mob. If she'd known it was going to be like this, she would have ghosted the invite. Shin, on the other hand, was zeroed in on the monster's nasty mana. It just felt off. Totally unnatural, like they were all puppets on invisible strings with all their gross energy feeding into one hidden thing. Pop that thing, and maybe the whole house of cards tumbles down. He also wondered why he should even bother showing his real power to this bunch of amateurs, but figured his cheapo rental skills would be good enough for now. Meanwhile, Kang finally decided to do something. A glowing magic circle lit up under her, pulling some little critter out of the ground. Shin watched her for a second, then decided to poke the bear. "Got enough juice in the tank for these little guys. Why not share the love like I told you already," she snapped, as she casually vaporized a bug nearby with a flick of her wrist. "I only unalive what I feel like unaliving." "Hey, worth a shot," Shin chuckled, then added with a huge grin. "A little scared of bugs, are we?" "Shut your mouth," she growled, completely fed up. "You're so annoying." "Hey, I'm not interfering, just watching the show." He shot back, though he sounded slightly sorry. "Just so you know, there's a way bigger one around here." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kim was just wailing on the endless swarm, getting more and more ticked off as they kept getting back up faster than he could smack them down. Why won't these things stay down? Tahin was also in the thick of it, fighting like his life depended on it. Then all of a sudden, everything just stopped. Kim blinked, totally confused, trying to figure out what the heck just happened. He felt like he was just getting warmed up too. A massive wave of energy was pumping through him, even though it felt like some of his own little flames were sputtering out. It looked like the main control unit got wrecked. As Shin was sucking all the mana out of it, it hit him like a ton of bricks. This thing was powering the respawns. Without his special peepers, that nasty mana would have stayed invisible and they'd never have found the secret. He had to wonder, was this the exact secret that got their whole crew wiped out in his past life? Tahin hit up the Vice Guild Master. "Lobby's pretty much clear," he said. Not knowing what was next, he pushed for them to sweep the whole first floor. The Vice Guildmaster was all for it, taking the lead and telling everyone else to get in formation and follow him. So they all charged ahead, only to run face first into another mob of the exact same ugly monsters. Kim didn't even flinch, yeeting the Vice Guildmaster out of the way. "I'm up first, suckers," he yelled, diving headfirst into the chaos. While he was scrapping with the monsters, his brain was on overdrive. Wait, are they getting their mana from some kind of hidden battery? Themselves. Seriously, Shin just pointed to a spot like a human GPS. "Blast it right there," he ordered. Her face was a total question mark. And that's supposed to break the controller?" she asked, confused. So Shin gave everyone the 5-second super dumbed down version, and in like a heartbeat, the light bulbs finally flickered on. The plan was ridiculously simple and totally savage. Shin was almost impressed with how fast they caught on. They speed ran the first floor in a blur, blitzing through the last room with zero chill and hitting the stairs in record time. First floor's officially cleared, Tahan announced like he just won an award. On to the second. Kim immediately snapped, "Stop acting like you're the damn raid leader, you jackass." You knew exactly what was up. Tahan, completely ignoring Kim's little hissy fit, just waved his own squad to follow. Kim watched him practically boiling over, 100% convinced Tahan was icing them out on purpose. Fine, he thought. Guess I'll just have to stomp on his ego too. But of course a sharp pain zapped through Kim right then. He'd gone way too hard in the last scuffle. "Let's go," he grunted, all his tough guy act deflating. The girls were instantly like, maybe we should stick together." A weird little alarm bell started going off in Shin's head. He had a nagging feeling about Tahan's words, even though he couldn't pinpoint what was so sketchy. He had to know for sure. Ditching the group, he slipped into the next room by himself. And boom, right there on the second floor landing was a single dude. Then a massive wave of raw power just slammed into them. "No time for special moves," Kim shrieked as the others were suddenly swarmed, fighting like maniacs just to stay in one piece. "Status report, is everyone okay?" Tahan's voice cut through the absolute chaos, his brain already trying to lock onto the invisible enemy. This thing's a high-rank mob, he thought. He could practically smell the power level. The Vice Guildmaster called out that he was fine, and Sun quickly echoed she was good. But then her voice hitched. Shin was MIA. Tahan's blood went ice cold. He scanned the absolute mess of a fight, a sick feeling creeping in. He hadn't seen Shin since the ambush started. What the hell happened to him? "Shin!" he roared, his voice ripping through the noise. Meanwhile, all alone in that freaky room, Shin could feel the frantic energy of the fight outside, and it did not sound like they were winning. He'd just finished slurping up the last of the mana. He had to get back to the crew like yesterday. But when he spun around, the door was already sealed tight. Of course it was. He tensed up, scanning the boxed-in room. Great, are there enemies hiding in here too? And right on cue, a little girl just faded into view from behind the door, clutching a tiny, creepy doll. Shin's brain just blue-screened. A kid. "Here. Are you the hunter?" she chirped. Then, not even waiting for an answer, she just turned to leave. "Just follow me," she ordered. Shin called out, "Hold on, how do you even know I'm a hunter?" She paused and glanced back. "The lady downstairs told me a hunter would come save me." She explained, like it was totally normal. She said, "We should leave together. You're here, so you must be him." A lady downstairs. Shin's brain was still trying to load that information. As they walked to the stairs, the little girl looked up at him. "You don't know her?" she asked, her face a perfect picture of confusion. "That's weird, but I know you're the hunter she said was coming." At the bottom of the stairs, the girl yelled, "Lady, wake up, he's here, just like you said he'd be." Shin glanced at the woman, who had that 1,000-yard stare that screamed, "I've seen some things." He just cut right to the chase. "I was sent by the Hunter Association," he said, hoping the magic words would snap her out of whatever zone she was in. And it worked. She shot straight up, a massive wave of pure relief flooding her face. "Thank you. Oh my god, thank you," she gasped. "I'm the 4th scout." Yeah, they sent in the first 3 stooges and poof, they vanished. So guess who got stuck with the Find the Idiots mission? This guy. But the second I stepped into this dump, it was like a deranged toy store exploded. Dolls man swarming me from every direction like I was the last Cabbage Patch Kid on Black Friday. Totally blindsided me, you know. I tried to do the smart thing and bolt, but nope. The door was like, "Access denied, sucker," all sealed up tight. So now I'm trapped. Shin, probably thinking misery loves company, asks her if she's got the 41 one on the other missing chumps. She just nods from the doorway. Said she called out to them, but something was super off, like they were just human-shaped paperweights. Then surprise, the paperweights came to life and went all psycho on her. She booked it and ended up running into the girl who helped her out, only for the scout to whine that the little girl had played with her a bit too rough. Shin, ever the detective, is like, "Name," and she goes, "Elizabeth." "But I'm calling you Beth," he decided, then suggested. They all bounce because you know it was a total death trap. But she shot back that the second floor outside was even worse. So it was back to brawling with Casper the unfriendly ghost and his buddies. Shin's spidey senses started tingling. The enemy's invisibility cloak was flickering, making him wonder, wait, are these things just really ugly people? Then out of nowhere, a card floats down. Shin locks eyes with the face on it, and it's a perfect match for one of the "Have You Seen Me" posters from the Big Boss. Sun's voice cuts in, "Hey, those mugs look familiar." before Shin just starts barking orders like a drill sergeant. Hold your fire, those are our lost puppies. His brain went into overdrive, realizing their whole ninja vanishing act had a cooldown timer, which meant they were slow and squishy for a bit. But just icing them wasn't exactly on the table. Kim's excited shout just ripped through the chaos. They're finally learning stealth, he bellowed, completely missing the point. And then the light bulb in his thick skull finally flickered on. Wait. Scouts. Seeing them moving in slow-mo, Kim declared, I'll put him down with one punch. He charged in like a moron, but Sun wasn't having it. She popped a shot right at his schnoz to get his attention, which naturally just made him even more ticked off. A crazy glint appeared in Kim's eyes. He started ranting that they weren't monsters, just people who needed a hug or something, and that their times had times to be a way to fix them. But then he felt that I'm gonna murder you vibe rolling off them, and his brain simplified things down to two choices. Put them down or get put down. His new motto, anyone who looks at him funny gets a dirt nap. The scouts were no exception. Right on cue, the so-called unconscious scouts jumped up like they were spring-loaded and charged at Kim. He whipped around and snarled at Sunday. Get in my way again and you're the first one to get dropped. Sun looked like she was about to go supernova, but Shin jumped in before the fireworks started. Shin played peacemaker, stepping between the two hotheads and telling Kim to chill out, probably knowing it was a total long shot. Kim gave him a look that could curdle milk. Everyone's blind to their own BS, he said. And I'm about to give you a front row seat to your own blindness, Shin. Just then, some little girl steps up, planting herself in front of Shin like a tiny bodyguard. Kim's voice got low, icy. Listen up. This ain't a request, it's a business proposition. He offered to hand over all the raid loot and cash to the Shinwa Guild. Those terms, he mused, ought to be enough to make them use their brains. Then bam, an attack flies at Kim, and he just catches it on his gauntlet like it was a softball. Get in my way again, and you're the first one to get dropped. Sun looked like she was about to go supernova, but Shin jumped in before the fireworks started. A tiny bit of relief cut through his we're all gonna die feeling. Time. He'd bought them a few seconds. Meanwhile, Sun mumbled some kind of apology to Shin. Save the I'm sorries for later, he snapped. Right now, we need to get our heads in the game, figure out what the heck is going on, and come up with a rescue plan. Their own crew. Meanwhile, Beth sidled up to Shin, whispering like she's sharing state secrets. You saw those creepy crawly dolls outside, right? A few of them were straight up nightmare fuel. No clue how, but every last one of them was wrapped up in these beefy purple strings. These puppet freaks won't bite the dust unless you snip those threads. They're like a zombie horde that never ends. And the strings, tougher than a $2 steak. Like you basically can't snap them. She got the heebie-jeebies. Super spooky, right? Shin, getting all serious, was like, so if we yank the strings, do they go back to being, not puppets? Can we save our buddies? Beth kinda stalled. Well, the rumor is once the strings are gone, you've still gotta deactivate some gadget they've got strapped to them. But if you just try to Hulk smash the threads off, the body just goes splat. Basically, she had no idea if it was even a real solution. Talk about a downer of an answer to a super important question. But hey, at least Beth was being straight up, which Shin kinda respected. It pinged something in his memory. Up on the second floor, they had a massive oh crap moment. The second their invisibility wore off, they had a whopping 30 seconds before they were toast. Sunin, totally freaking out, looked at Kang and was like, can you put up a wall or something? Ice anything. To make these guys chill out, Kang, who was already super salty, just snapped back with a warning. Don't even think about it. The stupid countdown clock just kept screaming at them. Then Kim, feeling his oats and powering up like a shonen hero, unleashed his big boy move. He went in for the kill and, bonk, hit a wall he couldn't even see. His epic power-up got totally canceled, and that nasty pain from before came roaring back, getting worse with every thump of his heart. Then some cool, calm voice just sliced right through all the panic. Turns out Shin had pulled the plug right in the nick of time. Shin posted up next to Beth. Admitted, dude, we barely pulled you back. From here on out, it's the Shin show. Taheen's eyes went wide and he whipped around. Shin. Where the heck did you just teleport to? Shin's voice, sounding like it was coming through a tin can, was super chill. Just had to go poke something. No big deal. Don't get your panties in a twist. Taheen let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Okay, but this is a literal dungeon. Quit pulling your Houdini stunts, got it. Behind them, Shin gave Taheen the heads up. We got scouts. Going invisible again. Taheen moved up, getting into his bouncer stance. You guys hang back, he ordered. As the see-through bad guys zipped past, Taheen felt a chill run down his spine. They were beelining for Shin. Watch it, he yelled. But surprise, surprise, Shin could see him plain as day. Their nasty mana strings were lit up like a neon spiderweb, totally giving away their position. A big old blur of movement. Taheen jumped in front of a hit that had Shin's name on it. I can see their weak spots, Shin shouted. His voice totally locked in. I'll paint the targets. You hit him. And for the love of God, don't just whack the body. Taheen nodded a question already bubbling up. You mean the little blue glowy bits? Shin started pointing like a madman and Taheen went to work, dropping a doll with one clean shot. As he kept fighting, it all started to make sense. This is it, that round thingy in the middle, Shin pointed out. That's the big red button. Hit that. With every time they nailed one of the spots, Shin called out, the dolls started falling apart like cheap cookies. Taheen frowned. totally stumped. Why now? These things were way tougher before. After the last doll bit, the dust Taheen looked over at Shin. That old question popping back into his head. So, back on the first floor when you disappeared, did you actually find anything useful? Shin played it cool, saying the first floor was a bust. Turns out he was off doing his own Sherlock Holmes thing and ran into a scout who was still kicking. She was in pretty bad shape, so she couldn't tag along, but she spilled all the beans about what was going on, and most importantly, the big secret weak spot. Taheen jumped in. And the kid, what's her deal? Beth's the one who helped me find the scout, Shin said. Her parents were supposedly trapped way down in this dump. Kim gave Beth the side eye, his face going all stony. Yeah, this whole setup smells fishy. He deadpanned. Shin pushed fishy. How exactly? Kim, sensing their total disbelief, just scoffed. Are you guys for real? A random kid just waltzes in here? The gates are like a top-tier secret, watched 24/7 by the association. Don't let this janky-looking place fool you. It's monitored every single second. There's zero chance anyone could have just strolled on in. Tahan had to admit Kim had a point, but still warned. Whoa there, cowboy, let's not jump to conclusions. Kim totally snapped. Oh, I get it, you're just trying to poke holes in my flawless galaxy brain logic. You'd all still be running around like headless chickens if I wasn't carrying this whole team. You know what, maybe I should just rage quit and wipe this whole server while I can. Taheen's voice went ice cold. I'm not looking for a pointless squabble, Kim, but it looks like you need a serious crash course in not being a total jerk. Their eyes lit up like purple neon signs. Kim's acting like he's the main character, Sun declared. This is the perfect chance to knock him down a few pegs. But the girl next to Kim just sneered. And you're not gonna stop Taheen instead of just flapping your gums. What if he gets himself totally wrecked? Shin clapped back. And who exactly do you think is gonna get wrecked? You honestly believe Taheen's gonna take an L? Taheen, well, she insisted, her voice cracking like she was about to freak out. Sun, hurry, go stop him. Kim's rage meter went through the roof. You think you can even drag your guildmaster's sorry knocked out butt out of here? Taheen, just as ticked off, stared him down. The gates are like a top-tier secret, watched 24/7 by the association. Don't let this janky-looking place fool you. He couldn't figure out for the life of him why everyone was suddenly losing their minds. A weird, shimmery glow started pulsing around Beth. She let out a little smirk, admitting she only gave their feelings a tiny nudge, and now they were at each other's throats like a pack of wild animals. Pathetic, she called it. Then she turned to Shin, thanking him for being the perfect idiot to help her deploy her brain-scrambling skill. She'd needed a way to get all buddy-buddy without anyone getting suspicious, and he was the perfect clueless pawn for the job. Shin's blood ran cold. He'd originally pegged her as some kind of little monster. But when did that flip? When had she started looking like just some normal kid in his eyes? Had he been under her spell, totally mind-hacked since the moment they first met? Way too late. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He had to shut this down now before the whole party got mentally deleted by her. He strained to move, but it felt like invisible puppet strings yanked him back. A cold, awful dread started to seep in. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone else looked like they were caught in the same creepy, invisible web. Was this her whole shtick? Using that nasty mana to not just mess with their bodies, but to totally hijack their brains. He watched in horror as all the pieces clicked into place. And he'd still missed every single sign, swallowing every lie she fed him. All of a sudden, a familiar buzz ran through him. His passive skill mana sponge flared to life. As he started sucking up all that gross, corrupted mana, a grim certainty settled in. She had picked the absolute wrong dude to mess with. Kim reeled, looking completely baffled. Beth, on the other hand, just let out a little chuckle. Shin knew how to absorb corrupted mana. Well, isn't this just hilarious? Shin roared, his voice slicing through the escalating madness. Beth, she's from the academy. Attack her now. But before anyone could even twitch Beth's voice, all sickly, sweet, and innocent, cried out Mommy Daddy instantly. Two figures poofed into existence right beside her. She pointed a finger at Shin's crew, a massive pout on her face, accusing them of being big meanies to her. Punish them, she demanded. Kim, his eyes totally glazed over, cracked his knuckles, mumbling about ending them. She had picked the absolute wrong dude to mess with. Kim reeled, looking completely baffled. Beth, on the other hand, just let out a little chuckle, carving a freaking trench between them. Cahoon's jaw hit the floor. Kim, what the heck, man? But yeah, Kim had totally checked out. Just a meat puppet on Beth's leash, those creepy mind control vibes digging in deep. Beth actually did a little golf clap, totally digging her own evil genius. Shin's brain went into overdrive. Was times the sketchy magic juju he'd felt on Kim's hand before. Like she was a mind reader. Beth started spilling the tea. Turns out this Lewis character loves to squat in the brains of the quiet kids. You know, the wallflowers nobody pays attention to. Perfect little meat suits. She said it was like her favorite reality show. Just a meat puppet on Beth's leash, those creepy mind control vibes digging in deep. Beth actually did a little golf clap, totally digging her own evil genius. Shin's brain went into overdrive. Was times the sketchy magic juju he'd felt on Kim's hand before watching friends totally murk their own squad. One minute he's your buddy, the next he's a murder doll aimed right at your face. And a sparkly nope shield popped up around him. Shin was just staring like, did he just use a cheat code? Then some girl gave him the quick rundown. The rest of you back me up. Everyone gave a grim nod and spread out. But just as they moved in, Kim's hands lit up like a Christmas tree, totally immune to everything for a bit, and then it stays up for a few hours. Beth got this smug little grin. With one player benched, she only had 3 noobs left to stomp. Alright, playtime's over. Shin could feel the "you're about to get wrecked" energy rolling off them. Apparently it's Kim's panic button, a skill he only pulls out when he's about to get deleted. The shield is basically God mode. Trying to sneak past these 2 bodyguards was a one-way ticket to the graveyard. They had to fight, but Shin's internal alarm was screaming. Something was super sketchy. These things weren't just your basic mind-controlled zombies. Cahoon called out the play instantly. "I got the girl doll, you take the dude." These weren't your garden variety puppets. Each one was radiating major final boss energy. The plan was basic: focus fire one target and burn it down fast. Sun just nodded her face, all business. As the male doll, you know their buddy Kim. Wait, is times the power that turns people into puppets? And if it was, could there be some kind of glitch that messes with Kim's supposedly unglitchable shield? Shin figured Kim's whole deal was turning hunters into his playthings, but the math wasn't mathing. Kim got puppetized in like 0 seconds flat, even after sucking up all that corrupted mojo. But just a little while ago, when they were all tied up in those same magic strings, Beth had the perfect shot to turn them all into her little army, and she just didn't. It made absolutely no sense. While the others were throwing down, Shin was trying to solve the puzzle. If Beth was just messing with them, what was with this whole complicated soap opera? She literally held his hand and led him to the Lost Scout, even gave him a tutorial on how to beat the mind-controlled dude. Then right after he started to trust her, she does a total heel turn, making everything she did completely pointless. That's not how a master troll operates. It was almost like she was being forced to do this. Just then, Kim landed a hit on Cahoon that sounded like a car crash. Shin had to give it to him. Cahoon was built like a tank, but that one definitely left a mark. Good thing though, that custom weapon Shin built for him let Cahoon soak up the energy, keep it stable, and basically turn it into a ticking time bomb. Sucked that they had to use it, but at least they had a panic button for messes exactly like this one. Just then, Sun screamed at the second in command. "That's enough, he's gotta be tenderized by now." Then she fired off a souped-up round that blew a hole in the puppet you could drive a truck through. Chest. Ugh, still twitching. Taheen stuck wrangling this. Kim dude was starting to think this whole thing was way more annoying than advertised. The weirdest part, the guy had like 0 moves, just basic button mashing, which left only one thing to actually worry about: freaky mind games. Being a berserker meant he could mostly ignore them, but not entirely. He yelled out, "Buddy up, people, and watch out for anyone trying to mess with your heads. And don't move a muscle unless I say so." Just then Beth screeched, "They're all toast, mommy daddy." A totally psycho grin plastered on her face right as Taheen went for it. Perfect timing. Taheen's hit connected, knocking a little doll right out of her hand. Sun started celebrating, all relieved. "See, told you guys, it was a cakewalk." Then Ken had to add his 2 cents. She made it sound so epic, but that was a total snooze fest. Even Shin figured the show was over, admitting to himself he'd completely misread the room. But Taheen just stared at Beth's little unalived body. Monster or whatever, seeing a dead kid was still a major gut punch. He was just about to call for a tactical retreat when bam, some invisible wall slammed into all 4 of them, locking them down like statues. This wasn't magic, not some psychic cheap shot, but just this crushing vibe, like something totally out of this world and pants-wettingly scary. Shin knew it right away. Called it, he mumbled, "secret boss time." A game screen popped up out of nowhere, flashing new quests and side quests with some seriously sketchy-looking rewards. And then Beth got up, revealing her final form, a drop-dead gorgeous and probably just drop-dead vampire, just kinda phased into view. "Oh, thank you," she cooed, her voice now, this silky, evil-sounding whisper dripping with dark power. "I've been waiting for ages for someone to come along and wreck my folks." Her smile vanished, turning into a nasty snarl. "But no, they had to go and backstab me. Now they get to live forever, stuck as my little puppets." Her voice cranked up to 11. "You ungrateful, dirty little rats, leaving me in that lame garbage-tier body." A wicked laugh bubbled out of her, sounding ancient and super evil. "Ah, now I finally feel like myself again. Man, how long has it been? Every single second in that puny shell was pure torture. Hated it." Kang finally bellowed, yanking Sun and the Vice Guild Master out of their slack-jawed trance. "Don't just stand there gawking like morons. Get ready for round 2. He knew deep down in his bones that even Taheen's special brand of rage smashing wasn't gonna cut it against a boss this OP. Beth's eyes landed on Taeyeon, a messed-up smile dancing on her lips. "Well, you're a cute one," she purred. Then her eyes got all squinty. "But still a dirty little rat." The crew was totally lost, but Beth just giggled. Let's find out, shall we?" she wondered aloud, with a look in her eyes like a wolf staring at a steak. "Dinner time. It's been way too long." And just like that, she hit him with an essence drain. The whole party instantly started twitching and hacking up blood. Kang's brain was going a mile a minute. Okay, top-tier undead are great at lifesteal magic, sure, but to shut down the whole team from this far away, with like 0 prep or special effects. Seriously, what kind of broken-tier monster was this chick? Taheen fired up his aura, going full Super Saiyan. Beth just watched, completely unimpressed. Not bad, she admitted. Strong enough that even with your health bar looking like that, you might have actually been annoying. She tilted her head. If you could have gone all out, that is, things might have played out differently. But that's not gonna happen. She crushed something invisible in her hand and lunged. Shin just stared at him, the unspoken question just hanging there like a bad smell. On a scale of 1 to 10, how screwed did Taheen times really times think they were Taheen picking up on the shade shot back? What's that supposed to mean? Shin just dropped the truth bomb. Your whole rage mode thing has a cap, dude, Taheen grumbled. You can't just maintain 100% power without. Dude, you're gonna literally blow a gasket, body and soul. I know you're trying to fine-tune it, but you're still a total noob with that whole go-boom skill. Still trying to figure out the controls. Last time against AWAKENS, you barely hit 50% of your max power. My pro gamer take. Shin just stared at him, the unspoken question just hanging there like a bad smell. I have no idea if I can crank the dial to a level I've never even touched, but I'll stall for us. Shin just smirked. A tiny greedy part of me just wants to keep your OP skills all to myself. It's ridiculous, I know. A weird energy wave washed over them, making Taheen go stiff as a board. Mana. Shin felt it too. Welp, feels like we're party locked now, he went on, his voice dropping. So, we might as well be each other's personal trainers. Gotta grind those levels, you know. The second the words were out, Shin slammed the craft demonic weapon button. He'd been hoarding a cool 100 units of that nasty corrupted mana, basically window shopping the entire demonic realm for the perfect new toy. With one last epic power surge, the crafting bar filled. The demonic leviathan just blinked into existence, buzzing with edgy dark energy right into Taheen's face. Here, take it. Shin pushed, his eyes gleaming. Show us what you've really got. Taheen felt it instantly. A tiny greedy part of me just wants to keep your OP skills all to myself. It's ridiculous, I know. A weird energy wave washed over them, making Taheen go stiff as a board. This sword was built different. Any other blade didn't matter how strong or what special effects it had. Taheen hesitated for like a second before his hand wrapped around the hilt, and zap, a jolt of raw, uncut power surged through him. You could practically taste the corrupted mana. Crackling with a fire enchantment, this thing was terrifyingly OP. Corrupted mana and a fire attribute. Beth purred, her voice like a smug cat. Ooh, spicy. Sucks to be you then. Her hand was a blur. A red wave of blood magic fired up her bloodbath territory. Nasty crimson tendrils immediately started soaking into Shin's boots. An area of effect skill. He realized, his mind racing. Is this a drain? Some kind of shutdown debuff? Beth's nasty smile got even wider. He would have snatched up without thinking twice. But this thing, it was giving off some seriously sketchy vibes, even knowing Shin was the one who made it. Your body's basic functions, they're all gonna start lagging out. Everything right down to your bones, muscles, nerves, and veins will just dissolve. The pain won't be a 10 out of 10, but it'll be a slow, agonizing grind. Taheen just kept pushing forward. Beth watched him, a chilling thought creeping in. He's still moving like it's no big deal, even after popping his ultimate move. The drain effect isn't maxed out, sweetie, but it's got plenty of fun uses. Her eyes narrowed. Your mana control. A whole new difficulty setting. Good. More fun for me when I get to break these little puppets. He lunged. Beth countered in a flash, and unleashing a thirsty-looking hand made of blood magic. The giant red claw shot forward, but Taheen just charged right at it. But it was a total bluff. Taheen wasn't even driving his own body anymore. The sword was pulling all the strings. This power level was way off the charts. What was that? The raw power was easily double what he'd shown before, maybe even more than that. Shin just as gobsmacked. I watched Taheen's new sword slice right into Beth. She choked, spitting out a spray of blood as a horrifying thought hit her. A flashbang of light exploded from his sword, ripping her attack to shreds and completely deleting it. Beth's eyes went wide, total confusion on her face. A loot box appeared, and Shin immediately started praying for some mana potions or a bigger MP bar. The Leviathan's sword shimmered and then poofed out of existence. Shin read the item description, and a new question started bugging him. Was the weapon he was holding back this entire time? And just like that, a giant screen popped up for Shin. Main quest complete. Raid success. Hidden boss defeated. What in the world just went down? Dude, chill. Your brain's gonna short circuit. Just park it right there, Shin ordered, not messing around. So, was that just a wild goose chase, or was there some secret handshake I missed? Taheen started doing the wobble dance. Guess the sword's DJ set was over. Dude was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Spitting out that much juice. Shin just shook his head like, what a clown. Alright, let's take 5. Pretty sure nobody's about to kick the bucket this second. Taheen did the zombie shuffle over to Beth, who, even though she was beat up, coughed up a weak little smile. Congrats, Shin, you big hero. Taheen was basically a Jenga tower 1 block away from disaster. Taking a step. Not gonna happen. You're wrecked, buddy. You went way past the red line. This nasty mana, the creepy dolls. It's all got your name on it, but you're not pulling the strings. They were guarding you like a prized poodle. Shin gave her the once-over, totally judging. Doesn't look like you're checking out. So did we actually win if the final boss is still breathing? He locked his eyes on her. And so began story time from way back when. Just for kicks, I did something totally out of character. Saved some ghost thingy from taking a permanent bath. Weird story, right? But wait, there's more. The dolls who were just as bizarre got super clingy and wouldn't let their new hero bounce. They were like, hey, crash here for a bit. No human had ever gotten that invite, and next thing I know, I'm stuck. Can't even tell you when the vibe shift happened. But when I finally snapped out of it, I wasn't just a guest on the couch. I was part of the freaky family. And for a hot minute, it was actually pretty sweet. Spill it. Beth just nodded. Yeah, I gotta look out for number one. I'm basically their walking, talking battery pack that keeps the lights on. My stupid bleeding heart gave them the perfect opening to backstab and puppet me around. Proved I'd gone all soft and mushy. That's how they crammed me into this kid's body. And locked up most of my cool powers. Now my entire job is to be a nasty mana factory to keep them safe and sound. Protect them from what exactly? Shin mumbled. Beth had no clue. She was like, yo, did you even peek out the window since you got here? Then the ugly truth came crawling out of the woodwork. They didn't take me in because they were nice. Nope, it was all because I was a weakling. Didn't matter which way you looked. But this wasn't Mother Nature's work. It was a totally fake-out space, a giant shield built just to protect this mansion. Beth figured her mom whipped up this magic bubble with her powers, to keep out the big bads from beyond the fissure. The view was a real trip. Just sand for days, a massive, endless desert stretching out as far as you could see. A whole lot of nothing. It was like their worlds were playing a game of apocalyptic copycat. Fissures ripping holes in the sky, regular folks suddenly getting magic powers. The look on Shin's face gave her a super creepy idea. His world knew about the fissure too. That had to be his ticket into this mess. Dude had questions and they were sizzling. How the heck did your world not get totally wiped by the gate-pocalypse? And how many years has it been since the first fissure showed up? Oh, the end of the world, she shot back. Totally couldn't be stopped. Sucks for me. I didn't get a front row seat. Was kinda stuck in this meat suit, This nasty mana, the creepy dolls. It's all got your name on it, but you're not pulling the strings. They were guarding you like a prized poodle. The demonic cycle of control just dropped. A sick little grin spread across his face as he popped open the window and made his move. His hand wrapped right around her neck. And, click, Shin got it. The system window. She was in the game just like him. Seeing the total what the heck look on his face, Beth kinda nodded at his silent questions. She gave a little sorry because she already knew she didn't have all the answers for him. And right on schedule, her body started to literally fall apart, cracks spreading all over her skin. Well, guess this is it, she mumbled with this weird little smile. Hey, not so bad after all. Shin just watched her crumple to the floor, and then a giant system notification started screaming in his face. She spent a bunch of miserable years, basically paralyzed, couldn't lift a finger. And while she was out of commission, her whole world went down the toilet. Her voice was barely a squeak. What the heck are you doing? Oh, this was all part of the plan, he shot back, his eyes locked on her. Could have saved this little trick for later, but honestly, I just had to see what would happen. And right on cue, the system voice blasted through. Equip successful target monster's near-death state is suspended. They are now a subordinate familiar to the equipping player. Shin had seen tons of players with little pet monsters, but this was a whole new level of weird. Turning a player into a pet, the contract sealed. The screen lit up registration complete. He totally wasn't expecting her to actually change. This place basically became its own lonely little island. It was only a little while ago she could even move again, and poof, a system window popped up right in her face. Poofing back to human, she shot him a death stare. Don't you dare try to make me catch feelings for you. You're just using me as your personal pet. It was worse than humiliating, she pushed. It was pure torture. Yeah, right. He figured she couldn't stay human for much longer anyway. Probably not, but whatever. It's not like she had a choice in this little humiliation session. Then a new message popped up on the screen. But seriously, a cat, not a bat, that was a curveball. Even her freaking necklace shape-shifted to fit her new kitty form. Turning a player into a pet, the contract sealed. The screen lit up registration complete. He totally wasn't expecting her to actually change. All he knew was they were a package deal now for better or worse. She poofed back into a cat and he just scooped her up. But seriously, a cat, not a bat, that was a curveball. Even her freaking necklace shape-shifted to fit her new kitty form. Warning, pumping any mana into her, even the nasty, corrupted kind, could temporarily break the lock on her familiar skills. That hit him as super weird. A familiar that couldn't even transform on command. He still had zero clue what her deal was, or how she was even useful. He stood up and kept going. Yeah, something's still off here. She explained they basically jacked her powers so they could keep on living. The whole fight thing just melted away. Now he was actually curious. So did those people really screw you over? She looked totally lost. But man, her family sounded like a bunch of losers. Were they even thinking straight, or was it all just ego? They sounded more like pre-programmed robots than actual people. And asked what he was talking about. He shut her down fast, reminding her she already blabbed the whole story. Don't make me listen to it again. It was all clicking into place. A human's mind is supposed to grow with their body, but they got this way by chugging corrupted mana like it was water. But she wondered out loud if a life like that was even worth living. He still wasn't totally getting it. He's just blindly running through their code. Beth shot back, "It is what it is. You can't do anything about it." It made their egos blow up and their common sense just wither away. "You seriously expect me to feel sorry for them?" She dared him. He just shook his head. "Nah, most people, including me, wouldn't sign up for that kind of messed up life." He waved Beth over. She drifted toward it, that same nasty, irresistible pull tugging at her for even a simple little command. Shin's mind wandered to that creepy father doll. Did it jump to a new body? Beth snapped him out of it, demanding, "Where are you going with this, if it wasn't the real him?" It's the kind of thing you find at the heart of dark magic rituals, perfect for storing both mana and little pieces of a soul. He let that sink in. Those freaks must have drained your power and crammed it into that doll, basically pouring their own life force into it. They might not have had much raw strength, but you can't deny their technique was on point. Beth's brow furrowed a question already bubbling up. But Shin totally shut that down. Like, was there another option? Seriously. Then bam, they just popped into some random house. He wouldn't have picked a life like that. So what's your freaking point? In response, Shin just conjured up a glowing purple orb. As she got close to the orb, Shin started his lecture. "You probably don't get it, but this thing is an essential crystal. Some weirdness is going down between the two worlds. And for the past few years, the lag has been getting totally out of control. Even if we drag our feet on this, we're still going to be totally unprepared for the main event." That's when it clicked for Beth. This was a flashback episode. "I've seen like thousands of futures these last few days, and guess what? They all suck. The ending is always the same dumpster fire. And looky here, a whole family having a super serious whispery chat around the dinner table." The mom kicked things off, sounding like she was about to snap. Then the mom jumped in, and with Beth's magic, we could totally unplug our property, just cut it loose from this world that's going down the toilet. So a memory vision thingy. And were these guys supposed to be the dads or something? The dad leaned in all gimme the deets on this crazy dimension-hopping plan. He was like, "Hey, if it works, at least we times might not get wiped out." Until then, it's basically the slowest, most painful death imaginable. Dad looked like he was about to have a panic attack. But that's where it gets super messy. If our world goes kaput, the whole house is just stuck in the empty space between dimensions, just floating around like space trash until some rando from another universe finds us. We're talking hundreds, maybe even thousands of years of pure boredom. "If this whole apocalypse thing is really happening," she pushed, "then you better be thinking about how at least one of us gets out of it. We've only got a few years on the clock, but Beth's our special little ticket. Can't we at least save times her times? I mean, we're only still breathing because of what she did." Meanwhile, the kid was all, "No way, we're dragging Beth into this." The mom whipped around, totally baffled. "What are you even saying right now?" A massive wave of et tu brute slammed through Beth's mind vision. Meanwhile, the family was just wallowing in their own pity party. One person from this family needs to make it. Then her whole vibe changed. "Boot, there's zero chance she'll actually go along with this. When that happens, these dolls will be Beth's personal, impenetrable meat shields." The dad said it like it was the most heroic plan ever. "You'll get a few decades, maybe even a century of your human brain juice running. But eventually that's gonna flicker out and go completely dark." And then they all whipped out glowing crystals like it was a magic show. The kid finally piped up super quiet, "So, after we upload our brains into these dolls, it's just a bunch of creepy dolls, which is what you signed up for. And stuck in your own private server, they knew random glitches could pop up. Give it 200 years and you'll just be empty shells with no clue who you used to be." They were gonna guard her, pulling out all the stops until some hero from another dimension showed up to be her knight in shining armor. Shin, who just chugged 50 units of sketchy mana, noticed Beth was having a meltdown. He had a fleeting thought, wonder why they didn't just tell her this stuff earlier. Are we still gonna be like us? The dad's answer was instant and a total buzzkill. "Yep, for a little while anyway. You would have insisted on going down with the ship. Now quit your moping and get your butt in gear." Yeah, Shin wasn't mincing words. "We are literally out of time." A pop-up window appeared just to rub it in. Beth's power-up was only good for a measly 2 minutes. Because if we had Shin said deadpan, we'd all have died in a big stupid group hug. This whole mess was a one-way ticket to disaster. "I didn't pay that premium price for you to sit here and boo-hoo. Your job is to finish this. These are the chumps who stuck around as. These dolls have been your bodyguards forever. The least you can do is put them out of their misery." Beth finally managed to get up. "No way I can't," she sputtered. "How am I supposed to do that?" "Stop being so pathetic," Shin shot back. "They were doomed from the start. Their expiration date was set in stone. They could have thrown a farewell party, lived it up. But did they? Nah. Those people basically put themselves in solitary confinement for life, just for you. Not for your sparkling personality, mind you. But because your family is just that obsessed. The least you can do is respect the hustle." Even though the whole family sacrifice thing was still flying way over her head, Beth let her power rip. The system screen lit up. Achievement unlocked. Shin has discovered his own origin story. And boom, the dungeon raid was a wrap. The cavalry finally arrived, dragging them all out looking like they'd been through a blender. Yet Shin just walked out on his own 2 feet. He thought to himself, that felt way longer than it should have. A little tidbit he kept from Beth, who was still in full-on cat mode. He turned to her and asked, So what's the verdict on this place compared to your world? It's a joke, she decided, her voice barely a whisper. Even the mana here is watered-down garbage. But it's not like she had a choice. Whatever this new dump was, she was gonna own it. She kinda had to. Scene change. Night had crashed at Kang's house. She was muttering about how she really needed to lay off the booze. Then she spotted someone and her tone got sharp. "What's a little rat like you doing here? Come to wreck the place." "Have you?" So harsh the boy shot back, flipping a light switch and ruining the whole dark and brooding vibe. So what's the verdict on this place compared to your world? It's a joke, she decided, her voice barely a whisper. Even the mana here is watered-down garbage. "Calling me a rat," he said, taking a long, slow sip of wine. "I'm just here for my colleague Kang. I'm just so tired of missing him." "You planning on paying for that bottle?" he opened. His life wouldn't even cover the tab. He slammed the table, his face a mask of pure frustration. So heartless. This wasn't a social call. I heard she dived into an unconfirmed dungeon, and you know I'm a total sucker for those. I just came to get the tea, hear how much fun it was. Once she finished telling her tale, surely you can relate to that. Her power flared as she snapped. "Enough of this garbage. Why are you really here? A high and mighty queen taking a nap so pathetically in the middle of a raid." "Shut it," she cut him off completely over how stupid this all was. He smirked. It dawned on him that she hadn't seen a single thing. He was genuinely floored. Had totally wrecked the boss. Even for a berserker going ballistic, that level of power was unheard of. The boy just nodded. Knocked out or not, she saw the results with her own 2 eyes. Taheen with just 2 swings of that sword Shin gave him. S ranks are on another level. Alright, definitely worth hunting down. But Kang wasn't convinced that easily. Good for nothing but making weapons. And yet that weapon took a full power blast from Shin. If they could actually swing a sword like that, he cut her off with a flick of his wrist. If you could just pump out sturdy swords now, that would be genuinely useful. Maybe even worth the inventory space. But a tool is just a tool. Without someone to grab the handle and swing it, it's just a glorified paperweight. It's all about pure skill, my dude. Anything else is just cheating, he said, trying to make a dramatic exit, as if he'd just dropped the mic. And that cheating, she shot back, is probably why you're gonna get wrecked by Taheen. And you know what? He was like, fair point. So a D-rank supporter is the queen's new pet project. Cute. Not exactly Taheen-level obsession, but hey, I'm a little intrigued. Yeah, I'll swing by later. Maybe after I've, taken out the trash, both Taheen and your little impurity. Anyway, fast forward a few days to Shin's glorious bachelor pad. Shin was sprawled on his bed, feeling like he'd been hit by a truck, even though he'd just hibernated for what felt like a freaking century. He figured it wasn't from his epic demonic weapon crafting session. Nah, it was probably Beth using her energy vampire skills on him again. "Beth," he whined, "you got a cure for this post-you hangover." Crickets. He peeked around the room, and she's gone. Where'd she bounce to? Then he just shrugged it off. Whatever, she's his familiar, not his babysitter. He could always just yoink her back with a forced summon, and she totally knew it. Besides, she was probably out there poking this new world with a stick. As long as she wasn't causing an international incident or something, he'd let her have her fun. Then his eyes locked onto that troll of a treasure chest. Like a legit loot box. He'd only heard rumors about these random reward drops players drooled over, never thought he'd see one in real life. So the chest was supposed times to pop out gear, perfectly customized for its owner's needs. But its gifts were legendary for being cursed. Imagine a wicked sword super sharp and tough, but it's missing like one critical screw, so it's all offense, no D. Or a shield that eats every hit like a champ, only to randomly yeet all that damage at some poor schmuck standing next to you. Like a legit loot box. He'd only heard rumors about these random reward drops players drooled over, never thought he'd see one in real life. So the chest was supposed times to pop out gear, perfectly customized for its owner's needs. He took a deep breath, ready for whatever messed up present with a gotcha clause the chest was about to spit out. And pop. A massive blue flash blinded him, and when he could see again, he was holding a ring. Trader's Gluttony. Oh, this is gonna be good. It gave him a skill called Mana Drain. Sweet, wait, why did he think of Taheen? Then the system screen hit him with the fine print. The drain only works well if the target times likes times him. He was so disgusted he just chucked the ring across the room. Useless. Right on cue, Beth strolls in. Shin's brain was still short-circuiting. The drain skill itself was totally overpowered, like game-breakingly strong. But that whole, they have to like you, condition plus the super sketchy name, this felt less like a gift, and more like a curse with extra steps. Beth completely missing the vibe was just like, dunno what you're salty about, but you got company. Some rando just pulled up. Shin looked out the window to see Kim getting out of a car. Why is everyone suddenly showing up at my dump, he thought. Down on the street, Kim was staring up at the crusty old building. At his face, a perfect picture of disgust. Seriously, this is the slum Taheen sticks his so-called supporter in. So much for all that talk about being generous. What a cheapskate. Kim knew coming here to poach Shin himself was a bit of a gamble. Maybe overkill for just a supporter, but nah, Shin was the real deal. He didn't need to see Taheen's paperwork. Kim already knew. Why is everyone suddenly showing up at my dump, he thought. Down on the street, Kim was staring up at the crusty old building. At his face, a perfect picture of disgust. Seriously, this is the slum Tahin sticks his so-called supporter in. So much for all that talk about being generous. If Shin wasn't totally brainwashed by Tahin, Kim figured it was go time. A moment later, maybe overkill for just a supporter, but nah, Shin was the real deal. He didn't need to see Tahin's paperwork. Kim already knew. And Kim felt that power surge even from way back. A D rank, pfft, yeah, right. This kid was A rank material, easy. Tahin wasn't a total moron for hiring him. It's all about how you take it that matters. Most folks would be freaking out thinking the best guild is thirsty enough to pull this kind of stunt. He gestured at Shin like he was a game show prize. You must have been seriously impressed to show up in person. Shin just blew right past him. I didn't come here to meet you, he said deadpan, almost like he felt bad for the guy's ego. It's just my helper job certificate renewal day. Kim, completely ignoring him, jumped right into dissing Tahin's lame-o offer to Shin, before countering with a promise of triple the loot. He knew after their last little run-in he probably looked like a complete moron. But for real-deal talent, Kim promised he offered treatment that's off the charts. The absolute best thing beyond anything anyone else could even dream of matching. Shin just stared. Wow, surprised you're that self-aware, Kim, but it changes literally nothing. My answer is the same one I gave to Heen. You got nothing for me. Kim got all bent out of shape, the diss sounding way too much like Kang's recent rejection. You think I'm an idiot, that my guild is a joke, his fists clenched, knuckles bone white. I'll show both you and Kang exactly what I've got to offer. You'll both come crawling back, begging for the job, and with that little tantrum, Kim stormed off. He was gonna have to rethink his entire game plan. The whole Hunter Association setup was a hot mess anyway. Most hunters just drove themselves, which I mean, duh. He bumped into some guy, mumbled a quick, my bad, but the dude just kept walking like he didn't exist. Shin kept it moving. That annoying wave of exhaustion hitting him a reminder he wasn't 100% yet. Then a figure stepped right into his path. Shin tried to place the face, but it was a total blank. Wonder if Jun is still kicking, he thought. Meanwhile, over at a dungeon entrance, a huge dude with a giant hammer nodded to his party leader. We're prepped. Time to roll out. He scanned the rest of the group. This is C rank and up, people. Even the top dogs can get wrecked or straight up deleted with one wrong move. My answer is the same one I gave to Heen. You got nothing for me. Kim got all bent out of shape, the diss sounding way too much like Kang's recent rejection. Shin tried to place the face, but it was a total blank. Wonder if Jun is still kicking, he thought. Meanwhile, over at a dungeon entrance, our tank's a vet. Just stick to him like glue and we'll be fine. He knew, even as he was saying it, that making promises like that wasn't exactly in the helper's job description. As they started to head in, a guy with his face hidden in a hood, Yoon Dojin was checking his own stats. D-rank supporter macro crafting specialist. 2 years on the job, but only 1 year of actual field time. He flashed back to his first year with the Dawn Guild under Hong Dyun. They were grabbing some food one time, and Dion mentioned a D-rank gate. Dojin, still a total greenhorn, actually questioned him. Why waste our time on something so easy? With your experience and the guild's resources, shouldn't we be hitting C ranks? Dion just smirked. It's a D rank. Sure, but the thing is massive and drops a ton of resources. Dungeons like that are a cash cow for minimal effort. That's why the big guilds usually gobble them up. D-rank dungeons seem so small time, Dojin thought. Especially for the major guilds already swimming in cash. It's probably just pocket change to them. His focus sharpened. But for a new guild like ours, it's everything. Even if we only score half of what we think we'll get, that's enough to upgrade the gear for my crew. Sure, but the thing is massive and drops a ton of resources. Dungeons like that are a cash cow for minimal effort. This whole guild from scratch. Just chill, Dojin. Down had told him with a total, I know something you don't, look in his eye. Pretty soon, the entire planet is going to be simping for the Dawn Guild. But Dojin was remembering a totally different, much crappier day. The day some unbelievable call from the association totally wrecked his whole vibe. He had to meet some suit, a guy who laid out the ugly truth. Look down. A B-rank hunter and a certified old-timer should not have kicked the bucket in a dungeon like that. The dude explained, looking like his puppy just died. He said the dungeon Down waltzed into was, let's say, not on the official brochure. I don't know what they fed you, he'd said, his voice all sneaky low. But that was an off-the-books dungeon. The after-action report confirmed it was a place with an extremely high chance of getting you unalived. Stunned. Dojin felt a cold, oh, this stinks feeling take over. Down's death was no oopsie-daisy. I'm looking into that gate, he announced. Through an official auction, no less. He had no clue what the others knew, but he knew his boy Down. Down wasn't the type to feed him a line of bull. The suit had then gotten pushy, asking if Down had said anything weird beforehand. Dojin's brain went into overdrive. Was the gate bidding rigged? The whole thing smelled fishier than a week-old tuna sandwich, but he shoved the thought away. He'd replied, faking a totally chill tone. He said the dungeon Down waltzed into was, let's say, not on the official brochure. I don't know what they fed you, he'd said, his voice all sneaky low. Dojin felt a cold, oh, this stinks feeling take over. Down's death was no oopsie-daisy. I'm looking into that gate, he announced. Through an official auction, no less. It's super lucky we got his pieces and back, thanks to the one guy who didn't die. Because of him, we scooped everyone up easy peasy. A survivor, Dojin had thought. Who? The guy admitted he didn't have the full tea, just that the survivor was a lucky duck. Yeah, right. Shaking off the cringy memories, Dojin got his game face on as their crew rolled up to the dungeon. All right, people, let's do the thing, the leader shouted. He pointed at the glowy gate thingy. We're going in. Let's try to finish this raid without anyone losing a limb if that's not too much to ask. But as they stepped through the shimmery doorway, Dojin couldn't stop thinking. How in the world did all the guild's top players, including down a freaking B rank, get wiped out, but Shin, a nobody D rank support, walked away without a scratch? The math just wasn't mathing. Every clue was a giant neon sign pointing back to Down's death. Whatever it took, Dojin swore he'd find out who was trolling them. A few minutes later, some random dude strolled up to the gate only to get body blocked by the guards. Raid members only, pal, one guard said, playing gatekeeper. The guy smoothly lied that he was with the party, insisting he must have just messed up the time. He whipped out a permit telling them to check it. The guard scanned the pass. If these weirdos weren't on the raid list, they'd be popping up at all hours like annoying zombies, the man mumbled to himself. You're good to go, the guard announced. Oh, thank goodness, the man said, a slick little smirk on his face. The math just wasn't mathing. Every clue was a giant neon sign pointing back to Down's death. Whatever it took, Dojin swore he'd find out who was trolling them. If these weirdos weren't on the raid list, they'd be popping up at all hours like annoying zombies, the man mumbled to himself. His thoughts drifted to Dojin, who was deep inside the dungeon. This'll be fun. Let's see what kind of skills my little hero candidate is actually packing. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the party had just smoked the Hate Duke monster. We finally took it down all by ourselves. The team leader cheered, obviously relieved, but Dojin got the chills, feeling like something was seriously off. There's zero chance this was a C-rank dungeon, he said, his voice dead serious. This was a high-level B-rank easy. If they were sandbagging and hiding their real power, they right up to the buzzer that could have been game over. The leader turned to the dealer, practically slobbering with thanks. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the party had just smoked the Hate Duke monster. We finally took it down all by ourselves. The team leader cheered, obviously relieved, but Dojin got the chills, feeling like something was seriously off. There's zero chance this was a C-rank dungeon. Watching the leader nope out while Dojin was the one who actually stared the monster down. If I just brought my good stuff? I can't believe we lucked out with someone this skilled. Dojin rolled his eyes so hard he almost saw his brain. Sure, the dealer times helped asterisk. I'll whip you up a set. Then his eyes got all pointy. And when we bounce, are you gonna suddenly get a case of amnesia about your little party tricks? Dojin got all prickly, trying to ignore how super sketchy that sounded. I mean, the weapons themselves were freaky. Their oomph, their slicey-dicey power, and just how freaking heavy they were. Way better than his usual bargain bin gear. He grumbled this whole disaster would have been a cakewalk. Shin, a master of timing, piped up. So, you're gonna need new toys, huh? Shin's comeback was razor sharp. Buddy, I should be asking times you times that. We've never even met, but you know my name. He ripped off his mask, staring him down. You know Do Yoon, my big bro, the guy who runs the Duniled Guild, the one you were a part of like a year ago. Shin looked legit confused, but Dojin just bulldozed ahead, his voice a low grumble. I don't give a crap who you are. Who just poofs high-tier weapons into existence like it's nothing. Is Shin really just some D-rank gopher? Dojin demanded. Shin, what's your deal? Aimed right at his face. Dojin's hands went on autopilot, whipping out his twin swords, thinking it was some leftover monster. Nope. Some dude just strolled out of the shadows, a total surprise party's over vibe. His voice sliced through the quiet. I want the full tea on what went down with my brother a year ago, and your role in the drama. But before he could get any more answers, some attack just ripped through the air. I already sent the rest of your team to the big logout screen. Dojin went rigid, a wave of oh crap washing over him. You might have a bright future, kid, but I seriously didn't expect anyone to parry my hello. Wild that a scrub like you is still breathing. He whispered to himself. Okay, don't freak out, just chill. The guy smirked, his eyes landing on Shin. I heard some D-rank support scrub was tagging along, but looky here, it's the reject boy, Shin. Shin's face soured, his voice like cracking glass. The heck is that supposed to mean? The man just waved him off like a fly. Bummer. I was hoping you'd at least be a fun warm-up, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna let you walk away. A cold uh-oh moment hit Dojin. This creep knows Shin too. Then the guy squared up and hoisting his ridiculously oversized sword. A nasty grin stretched across his face. Alright, let's see what you got. The hunt's way more fun when the prey squeals. Dojin braced for impact. The raw power of the incoming swing felt like it could turn him into confetti. Yeah, I can maybe block one or two of those max. He thought the math not looking good. If that thing touches me, it's lights out. Dodge, find a weak spot. That's the whole playbook. As Dojin shot forward, the guy sneered. Looks like that punk Shin was totally useless after all. You're dead wrong. Shin shot back, his voice cracking a little. The dude just laughed, but the smirk got wiped off his face when Shin and Beth both screamed. It's a 3v1 genius. A system pop-up appeared explaining the gnarly price of using juice without that special sab-polluted mana. Shin's health and mana bars were just tanking. Beth too was about to get booted from the server in 10 measly seconds. He was basically on 1 hit point. Shin did the grim math in his head, trading his own life bar for a summon that was basically a flash in the pan. Still, he clenched his jaw. It's good enough. Enough to put you down for good. The dude lunged like a total amateur, but Beth just hit the nope button with a fog skill, totally whiting out his screen. He muttered some real spicy words. Well, this is lame. Guess my biceps are useless here. His eyes pierced through the vape cloud, sizing up Dojin. Looks like a budget version of Shin, but with a serious level deficit. That shiny weapon must be carrying him hard. Enough to put you down for good. The dude lunged like a total amateur, but Beth just hit the nope button with a fog skill, totally whiting out his screen. Dojin went absolutely berserk. The guy tried to pull a slick dodge, but it wasn't nearly enough. Whoops, there goes his arm, flopping to the ground. As Beth's form started to glitch out, she murmured, "Not too shabby, a little clumsy on the finish maybe." Dojin knew zeroing out this monster's HP was a long shot, but wrecking his day. Oh yeah, that was definitely on the table. It might have even been a legit pass. "Remember what I told you," Shin said, his voice dropping low. "A year ago, he actually had a chance. Drop your toy surrender and you might get to see tomorrow," Dojin taunted. Although considering your laundry list of sins, the outcome's probably going to be the same either way. The man actually dropped his weapon. For a hot second, Dojin thought he'd surrendered until his gut instinct screamed, "It's a trap." The guy was already starting his villainous power-up sequence when Shin's voice cut in. "That's corrupted mana." Dojin bolted forward, but he was way too late. The man just smirked. "Catch you on the flip side," he whispered, and poof, he was gone. The teleportation circle already glowing on the floor was a dead giveaway. A teleportation scroll. "Good riddance," Shin grunted, the relief in his voice totally obvious. "Just a cheap get-out-of-jail-free card. If that thing had been an attack or a debuff, you'd be a puddle on the floor right now, Dojin." Dojin turned to Shin, his face like thunder. "What's the real story with Dungold? I'll spill everything." Shin promised, his gaze locked on him. "You deserve to know." That evening, Dojin and Shin just watched as the association's cleanup crew zipped up the last of the party members in body bags. "This is so messed up," Dojin muttered, his voice tight with rage. "They were straight up murdered by that son of a gun. And now we have to lie. Just claim some dungeon mobs did it. Our hands are tied," Shin replied. "Security logs show 7 party members. A few minutes after you went in, someone else used an access card, showed up late, and just strolled right inside." Dojin frowned, his brain buffering. "How is that even possible? Sounds like a glitch in the Matrix, but it happened." Shin confirmed. Whatever fake ID they used was good enough to bamboozle the system. Tricked security and everything. It might have even been a legit pass. "Remember what I told you," Shin said, his voice dropping low. "A year ago, a totally uncleared dungeon got listed for public bid, like it was certified safe. We still don't know what their grand plan is. But I'm dead certain this isn't the work of some small fry crew. If the association even heard a rumor about this, the power level gap between them was still a freaking chasm, and yet in this moment, totally in the zone, Dojin felt a surge of pure, I got this energy. A totally uncleared dungeon got listed for public bid, like it was certified safe. We still don't know what their grand plan is. We're not just fighting regular bad guys. This is why they went so low as to manipulate the guild members' families. Yours too. And some people," Shin added quietly, "might not be equipped to handle that reality." Dojin's eyes widened. He got it. If they blew the whistle to the association, those innocent families could get caught in the crossfire. Shin just gave a little nod like, "Yep, you nailed it." Dojin, whose brain was currently doing gymnastics, had just one last thing to ask. Shin's big secret ability. A dank maker. Seriously, none of it was adding up. Why was this dude hiding his OP skills? But Shin just waved it all away, saying it was like way too long of a story. "Honestly, a year ago my powers were total garbage. I could pop out a sword. Whoop-dee-doo. But it was so laughably weak. Even calling me a D rank felt like a pity compliment." He went on about some sketchy dungeon mess-up a year back, where he was basically about to become Monster Chow and times he got a magical power-up. Said it was the only reason he didn't bite the dust. He even admitted it sounded totally bogus, saying he wouldn't believe a word of it if he were in Dojin's shoes. But the second we expose the big bad and the whole ugly truth comes out, I'm shouting it from the rooftops, telling their families. He knew that didn't really make up for his whole secret agent act, though. And for that he was super sorry. He swore to Dojin he'd hunt down the scumbags who did this and he wasn't going to waste any time. What's this guy going to do when he finds them? Dojin thought before spinning around and shutting him down. Hey, don't you dare act like this is all on you. Okay, so Shin probably wasn't the bad guy, but past that, Dojin's brain was drawing a blank. He was in the exact same boat as Shin. He saw the whole messed up truth himself, and yet he had to zip his lips all for the sake of the very people who needed to hear it. But I swear on my life I will not rest until the monsters who killed my brother get what's coming to them. He was going to chase them to the ends of the earth if he had to. Until that day came, he was the only ally Shin had. From now on, it was just the two of them against the world. Cue a scene change to some creepy abandoned factory. Super cold, super huge. A dude just teleports in with a little times pop asterisk. I'm gonna murder them, he growled. It was this raw whisper, like he wasn't sure if he was talking to the air or just himself. A woman was just standing there waiting, so you only figured out you lost times after times you tucked tail and ran. She sneered, her voice practically oozing contempt. Are you really times that time's pathetic? She started walking toward him, heels clicking on the concrete floor. You should have come back in a body bag or at the very least completely shattered. Then I could have at least used you as a sacrifice. Her look could have peeled paint. Oh, stop with the kicked puppy act. He actually still has high hopes for you. With a flick of her wrist, this nasty little asterisk thing times popped into existence in front of him. It was tiny with a creepy little mouth and eyes that screamed nope. The guy just stared completely baffled. Don't even think about saying no, she ordered. Eat it. It's your new arm. Fear and a massive dose of "is she serious" battled it out on his face. Are you kidding me right now? He rasped. You want me to just eat this weird-looking thing? She totally read his hesitation. Look, I get it. It's not like we're best buds who trust each other. But being picky is a luxury for people with options. And right now, since you're missing your main weapon, I really doubt trying hard is going to get you out of this mess. He picked up the wriggling little nightmare, a low growl rumbling in his chest. If this thing messes me up, he started, but she calmly cut him off. Then that's your problem. He choked it down in one gulp. A blood-curdling scream ripped out of his throat, bouncing off the walls of the huge factory. For a solid minute, the woman just watched him squirm on the floor. A tiny, creepy smile played on her lips. You know, you two actually go together better than I thought, she teased. It'll probably take all night for the installation to complete, and keep in mind this is just the beta version. But for now, congrats on the new arm, she added. Just use it. It'll get automatic updates over time and evolve into something more your style. If you have any complaints, feel free to let me know anytime. That little thing is basically my baby, so I can do whatever I want with it. The guy just seethed, pure animal rage building inside him, simmering inside him. First on his to-do list, Dojan and Shin. But the real priority was the jerk who yoinked his hand like it was a free sample. Meanwhile, over at the airport, it was a total zoo. The paparazzi were going feral, practically climbing over each other at the arrivals gate. Next to Dojan, some girl was checking out the mess. Guess some big-shot celebrity is gracing us with their presence, she deadpanned. Gesturing at the horde of news vultures, Dojan just shook his head. Nah, not a celeb. A hunter, he told her, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Ever hear of the Kim W. Guild? One of the big three in South Korea. She nodded. Yeah, obviously. So why are they getting mobbed at an airport? Their home base is here, duh, Dojan explained, probably fresh off a 5-minute Google search. Got a fancy pants invite from the UK. Word on the street is they just wrecked some ridiculously nasty gate. Just then, a reporter's voice sliced through the noise. Woo, Hyen. I really doubt trying hard is going to get you out of this mess. He picked up the wriggling little nightmare, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Hyen, so you think South Korea's top 3 guilds can actually hang with the big boys on the world stage, or what? Hyen's handler jumped in front playing human shield. We're not doing this right now. You'll get your little press release later. Calm down. Once they finally escaped the mob, the assistant turned to Hyen, practically sparkling with admiration. I've wiped your slate clean until tomorrow. You've got that powwow with the Sangha Guild suits at 11 a.m. Then time for the serious grown-up talk. We got a confirmed sighting of the executive 2 days ago, and just like that, Hyen froze. Where the assistant laid it out, some busted A-rank error dungeon over in Bayan. Eyewitnesses and the guy running the barricade all confirmed it. Some dude showed up fashionably late, and his whole vibe matched the wanted posters for our mystery exec. The association also says 2 people made it out alive. A B-rank assassin, and, get this, a D-rank supporter. Hold up, a D-rank supporter survived. Hyen's face scrunched up, totally shocked. Was the B-rank assassin like a god or something? Her assistant just shrugged. Beats me. But here's the kicker. Both survivors are singing the same tune that their buddies just had unfortunate accidents during the raid. Yeah, right. Hyen's brain went into overdrive. So option A, the survivors are in cahoots with Mr. Executive. Option B, they got scared into shutting their mouths. Either way, he had to track them down. They were holding all the juicy details he was dying to know. Later, Hyen was chilling in his room, his face lit up by the glow of his tablet. And surprise, surprise, digging through the Hunter Association's list of master swordsmen for this mystery dude turned up a big fat 0. Okay, so the guy wasn't some famous hunter. Hyen had that much figured out. He also had this super annoying habit of changing his face all the time, like some ghost just phasing through the system. But one thing was crystal clear. This guy was definitely connected to all the weird stuff happening in the bugged-out dungeons. Hyen had a grim hunch that these glitched dungeons, these so-called anomalies, were probably being spawned by the dude's own little club of cheaters. His mind wandered to that mansion where Beth was being held. And surprise, surprise, digging through the Hunter Association's list of master swordsmen for this mystery dude turned up a big fat 0. And surprise, surprise, digging through the Hunter Association's list of master swordsmen for this mystery dude turned up a big fat 0. But here's the kicker. Both survivors are singing the same tune that their buddies just had unfortunate accidents during the raid. Yeah, right. Hyen's brain went into overdrive. Every last one. Wiping them out would be a major L for the entire planet. This was way past just faking dungeon ranks now. The fact they were sending out hitmen meant these guys weren't just playing inside the dungeons anymore. That evening, Shin got dragged to some bougie restaurant to meet Kang. She totally checked out his fit with a smirk that screamed, "You tried." "Wow, no tie. In a place like this, guess I set my expectations too high," she chirped. Shin just shrugged. The dude had never even seen the inside of a place this fancy. The real threat, Hyen realized with a dramatic gasp, wasn't just in the dungeons. It was out here in the real world. He was pretty darn sure his address and digits weren't just floating around on some hunter Craigslist. Kang popped an eyebrow. "So your address. Did little Kimmy stop by for a house call?" She leaned in, her eyes sparkling like she already knew the juicy details. The fact they were sending out hitmen meant these guys weren't just playing inside the dungeons anymore. Wasn't even on his radar. "The longer I'm around," he deadpanned, "the more I'm convinced everyone's a scam artist." She let that hang in the air for a sec, then pounced. "Or did you show up because you're interested in me, or maybe you want something?" "Relax, Shin. I'm not here to drop a bomb on you. I just asked you here, cause you know I find you interesting." A sudden buzz from his comms shattered the quiet. The person on the other end didn't even say hello, just barked. "Did they get a hold of Shin yet? You know the end of that last dungeon is a total blur." She scrunched up her face, looking genuinely annoyed. "I completely blacked out." She pointed to the empty chair. "Have a seat. First round's on me." Shin literally scoffed. "You're asking the wrong guy. Go talk to Tyen. I'm just a D-rank support, basically a glorified cheerleader. Everyone else was taking a nap. Even Tyen, Mr. I tell it like it is, couldn't handle it. So spill, how'd you take down that big baddie?" "That's it. Sure, whatever you say," Kang replied, her stare, not breaking for a second. Shin, meanwhile, was trying to figure out what her angle was. "Nah, this doesn't feel like a chit-chat over cocktails kind of conversation," Shin shot back, not budging an inch. "If you've got nothing real to say, I've got my own stuff to deal with." Kang let out a dramatic sigh. And she was basically next in line. Shin jumped in. "Look, if his predictions are on the money, there's no way I knew what was going on. All I did was use the last of my juice to whip up a sword." Kang, totally unfazed, just kept rolling with her own thought. "So they'd probably come after me first," she mused. "Then stepping into that A-rank error dungeon basically painted a giant bullseye on your back. You're the only one flying solo, no guild to back you up. But are you forgetting one tiny little detail?" She didn't even pause. "I'm not the only one. There's also a certain D-rank support, sound familiar, with zero guild ties and even less fighting skill." She gave him a hard look. "If your little theory is correct, then aren't you in way more trouble than I am? How about them apples? I could totally be your bodyguard if you want." "But Shin," "Exactly, because I don't have a big shot organization watching my back." "Makes sense," she admitted, but then her voice got an edge. "Your life is literally on the line." The second Shin was out the door, Kang whipped out her comms. "He's on the move," she whispered into it. "This is it. Go big. I don't care if we go broke." She clicked off, letting out a soft, "Now what?" Was having none of it. He announced he was done talking and spun around to bail. His parting shot was ice cold. "You should probably take me seriously." Kang's whole vibe was creepy, but she seemed to be getting a kick out of it. Some lunatic with a giant sword was playing real-life whack-a-mole with hunters. But even he had to give it up for Shin's sheer nerve. It had been, what, a few days since they last tried to murder each other. And here this kid was taking a casual midnight stroll. Was he really that dense, that stupid? The man sneered, absolutely positive he was. Yeah, try to run, try to scream. Good luck with that." Shin hadn't even clocked it, but he was already in the net. The barrier was already buzzing. Some kind of work of art, I guess. The dude who cooked this up was scarily good at his job, and whatever happened in here, Vegas rules, baby. And until somebody kicked the bucket, not even a fly could bust out. Shin, though, he just gave a little shrug. Not half bad. This little bubble only stops people from getting times in times, he figured. Just some fancy tech making a pocket dimension. A perfect little copy of the real world. He almost forgot about the nasty mana vibe until it hit him. Wait, where is everybody? Total ghost town. Did this psycho seriously off everyone who lived here? Still, Shin muttered a smirk that was all kinds of wrong in his voice. "Glad to see your little club has sometimes standards at least." The guy's face scrunched up. "What's that supposed to mean?" Shin just stared him down. He totally called this. Knew they were coming. Figured tonight was the night. The dude just scoffed. A nasty sneer plastered on his face. "You're the perfect little victim, Shin. Just a support class, totally worthless by yourself." Before Shin could even cook up a comeback, the sword was already flying. "Keep yapping. Play it cool," the guy snarled, lunging with his blade. The hit landed with a big poof of smoke, but when the dust settled, the attacker was just staring, and his jaw on the floor. There was Shin holding his own summoned sword, casually blocking the attack. This wasn't some love tap like before the dude thought a chill running down his spine. Any other chump would be toast. Shin's voice sliced through the silence, way too chill for the situation. First time in a year I've had a one-on-one without a cheering section." He locked eyes with the guy. "And about me being a useless support, you're not totally off the mark." A flash of movement. Shin shot forward, popping grid world. Try to keep up slowpoke. Miles away, Hyen's ride screeched to a halt. No, welcome to the gate sign, but a massive wave of gross mana just slapped her in the face. As a saint, a pretty big deal mid to upper tier support class, she wasn't just working with regular mana, she had the holy roller stuff. And that divine power, it's like bleach for corrupted mana stains. Even if other classes were blind to it, she could feel that junk from a mile away. Her assistant, feeling the weird vibes, piped up, should we call the bigwigs? I mean, nasty mana in the middle of suburbia is kinda a red flag. Hyen's face went dead serious. Give me 30 minutes. If I'm not back times, then times you can hit the panic button. And with that, she powered up, grabbed her weapon and hopped out. To the assistant, it looked like she was just staring at a brick wall. Then, and this totally freaked him out, she just walked right through it. Not only did she phase through the invisible wall, but her signal just winked out. Poof. Feeling the weird vibes, piped up, should we call the bigwigs? I mean, nasty mana in the middle of suburbia is kinda a red flag. Even if other classes were blind to it, she could feel that junk from a mile away. Her assistant, absolutely losing his mind. Your little parlor tricks won't work on me, he screamed. Famous last words because just then something shiny caught his eye. He made his summoned sword vanish, a classic bait and switch. The other dude barely dodged Shin's follow-up, swallowing the guy in a massive shockwave. From way back, the lady watching had a look on her face that was like, okay, I hate to admit it, but that was good. AKM-38 mana grenade, one of the army's top-shelf monster mashers, just rolled up to his feet. The boom was pretty much instant. His summoned weapons weren't all flashy and bedazzled, just stupidly strong and ridiculously sharp blades. Their real secret sauce, their special abilities, which only he could pop, basically turned them into walking meat shields. Shin had even made the freaking Empress take a knee, which is a big deal. Yeah, this guy was a major pain in the butt to fight. Like surgeon-level aim. Speed angle, juice timing, every little thing was dialed in perfectly. So slick that even a big shot like her couldn't keep up. And just when you thought it was over, boom, out came the pew-pews, popping into existence at the perfect time. His combat game was just on another level, totally unmatched. That kind of brutal efficiency screams, I've done this a lot. But hold up, it wasn't the pointy things that made her jaw drop, it was Shin's ridiculous skills. My man wasn't just yeeting them, he was using them with some scary, good. Shin's mind started to wander. See, mana bullets are like mosquito bites to C-rank monsters or tougher. But against squishy humans, oh, that's a whole different ballgame. Human durability, human bounce back, yeah, we're not exactly built for that. Especially if you get him with a surprise shot to the back when they're not looking. He cringed just thinking about it, but was like, that'll never be me. A total pro. Seriously, where has this absolute unit been hiding all this time? Anyway, after the light show, Shin just shrugged it off like a boss. Hey, just being nice, he drawled right before a whole blizzard of ghost swords flew at the guy. When all the spooky smoke finally faded, what was left was, super gross. The dude who was already sprouting a new arm like some kind of lizard used it as a meat shield. From the cheap seats, the lady watching just sighed like, really? Well, guess I gotta, she grumbled, firing up her own juice. She really didn't want to jump in, but her buddy was about to get wrecked, so she was out of options. A look of, I messed up, flashed across her face. Yeah, she probably should have shut this down ages ago. Okay, maybe I got a little carried away, the guy admitted with a creepy grin. Go give him. Heck, the lady pushed. And with a nasty crunching sound, his hand turned into some kind of freakish claw. Shin's knuckles went white on his sword hilt. The guy's right arm, the same one Shin lopped off a second ago, was back like nothing happened. Gotta be that nasty corrupted mana. That was the only way to explain the freaky instant healing. He charged in, but the dude's new monster hand moved crazy fast, slicing right through Shin's sword before smacking back. Shin barely threw up a shield in time, and the hit still shook him down to his boots. Gonna need more than shiny toys. Shin, the lady yelled, sounding totally unimpressed. And with a nasty crunching sound, his hand turned into some kind of freakish claw. Shin's knuckles went white on his sword hilt. Part of his guild deal with Tahin. It wasn't just some rock, it was basically a battery holding the final oof of the monster Irakan. For one whole minute, it would basically let him copy-paste the class skills and stats of the hero who originally took down the beast, and the hit still shook him down to his boots. Gonna need more than shiny toys. Shin, the lady yelled, sounding totally unimpressed. You need a counterplay. Her words hit him like a ton of bricks. A counter. Then he remembered the Bloodstone of Iraq, that weird party favor Min gave him. Shin let out a long sigh, the kind that says, well, this is gonna suck. He seriously never thought he'd have to use this thing on himself. Downloading his tier rank and pure talent, a giant shiny new sword just popped into his hand, and he blocked the creature's attack like it was nothing. Man, the insane raw power of a real fighter class was coursing through him. Now, this times was the main event. Shin's comeback was a straight-up explosion of power, a shockwave that made the whole ground shake. Homegirl totally bugged out, her eyes popping. That thingamajig. She'd only ever read about these temp class change hacks in fanfiction. Yeah, artifacts from that sketchy Bloodstone family. The juice and raw power blasting off Shin were obviously just a rental. But then she peeped the absolute unit of a sword in his hand. And oh boy, that thing was leaking some seriously cursed mana. This was straight up nonsense. How was Shin some random hunter rocking a hand-me-down from times that times guy A, power-up with extra spicy corruption? Her brain did a rewind to the Beth Estate raid back when Shin's mana bar was at 0, but somehow that bloodstone, even with its teeny-tiny sprinkle of corrupted mana, got slurped up by Shin's mana-stealing skill. A little system pop-up that only he could see probably sealed the deal. Mana absorption activated. Corrupted mana. Hold up for 100. Bam! The Craft Demonic Sword for Dummies program kicked in. Its spooky fingers reached deep into the Demon Dimension's DMs, swiping for a perfect match. And from the abyss, a name whispered back Fragorok. The blade just poofed into existence, looking all edgy and deadly. Shin went full-on anime protagonist mode. The demon sword ripped through the air, basically telling his opponent to get wrecked with some serious oomph. Before the dude could even figure out which way was up, Shin was back in his face, dishing out another, "You're gonna feel this tomorrow" special. The lady's stomach did a backflip. Shin's class totally changed, sure. But his weirdly god-tier sword skills, his moves were breaking the laws of physics. It was like he'd been maining a sword class for decades. No wonder she was completely baffled. The Archon's Bloodstone was a class change coupon, not an XP boost. And in his last playthrough, Shin never even equipped a melee weapon. No tutorial level, no fighter's sixth sense. This is exactly where the demon sword Fragorok decided to hard carry. Sure, it didn't have the nuke-level power of Tahin's Leviathan, which was all about that big boom, but Fragorok had one. Freaky deaky ability. Shin felt like a total meat puppet. His senses were cranked to max, his brain was online, but his body was on autopilot. Even the must-slice-and-dice vibe seemed to be coming from the sword itself, just dragging him along for the ride. The irony was thicker than a milkshake. Fragorok, a demon sword with its own agenda, just hijacked its user and became stupidly OP because of it. Sword and dude became one, a deadly duo who didn't even want to be partners. As Shin lunged, his opponent shrieked and tried to nope out of there. "Too slow, buddy." Shin was already behind him like nothing personnel kid, with the blade coming down for the final yeet. Then suddenly zap, he felt totally gassed. Did the free trial just end? The other guy, a blubbering mess, tried to get up. Shin knew one more poke would be game over. But before he could deliver the finishing blow, a freaking bolt of holy lightning zapped the dude. Shin whipped around already, knowing who kill stole him. Wooheen strolled out, her voice slicing through the awkward silence. "Got a ton of questions for you, Shin, but now's not the time for chit-chat." Her eyes scanned all his boo-boos. "Don't you dare move. Park it right there." Hein cuffed the guy, her voice all business. "We're not letting this one get away." The prisoner started freaking out, totally confused and super ticked off. What the heck is going on? What is this mess? He started dropping F-bombs when Hein just stared at him. "Hello, are you even listening? Do something. You're out of options," Hein said, her tone colder than my ex's heart. With zero fanfare, the dude was shoved into a shiny new machine built for a little off-the-top action. Shin and Hein just watched, totally gobsmacked, as the guy got instantly unsubscribed from life. Then she showed up. "Well, that wasn't a shocker," she remarked, her voice all chill. "Chill. Didn't expect it to go down like this, but I knew Shin was gonna get wrecked eventually. He was a total zero anyway. Just taking out the trash." "That's enough." Hein shot back, totally pissed. "You so much as twitch and I'm coming for you." The lady barely had time to process Hein's threat before a holy nuke went off. Hein went on the offensive. A sparkly little shield popped up, covering the woman and the gnarly corpse. Divine power, huh? The woman thought. A flicker of actual surprise flashed in her eyes. A direct hit would have insta-gibbed me. Lucky me. Meanwhile, Shin reeling from the holy moly power she just unleashed, he was wondering, wait, is there a third party in this game besides the suit and this chick? The woman decided to call it a day. She'd let Shin have this round for now, refusing to waste another mana potion on some rando who wasn't even on her team. Next time she purred, "I'll be back to give him a much times fancier funeral outfit." Then she poofed away in a teleport flash. Hein immediately turned to Shin, who was knocked out cold on the ground. Next thing he knew, Shin jolted awake on a ridiculously comfy couch, totally confused in a room he'd never seen. Did they drag my unconscious butt here? How long was I out? Then to his absolute shock, he felt like he'd just chugged a max-level health potion. A minute ago, he should have been laid up in bed for a week, with every muscle screaming bloody murder. Instead, a wave of fresh energy zapped through him. Then the buzzkill hit. His hands were tied. Right on cue, Hein walked in. "Not entirely sure how you're doing," she said, her voice super calm. "But I kinda winged it. Let me know if you feel anything weird." "Like at all." Shin managed to say, "I feel pretty much fine. Thanks to you." He was about to start gushing with gratitude for the save, but then his eyes landed on his tied-up wrists. "So, why am I tied up?" Hein's expression went ice cold. "All right, from now on, I need you to be 100% honest," she demanded. "Start with this. Why were you hanging with that crew?" She promised she'd get to his Q&A after he passed hers. A little light bulb seemed to go off over her head. He realized she already knew his name. Shin just nodded, gesturing like, "Okay, let's get this over with." "Explain what went down." The words were barely out before his brain went into overdrive. Hein, an S-class saint, a total celebrity not just among hunters but like everyone, the big boss of the Hainamu Guild. In his past do-overs, the Hainamu Guild was basically a bunch of nobodies, definitely not one of the legendary Big Three guilds. And that whole concept, honestly, was always kind of a mess in his previous lives. It was basically just a two-way slugfest between Overkill and Shinua. Soul Link was there. Yeah, but they were way behind, not even a real contender. This reality, though, was a whole different ballgame. The Hainamu Guild was now standing toe-to-toe with Overkill and Shinua, a legit titan among the big three. The way things were different from his memories was blowing his mind. How the heck did Hainamu get so OP? And Hein herself was obviously the mastermind behind the glow-up. Hein's answer was short and to the point. To put it simply, I was just heading home after taking care of business. Shin mentally filed her away as the undisputed top-tier healer support. A freaking miracle jump from C rank to S rank. I get it, he said, cutting to the chase. I wasn't rolling with them. They ambushed me on my way back. He remembered a completely different Hein. In his last life, she was just some B-rank support, never even coming close to being a guild leader. They weren't friends or anything, but their paths had crossed during some joint guild ops. Yeah, she could handle herself and had this whole nice girl vibe, but she was totally missing that killer instinct. That hardcore edge she's rocking now. This 180 on her personality and skills was seriously messing with his head, but you couldn't deny this new version was a total upgrade. Logically, Shin should have been thinking she was in cahoots with the hero hunters, but nope, she went and risked her neck to save his butt throwing down against them. Hein's eyes narrowed. Just one more thing, she pushed. You know, the executive. Shin just shook his head. Can't answer that one. Not yet, anyway. He locked eyes with her. You, on the other hand, seem to know Mr. Big Shot real well. You didn't rat him out to the association. You're giving me the third degree yourself, and it looks like you're planning on hunting him down solo. His tone got real serious. Why are you grilling the chick who literally just saved your life? She snapped back. Shin just scoffed. Hello, I'm not an idiot. I'm trussed up like a Thanksgiving turkey, totally helpless and have zero clue when you're gonna decide to end me. Yeah, I'm asking questions. I already said I wouldn't hurt you, she shot back. Shin was so not buying it. Yeah, and your word is worth squat. You haven't offed me yet and you fought the executive, but that's a pretty low bar for earning my trust, lady. Hein could see it in his eyes. He was thinking, what if this is just plan B, after those psycho killers who wasted my buddies screwed up? You fought the executive to rescue me. Or maybe this whole show was a setup from the get-go. Ditch your buddy to squeeze some info out of me. He pushed. You somehow waltzed through the executive's barrier, the one nobody's supposed to be able to cross. If you really know the guy, then me being suspicious isn't just me being paranoid. I don't need your empty promises. I need actual proof you're not one of them. She just let out this sharp little laugh at his whole conspiracy theory. Wow, you're a real charmer, she muttered. Fine. You want a life story? You got it. She started. I've got a younger sibling, Jian. Unlike me, Jian is the real deal. Super talented, crazy capable. Jian, the Fire Lotus. Shin's brain went into overdrive. Unless it was some wild coincidence, there was no way. Jian was one of the legendary top-tier players. And then it all clicked into place. Hein was Jian's sister. Hein laid it all out. Guild saw how OP her sister was and were basically begging Jian to sign with them, but Jian turned down every last one. Hein figured it was because Jian didn't want to be a burden and felt like she had to stick by her. Then, 2 years ago, Jian came crashing through the door, totally hyped. If this pans out, she basically sang to Hein, we can finally start our own guild. Her eyes were sparkling with excitement. Jian slid a piece of paper across the table. It was the winning ticket for the gate. You know, the one that turned into a total death trap for everyone inside. Shin jumped in. That winning bid had to be a fake. That gate was probably unidentified. Hein was like, how do you know that? But Shin was dead certain. It wasn't just some random unidentified gate. It was a high-risk hellhole. If it had been any normal dungeon, Jian might have actually had a shot. Hein kept going, her mind flashing back to that day she and Jian were on a mountain and times showed up. The executive, he just scoffed, asking why they were even bothering to try so hard, giving them this whole lecture about being loyal to their party members who bailed like it was their fault. Jian, totally furious, lit up her fists with fire and challenged him. You want to go? Let's see you try and pull your crap with me here. But he just sneered. Oh, you've got guts, huh? Then he just clocked him with a nasty hit. All right, let's clear out the trash and get this party started. He growled like a total edgelord. Jian tried to play the hero for her sister, but womp womp too slow. That was the last time Hein saw her breathing. So after getting yeeted off a cliff, Hein somehow didn't become a pancake. She just dusted herself off, running on pure uncut rage to find Jian. But when she finally got there, her sister was, super dead. Like permanently. Hein's whole vibe got frosty. Since that day, she went full-on training montage mode grinding to get swole. She power-leveled her goody two-shoes saint abilities like her life depended on it, joined the Hanemu Guild, and started climbing the corporate ladder. Her powers were total garbage back then, but right before she was about to cash in her chips, some crazy anime power-up just activated. Seriously, the only reason that Cliff didn't turn her into a splat mark was this brand new cheat code. Now no boo-boo, no matter how gnarly, not even a case of the almost deads could stop her. She was basically a walking respawn point. As long as she wasn't completely deleted, her healing skill could just yank her back from the void. And man, did it make her famous and filthy rich. But all that cash and clout didn't do squat for her main quest, which was hunting down the suit who offed her sister and blowing the lid off the sketchy Illuminati wannabe organization he worked for. Shin got all emo, realizing she was just like him, stuck on the sidelines while his buddies got clapped. He just kinda stood there, buffering. It was super awkward and quiet after her big trauma dump. He had no clue what to say. Hein just stared him down. "Your turn," she said. So he gave her his whole sob story explaining his intel. He thanked her again for not turning him into a kebab and was all sorry for being so sus at first. "You know my totally justified paranoia." And as Shin stuck out his hand for a shake, Hein grabbed it like she was trying to win a grip strength contest. After hearing that mess, she said, "I'd be paranoid too." Her whole face chilled out a bit. "Look, I know this is sudden, but you should join our squad." She gave him the whole sales pitch about how Haimu was about to be a big shot guild right up there with the major players. And blah blah blah, they'd be best buds working together. Then right on cue, Tahina Kool-Aid manned his way through the door, almost ripping it clean off. He locked up staring at their handshake like he'd just seen a ghost. Shin, totally caught off guard by this dude's dramatic entrance, was wondering what kind of emergency makes you demolish a door. Hein, still clinging to Shin's hand, just shrugged. No clue what his deal is, but I didn't expect Tahini to make such a scene. Dude looks like he's about to cry. Then she dropped the lore on him. They were basically training camp buddies at the Alam Center, stuck in the same rookie squad. Apparently Tahini was a huge help when she was still a total noob. See, every awakened person has to go through this lame mandatory training before they can be a hunter. It happens like 4 times a year. And all the new superpowered kids get shipped to the city center for these semester-long classes to learn how not to blow themselves up, how to manage their magic juice, and all the boring rules. After they graduated from Superhero High, they kinda went their separate ways, but they kept bumping into each other after Hein signed up with the Humu Guild. Small world, I guess. They were solid work friends for a while, right up until that one FUBAR incident where they met Mr. Big Shot Executive. Ever since, the suit has been hunting Shin like it's his job, since he's the only survivor they know about, while also trying to find any other loose ends. Like this Dujin person. Then Hein found out the Overkilled Guild was also stalking Shin, so she instantly hit up Tahin, asking what's the deal with this guy, but Tahin just flat out denied knowing anything. It was the first time he'd ever straight up lied to her face like that. The drama, Hein figured this dude must be times super times invested in Shin, which is exactly why she hit him up before anyone else. She had this nagging feeling that Tahini's own goons were tailing Shin, probably keeping a creepy little scrapbook of his every move. Yeah, you could cut the awkward tension with a knife. Tahini immediately went into full-on denial mode, swearing he wasn't playing spy games with Shin, and babbling that explaining things was way more important. Then he flipped the script, demanding to know what the heck Shin was even doing there. Hein just steamrolled right in, asking if Tahina's memory wasn't too foggy to recall that little incident she'd mentioned ages ago to him and Kim. See, way back when Tahina had basically dumped a truckload of info on them, trying super hard to get them to play nice together. She'd given them the whole scoop about some shady crew that was literally hunting hunters for who knows what reason, screaming that all 3 guilds needed to team up. But nope, Tahin and Kim were totally not buying what she was selling. I mean, she kinda got why Kim was giving her the side eye, but still. Tahin just blew her off, demanding she bring him some real proof. Shin, just chilling in the background, had a light bulb moment. Oh, so Kim and Tahini totally know what's up now. Hina kept going, acting all understanding like, "Oh, you need more info, I get it." Which is exactly times why I dragged you out here, Tahini. See that little group I mentioned? Yeah, they jumped Shin tonight and I had to step in and shut them down completely. And look, here's my star witness, Exhibit A. Tahini's head whipped around to Shin. For real. Shin was like, yup, and explained how the same clowns who jumped him before came back for round 2, and this time they brought their friends. Tahini just soaked it all in, then pointed a finger at Shin. "And why didn't you bother to tell me any of this?" Shin snapped right back. Gee, I wonder why Hein just watched the dumpster fire unfold, knowing exactly what was happening. Still, the sheer drama of it all was just, wow. It didn't even matter if Tahin believed him or not. Shin was in seriously deep trouble just for being connected to all this. Getting branded as a total nutjob. The guy was playing with fire, especially since he and Tahin weren't exactly best buds, and shut them down completely. And look, here's my star witness, Exhibit A. Tahini's head whipped around to Shin. For real. Hein knew they chatted a lot, but it was painfully obvious Tahin had completely failed to get on Shin's good side. Gee, I wonder why Hein just watched the dumpster fire unfold, knowing exactly what was happening. Still, the sheer drama of it all was just, wow. I'm totally convinced that a bunch of them led straight back to that executive's super secret spooky club, and her digging had revealed a pretty glaring, can't-miss pattern. Cases tied to 2 other particular guilds, plus a couple of other weird ones, showed absolutely zero weirdness in ranks. But hey, business is business, and she still needed an answer from Shin about her guild offer. Meanwhile, Shin's spidey senses were tingling. This was way more than a simple team-up. No freaky gate accidents, and poof, no one went missing. But Tahin just waved it off all. Size doesn't matter. Hein shot back that actually the bigger guilds were losing way more people. Whenever someone just up and vanished, the big shot guilds would just hush it up to protect their precious reputation, making them the perfect victims. Shin, ever the pragmatist, pointed out there weren't many other juicy targets left. Hein broke it down for them. The guilds that times aren't times losing people. They're usually run like a tight ship held down by an A-rank guildmaster. Even the little guys were fiercely loyal. Those members are all up in each other's business and would raise hell if someone just disappeared. He claimed guilds with actual power don't sweat the small stuff like headcount. He was all about some deep mystical destiny nonsense. He claimed guilds with actual power don't sweat the small stuff like headcount. He was all about some deep mystical destiny nonsense. Can't miss pattern. Cases tied to 2 other particular guilds plus a couple of other weird ones showed absolutely zero weirdness in ranks. She got the vibe that these groups were totally ghosting her. Even with her investigation being super public and having Humu's support, Wolf's, she had a hunch they were trying to look all disorganized on purpose, but seriously doubted they could keep that act up forever. For now, letting them think they were slick was enough to keep them off the radar. Tahin basically said, "All right, fair enough." What was the actual prize at the end of this whole thing? Tahin got weirdly intense, and Hein totally caught that little flicker of pride. The real tea was, Tahin was only this bent out of shape because Shin conveniently forgot to mention the executive guy. Tahin looked like he'd seen a ghost, but Hein, just plowing ahead, assuming Shin was already on Team Overkill, started her big sales pitch about their insane firepower and support system to get him on board. Hein then pitched a plan, use a juicy decoy to bait that shady secret club into a fight. Look, it's not like we don't have the skills, she clarified. The big shot guilds would just hush it up to protect their precious reputation, making them the perfect victims. Shin, ever the pragmatist, pointed out there weren't many other juicy targets left. Maybe she figured he had commitment issues, but Shin made it clear his relationship status was staying with Humu. Look, it's not like we don't have the skills, she clarified. But this isn't a let's just wing it kind of decision. Shin cut her right off, like, appreciate the offer, but I'm not really a joiner. He saw it as his best chance to not get totally wrecked. Hein immediately clapped back. This was never about safety. A light bulb went off in Shin's head. What if he just became the main character? At the very least, he'd soak up all the spotlight. He saw it as his best chance to not get totally wrecked. Hein immediately clapped back. This was never about safety. They might be gunning for Shin now, but some other poor schmuck would just be next in line. But instead of spiraling about that, even though they now had a few breadcrumbs to follow, but if Shin became the designated bait, they could at least call the enemy's next play. They might be gunning for Shin now, but some other poor schmuck would just be next in line. But instead of spiraling about that, worst case, he added, we get enough dirt to force the suit's hand and put this whole crew on blast for the world to see. Wolves. She had a hunch they were trying to look all disorganized on purpose, but seriously doubted they could keep that act up forever. What are you not getting? I spilled all the tea. We don't need to cooperate unless you just want to use me as a meat shield. If they try to pull a repeat of last night, we'll be ready to snatch them up. Shin took a long, dramatic sip of his coffee. Tahin. Yeah, no way. Hyen could say no now. Looks like you work for us now, Shin said flatly. Meanwhile, inside some shady, dark building, he leaned in. I don't know when they'll pop up, but I guarantee they'll be on my doorstep the second I hit them up. A woman built like a linebacker walked in with a killer poker face. She started her report to the boss on the executive's last mission. Dojon had already sorted everything with a Mr. Tun who was down to meet for a little dinner and a chat. Shin, with the phone glued to his ear, just snorted. If the food's expensive, you know he's not going to be a no-show. Dojon sighed, closing his eyes. After the fight, the executive was a security risk. Major chance he'd spill his guts. I had to. Take out the trash myself. Shin locked eyes with him, seeing the defiance, knowing Hyen thought he was still running the show. But Shin knew he had the ultimate trump card. It wasn't exactly the peak of efficiency. The boss gave a slow nod. If you're so sure, then prove it. And just like that, he gave her the green light. A moment of dead air. Though thinking about how gullible and reckless he was, I kinda wonder if we could have just played him like a fiddle. He shook his head. Nah, it's not that I don't trust you. Hunting is just too big a deal. I need it done, clean, no drama. I'm counting on you to handle it. She gave a sharp nod. You'll get my best then. The boss leaned in. So besides this high-end dude trespassing, is this Maker anything special? The executive only goes after people who pique his interest. She let out a scoff. Yeah, the association's intel is a complete joke. Use H-High-N. Take the executive's now vacant spot. She paused, her brow furrowing just a bit. By myself. He actually used that stuff to go toe-to-toe with the executive. The boss's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you telling me Shin was playing 4D chess with him? Reading his moves, dancing around him, all while being a support class, which is basically a glorified cheerleader compared to a fighter. Shin is no bargain bin maker. His whole poof, here's a weapon trick and skill with it, at least A rank easy. The boss was practically buzzing with agitation. Don't you dare leave a single detail out. Spill everything that went down from A to Z. He actually used that stuff to go toe-to-toe with the executive. The boss's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you telling me Shin was playing 4D chess with him? He was muttering into his phone. Shin, he's right out front of the building, then glanced up. Showed up a little early just to be safe. She gave a tiny nod. Yup, and he was using some funky corrupted mana, a technique I've literally never seen before. With the phone glued to his ear, just snorted. If the food's expensive, you know he's not gonna be a no-show. Dojan sighed, closing his eyes. But Hein just plowing ahead, assuming Shin was already on Team Overkill. He actually used that stuff to go toe-to-toe with the executive. The boss's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you telling me Shin was playing 4D chess with him? But Hein just plowing ahead, assuming Shin was already on Team Overkill. There's absolutely zero reason to be concerned. Dojan let out a short, relieved laugh. Man, am I glad to hear you say that, Shin. Hein was by the window sipping tea, clutching a small piece of paper. She'd grilled him just a few days ago about what his grand plan was. Talented enough to waltz into one of the top 3 guilds without anyone even blinking, and he still hadn't hit his final form. There's absolutely zero reason to be concerned. Dojan let out a short, relieved laugh. Man, am I glad to hear you say that, Shin. Dojan's power level was about to go through the roof, way higher than he could ever get on his own. Shin cracked a grim little smile. I don't know what these clowns are after, but for now he's the perfect cheese in the trap until they decide to make a move. Meanwhile, Hein was by the window sipping tea, clutching a small piece of paper. She'd grilled him just a few days ago about what his grand plan was. Shin had just bowed and said he was going to keep up the act of being a totally normal support, keeping his true overpowered self a secret. Tehena gave him the side eye, but then they both vanished. The guild's already pretty sure he's connected. My point exactly. They gotta see it to believe it, so they'll be on him like a cheap suit until they're positive he's flying solo. Then boom, surprise party. I don't know what these clowns are after, but for now he's the perfect cheese in the trap until they decide to make a move. Meanwhile, oh, it's expensive. It's not that he'd say no, but I bet the poor guy will be too freaked out to eat much. You know, nerves and all that. If they get ghosted by the guild for a few weeks, maybe even a couple months, they'll have no other choice. Is that a fact? Shin's voice was practically dripping with boredom. With my skill set, the power he's already shown is their biggest headache. If there's even a tiny slim chance he's not with the guild, they will move heaven and earth to delete him. Oh, he'll get it. These guys are basically ninjas. They'll be paranoid to the very end. Plan A, try to smoke him out. If that's a total bust, they'll just chill until things quiet down, then come at him with everything they've got. And that's when we get to flip the script. Hein crossed her arms, letting the silence get super awkward. At last, she nodded. Roger that. We'll stick to your playbook. She whipped out a little box. Take this. We've got to get our game faces on, too. Hein was posted up by the window, clutching a little photo for dear life. He's 100% hiding something, she grumbled, staring holes into the picture. But who cares as long as she can get out there, Jian? The photo was just her and her sister somewhere across town. The power he's already shown is their biggest headache. If there's even a tiny slim chance he's not with the guild, they will move heaven and earth to delete him. Where are you at? Shin tapped back a quick by the window. His brain, though, was totally stuck on Taheen. And that's when we get to flip the script. Hein crossed her arms, letting the silence get super awkward. At last, oh, he'll get it. These guys are basically ninjas. They'll be paranoid to the very end. Plan A, try to smoke him out. They gotta see it to believe it. So they'll be on him like a cheap suit until they're positive he's flying solo. Then boom, surprise party. They gotta see it to believe it. So they'll be on him like a cheap suit until they're positive he's flying solo. Then boom, surprise party. He'd helped her unlock her powers. They'd kept in touch, usually with her hitting him up first, but he always asked how she was doing too. After her big power-up, Hanya basically exploded onto the scene. He could just picture her knocking an arrow. Oh, he'll get it. These guys are basically ninjas. They'll be paranoid to the very end. Plan A, try to smoke him out. She went full-on beast mode, borderline reckless. She just chewed through dungeons, never stopped, and her skills and fame went stratospheric overnight. They gotta see it to believe it. So they'll be on him like a cheap suit until they're positive he's flying solo. Then boom, surprise party. He'd helped her unlock her powers. They'd kept in touch, usually with her hitting him up first, but he always asked how she was doing too. After her big power-up, Hanya basically exploded onto the scene. He could just picture her knocking an arrow. I actually saw an article about you, Shin said, trying not to sound too impressed. Top 10 ranged fighters. After her big power-up, Hanya basically exploded onto the scene. He could just picture her knocking an arrow, but I never thought it would turn into this huge thing. Still avoiding his eyes, she added, it's all because of you, you know. A C-rank assassin. Ah, the partner Shin's mind was already in overdrive, breaking down the whole setup. Long-range types can totally roll solo, but only if they're slick enough to find and lock down a safe sniper's nest. Hanya. He looked right past her, his voice suddenly sharp. Is he with you? Hanya nodded. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to introduce you. This is Quan Jian, a C-rank assassin. The partner Shin's mind was already in overdrive, breaking down the whole setup. Next thing you know, headlines were screaming her name, her face plastered all over the place. A real deal rising star. Being still pretty new, wasn't there yet. She needed a close quarters buddy. Not some slow-moving tank, but someone fast and nimble. Pleasure to meet you. Name's Kwanzian. Their palms met and Shin instantly recoiled internally from the swampy grip. Frankly, Dujin was the perfect guy for that gig. Shin had actually thought about introducing them, and was now deep diving into longbow training. It meant going back to square one, learning to draw the string, aim the whole shebang. But hey, lucky for her, sweaty hands. Diagnosis crippling social anxiety, he mused. A moment later, Hania broke the silence, flopping onto the couch next to Kwan. She'd actually taken Shin's advice, but keeping Dujin safe was a whole other can of worms. Shin met Kwan Jian's eyes. Nice to meet you. I'm Shin. The guy eagerly stuck out his hand. But hey, it's getting better every day. Right, Kwan was intensely studying the bottom of his mug like it held the secrets to the universe. Yeah, he mumbled. Shin watched him, a light bulb going off in his head. Zero eye contact. The dude makes Han look like a social butterfly. He cut right through the awkwardness. Alright, what's this so-called favor you guys needed to ask? Han clarified. She's calling it a favor, but let's be honest, it's more like an official, you've been drafted mission. So not really a favor at all. She's thinking about joining a guild. Shin's eyebrows shot up to his hairline. But as it turned out, Kwan was practically desperate for a long-range fighter. Our teamwork is still a bit of a train wreck, she admitted with a shrug. Hania jumped in. I haven't picked which crew I want to roll with yet, but first I've got to snag a certificate from the Endless Sky Islands. Sure, some hunters have crawled out of its dungeons before, but this one's special. The front door's always open like a creepy 24/7 convenience store. Instead, right after you cleared out the last monster, the whole dungeon would level up, spawning brand new one-way portals to God knows where in the sprawling sky maze. This little feature, a colossal pain in the neck for the Korean government and the Hunters Association, somehow became its main selling point. They ditched the impossible job of closing it and just repurposed the whole thing. A massive facility went up, wrapped in more layers of security than a paranoid billionaire, turning the chaotic dungeon into the association's ultimate gladiator arena. Honestly, for a real skill check, sending someone in solo gets you the most legit results, Hania explained. Muscle memory decided to show up for work. Her biggest headache had been tracking down a partner for two-person hunts. She then gave Shin a look so obvious it practically screamed. Guess who gets to be our support mule? Shin mulled it over. It tracks, he thought. Guilds were basically training camps for murder hobos. Just like with Dojin, he hadn't bugged her about joining. Memories of her past life were a total buzzkill. In that timeline, Hania was a lone wolf, a stone-cold, confident hunter who was practically one with her bow. Teamwork was a foreign concept to her. This Hania wanted to sign up. Had she been replaced by a pod person? Parts of her were the same, but the whole package felt off. Noticing him staring into the void, she asked Shin, "If this is a hassle, just say so." He snapped back to reality. Nah, just zoning out. A ghost of a smile appeared. Actually, I could probably get something out of this, too. Hania's face lit up like a pinball machine. With the decision locked in, Shin figured they might as well get on with it and head for the Endless Sky Islands. A short while later, they were standing before the portal getting an earful from Yuan, the official guardian of the Endless Sky Islands. "Let me go over the rules one more time," she announced. "These bracelets aren't just your entry pass, they're your get-out-of-jail-free card. Each bracelet is packed with mana and is your one and only guarantee for a safe teleport to your designated exam island. But that only works if you go through with me." The group nodded like bobbleheads. Yuan stressed, "Do not take these bracelets off. They're how I hit the emergency button to come save your hides." She placed a hand over her heart. "I may be off the active roster, but I'm a top-tier A-rank support, okay? I've got bubbles and a get-out-of-jail-free card. If you clowns mess up on these islands, I'm your only hope. But you gotta work with me here. Use your words. If you start getting wrecked or feel like you're gonna cry uncle, scream my name pronto." Shin peeked over his shoulder, and there was Kwan white-knuckling a sword and looking like he was about to wet his pants. Shin had seen enough of Jia's work to know this Kwan kid was fresh off the noob farm, and that sword looked like something out of a bad anime. Its whole vibe screamed, "I poke squishy bits." Jun just gave a get-over-it nod and said, "All right, let's roll." So they shuffled after him into the sparkly magic door. Poof, next thing they know, they're in the middle of nowhere, District 12 of the Floating Rock Collection. The second they stepped out, Jun's voice sliced in. "All right, listen up. The first party crashers arrive in 5 minutes. Every wave's got more baddies and the difficulty ramps up like crazy. To win this little game, you gotta delete every single monster every single time. Your kill feed is live, by the way." "So what's the max number of waves?" Hania asked. Jun just kinda waved his hand. 100, or at least that's what I recall from back when this was just a baby dungeon. The old-timers really went hard. In the real deal, the high score is 73 waves. Both that Overkill Guild Tryhard Tahin and the Heian Guild's top dog Wu Hyun are tied for first place. Shin's brain started crunching the numbers. Even with Tahin being nerfed, he only hit wave 73. are tied for first place. Shin's brain started crunching the numbers. Even with Taheen being nerfed, he only hit wave 73. The second I smell failure or one of you rage quits, I'll jump in. Meanwhile, a bunch of monsters were already creeping up on them. They're how I hit the emergency button to come save your hides. She placed a hand over her heart. I may be off the active roster. Gremlin Shin sneered, giving them the side eye. For a guy like Quan, this is less than a tutorial level. Then he whipped around. Whoa, where's all this murder hobo energy coming from? It's practically beastly. He watched Quan's sword light up like a glow stick on steroids. Fast forward to wave 4. 3 orcs stumbled in, already looking like pincushions with swords sticking out of them. They were giving off a seriously weird vibe. Shin knew that feeling instantly. Pure, unadulterated bloodlust. He'd run into it before, way back when players first started getting their powers. See, there were the regular dungeon crawlers and monster bashers, and then there was this shady guild that got its kicks from hunting other players. Empty fantasy. Shin remembered the freaky deaky aura their members had. A whole ghost squad of player killers. Do I just chill out and let him do his thing? Or do I have to play rear gunner and take out anything that sneaks up on him? What's the play here? Something he'd been dying to know forever. Why? What's the point of all this? The guy just gawked at him, horrified. Wait, you didn't get the quest. Shin's face scrunched up. The what now? The dude cracked a grin. A secret mission. To hunt other players. Shin snatched a handful of his shirt, yelling. And what kind of loot do you even get for ganking other players? The guy just cackled. Then in his eyes, a little message popped up. Hidden task failed. Well, this is it for me, he choked out. A system alert confirmed it a split second before the guy exploded and painted Shin red. He remembered thinking, seriously, I needed the full scoop right then and there. That kid's a real piece of work, huh? Total weirdo fighting style. Hanja's voice cut through all the noise. You can say that again, Shin confirmed. The 5th wave was starting. Hania crossed her arms. It's a class thing. She shut her eyes. He gets cranky when I butt in. Shin frowned. Wait, isn't he supposed to be an assassin? Meanwhile, Seon was just shredding monsters at light speed. Dropping him in just a few seconds. Shin was just watching and it finally clicked. Dude's got the zoomies. A real stab-happy style. Totally not what you'd expect from a berserker. Then bam, some monster cheap shots him from behind, laying him out flat. Shin squinted. So the guy just face tanks anything he can't see, huh? All gas, no brakes. Hanja was just standing there, bow ready. He's more of a one-on-one kind of guy, Shin said, or for shooting down party crashers in the sky. Hanja let out a little laugh. You don't say? Shin kept staring at Sean, who was totally drenched in monster guts. He fights him like he's in a street brawl with people, Shin realized. Hanja leaned in, trying to sound all apologetic. Shin squinted. So the guy just face tanks anything he can't see, huh? All gas, no brakes. Hanja was just standing there, bow ready. He's more of a one-on-one kind of guy. His whole fighting style, from what I've seen, has one giant glowing weak spot. His blind spots. Her eyes locked with Shin's. So, a real stab-happy style. Totally not what you'd expect from a berserker. Then bam, some monster cheap shots him from behind, laying him out flat. That kid's a real piece of work, huh? Total weirdo fighting style. Hanja's voice cut through all the noise. Shin just nodded again. Hanja was practically bouncing on her feet, a massive grin plastered on her face as she pointed forward. All right, gang, time to get paid. The 6th wave crashed down on them. 20 direwolves popped into existence, and Sean was already a freaking hurricane of pointy metal. In his sword, a silver blur as he turned the pack into puppy chow. Not even a second later, the 7th wave hit. Shin knew that feeling instantly. Pure, unadulterated bloodlust. He'd run into it before, way back when players first started getting their powers. All right, gang, time to get paid. The 6th wave crashed down on them. 20 direwolves popped into existence, and Sean was already a freaking hurricane of pointy metal. All right, gang, time to get paid. The 6th wave crashed down on them. 20 direwolves popped into existence, and Sean was already a freaking hurricane of pointy metal. His eyes glued to the guy. Hanja wiped her chin, a super satisfied grin creeping onto her face. 10th wave already, she mumbled. Not bad. Not half bad. Shin glanced down at his hand. Man, my stamina is draining way faster than I planned for, and I'm almost out of mana. He shot a quick look at the others. Hanja looked fine, but Quan was definitely starting to drag. Probably because he tried to be a one-man army at the start. This team is a joke, he thought, a bunch of rookies. In his sword, a silver blur as he turned the pack into puppy chow. Not even a second later, the 7th wave hit. In his sword, a silver blur as he turned the pack into puppy chow. Not even a second later, the 7th wave hit. Wait, only 2 trolls for the big 10th wave. Something about this stinks. Shin's eyes darted to Hanja, who already had her bow drawn tight. Can Mr. Hotshot even deal with these? He wondered. Right on cue, one of the giant trolls swung its massive fists, smashing them right into the dirt. Sean whipped around, eyes bugging out in pure terror, completely locked on the monster. Then he just turned tail and ran for it. Yep, called it. He's got 0 defense, so his only move is to run, Shin thought grimly. Hanja's shout suddenly cut through his internal monologue. Sean's in deep trouble. We need to grab one's attention right now. She charged forward. turning into a total meat grinder of steel and magic. Sean's sword was just a blur of death, knocking down baddies before you could even blink. Shin stopped for a sec, probably because he tried to be a one-man army at the start. This team is a joke, he thought, a bunch of rookies. Turning into a total meat grinder of steel and magic. Sean's sword was just a blur of death, knocking down baddies before you could even blink. Shin stopped for a sec, probably because he tried to be a one-man army at the start. This team is a joke, he thought, a bunch of rookies. Idiot. I totally should have planned for this, he cursed himself. He gritted his teeth. I'll buy us some time. Trolls can regrow their limbs. Probably because he tried to be a one-man army at the start. This team is a joke, he thought, a bunch of rookies. Shin whipped around to Hanya, his voice all gravelly. Go for the head, Sean screeched. On it she yelped, but the sound was drowned out by her own scream. Idiot. I totally should have planned for this, he cursed himself. He gritted his teeth. I'll buy us some time. Trolls can regrow their limbs. Your next shot, go for the head. Firing up his creation skill, Shin's mind was racing. Gotta be smart with my mana, I need. And you could practically feel the static in the air. Suddenly, June blasted out of a glittery portal, slamming her hand on the ground. A shimmering wall just erupted, totally cutting them off from the monster mosh pit. You've been blocked, she yelled, spinning around dramatically. We're bailing to the lobby. Everybody out now. June's gaze swept over the monster horde. Guardians, she grumbled, sounding super annoyed. These clowns shouldn't even be in this wave. The portals are totally glitching. The sparkly barrier started to flicker, already cracking as a bunch of orcs used it for a punching bag. Jun screamed, oh great, another portal just opened outside. Monsters are spilling out. This whole place is officially a dungeon with a rank error. Shin's brain went into overdrive. Endless sky islands. A bugged-out dungeon, but I'm not sensing any of that nasty mana. Hania gasped. Wait a sec, one of my teammates is still out there. June turned, looking dead serious. I'll grab him. You guys get lost. She popped her rescue skill, and in a blink, monsters are spilling out. This whole place is officially a dungeon with a rank error. Shin's brain went into overdrive. Endless sky islands. New portals were already ripping open all over. They're on it, Jun said, already turning to dive back into her own portal. Sean's in deep trouble. We need to grab one's attention right now. She charged forward, totally cutting them off from the monster mosh pit. You've been blocked, she yelled, spinning around dramatically, sounding super annoyed. These clowns shouldn't even be in this wave. The portals are totally glitching. The sparkly barrier started to flicker. A bugged-out dungeon, but I'm not sensing any of that nasty mana. Hania gasped. Wait a sec, one of my teammates is still out there. Right before she poofed, she did one last twirl, shouting, and please get everyone out of the building. Shin was like, yeah, we should probably dip. A familiar face. I bet you're just thrilled, Mr. Executive. You've got a score to settle with him after all. Kurum shut them down. The priestess clicked her tongue, a dismissive whatever barely escaping her lips, and right on cue, desperately trying to get things under control. Then from the shadows behind the priest, the very guy who offed her partner decided to make his grand entrance. The trolls are gone already. What happened so fast? She rushed to his side, putting a hand on his back. Sion, you okay? Sion started to talk. John came bursting out of the portal, her voice cutting the tension like a knife. Quan, is he here? She demanded, scanning the room. The moment was totally wrecked when Min came barreling into the office. Guild leader, the association just called, he announced. The association? Taheen's brow furrowed. And what could they possibly want now? Min replied. Well, apparently, this entire disaster is because a new gate decided to pop up way ahead of schedule somewhere on the islands of the endless sky. His eyes automatically dropped to his phone. A familiar face. I bet you're just thrilled, Mr. Executive. You've got a score to settle with him after all. Kurum shut them down. Are Mongan and Geo with him? Taheen pressed his voice, dripping with concern. Min just shook his head. Nope, they took off. The trolls are gone already. What happened so fast? She rushed to his side, putting a hand on his back. Sion, you okay? Sion started to talk, but his words got cut off by a giant, angry red system window that blazed to life right in his face. Hidden quest. But if he went himself, he'd totally crash Shin's whole party. He looked up, rebooting his brain. Get me guild leader Kim from Shinhwa. Are Mongan and Geo with him? Taheen pressed his voice, dripping with concern. Min just shook his head. Nope, they took off. Then tell her to get her cheerleading squad moving. Shinhwa is up to bat first. Min looked at him like he'd grown a second head. Wait, why shouldn't we just ping Hyun? Taheen's reply was short and sweet. Hyun's a no-go. Sometime later, a car was absolutely booking it through the night. A familiar face. I bet you're just thrilled, Mr. Executive. You've got a score to settle with him after all. Kurum shut them down. Are Mongan and Geo with him? Taheen pressed his voice, dripping with concern. Min just shook his head. Nope, they took off. Taheen's reply was short and sweet. Hyun's a no-go. Sometime later, a car was absolutely booking it through the night. Are Mongan and Geo with him? Taheen pressed his voice, dripping with concern. Min just shook his head. Nope, they took off. Taheen's reply was short and sweet. Hyun's a no-go. Sometime later, a car was absolutely booking it through the night. We hit up the 3 biggest guilds. Looks like we got ghosted. Leah Shin frowned, looking super confused. A few moments later, a bunch of army guys rolled up and blocked them. Leah Shin, some officer with a permanent scowl announced. But if he went himself, he'd totally crash Shin's whole party. He looked up, rebooting his brain. Get me guild leader Kim from Shinhwa. She's the den mother for the Shinhwa service squad. Leah Shin actually chuckled. Ha, I've got a daughter her age. Da was already scanning the area. A few moments later, a bunch of army guys rolled up and blocked them. Leah Shin, some officer with a permanent scowl announced. We hit up the 3 biggest guilds. Looks like we got ghosted. Leah Shin frowned, looking super confused. We hit up the 3 biggest guilds. Looks like we got ghosted. Leah Shin frowned, looking super confused. People started whispering. That's messed up. The association is giving us the silent treatment. Someone definitely pulled some strings with their ID. Leah Shin rubbed his temples like he was getting a migraine, and the whole vibe went grim. He sized up Da, then laid down the law. Taheen's reply was short and sweet. Hyun's a no-go. Sometime later, a car was absolutely booking it through the night. Da jumped in. Look, you don't need to memorize the entire Hunter yearbook. Sol chimed in. Yes, sir. Then Da turned to her and ordered. Da's brow was one giant wrinkle of confusion. The leader. Leah Shin just jabbed a thumb at his own chest like, hello, right here. A totally baffled look on his face. Excuse me, they called in backup for a simple wellness check. Da explained. He spun around to the waiting soldiers, his voice cutting through the air. We clear. Yes, sir. The fighters roared back like a hive mind. Da ran a hand through his hair, totally fed up. Something is seriously jacked up here. The heck? Da pushed back, his eyes narrowing. Leah Shin just smirked. If things go completely sideways, that's when the real players will decide to log in. We hit up the 3 biggest guilds. Looks like we got ghosted. Leah Shin frowned, looking super confused. Da confirmed, meeting her eyes. You notice how they're holding those pea shooters? He shoved her stun gun back into her hand. Normally, guns without any mana infusion won't even tickle a monster outside the gate. The Skeleton Guild. Taheen's reply was short and sweet. Hyun's a no-go. Sometime later, a car was absolutely booking it through the night. A totally baffled look on his face. Excuse me, they called in backup for a simple wellness check. Da explained. Da jumped in. Look, you don't need to memorize the entire Hunter yearbook. Sol chimed in. Yes, sir. Then Da turned to her and ordered, make sure not a single thing walks out of here. He then dished the dirt. The guild leader got a mandatory vacation for some, unsanctioned hunter activities. He'll wind up looking just like Mr. Bladehands if he keeps running that filthy mouth of his. And Kurum, he spun around to the waiting soldiers, his voice cutting through the air. We clear. Yes, sir. A totally baffled look on his face. Excuse me, they called in backup for a simple wellness check. Da explained. A totally baffled look on his face. Excuse me, they called in backup for a simple wellness check. Da explained. I'm not her attack dog. I don't get my kicks from this stuff. The priestess's jaw tightened up so hard you could hear it. The priestess stomped toward him, grabbing his robe. If he likes breathing, he'll do exactly what she says right now. He'll wind up looking just like Mr. Bladehands if he keeps running that filthy mouth of his. And Kurum, the heck? Da pushed back, his eyes narrowing. Leah Shin just smirked. If things go completely sideways, that's when the real players will decide to log in. Even after his military stint and getting his official hunter badge, the dude kept getting caught clearing dungeons off the books like a bunch of times. He was just calmly slicing up a steak and scoffed. How much did he blab to her? Does she really think it's easy to just silently delete everyone in a crowded place? Raising his hands in a fake surrender, shot back with a trolling grin. Oh, he gets it. The priestess. Kurum held up a single defiant finger. One condition. A wave of panic washed over the staff. She's the den mother for the Shinhwa service squad. Leah Shin actually chuckled. Ha, I've got a daughter her age. Da was already scanning the area. Turning away like she smelled something bad, snapped. If he gets it, then have him go bait those idiots already. But he straight up refused to be her hitman. It just turned back completely dismissive. They're clueless about what's in there. They'll just see her. We're hitting other spots for now. Sounds like a plan. Da agreed, already pulling out his phone. Shin whipped his head around, eyeing him. What's the phone for? Sounds like a plan. Da agreed, already pulling out his phone. Shin whipped his head around, eyeing him. What's the phone for? Kurum held up a single defiant finger. One condition. A wave of panic washed over the staff. Just for the record, Da said. Gotta get some snaps of what's in there. Leah let out a short, pathetic little chuckle. Are they at the security department yet? Out of nowhere, a massive red wave of pure murderous intent shot right at him. Alright, fine. Let's start the search. Her voice turned to ice. So how many people need rescuing? Da rattled off the numbers without even blinking. 1 guard, 5 guys from security, and some S-rank big shot who's here to get a piece of paper. Leah spun on his heel, his voice cracking like a whip. She announced. Junio shut the car door, looking totally baffled. You weren't even driving. Heron jabbed a thumb at her own chest. 1 guard, 5 guys from security, and some S-rank big shot who's here to get a piece of paper. Leah spun on his heel, his voice cracking like a whip. Just for the record, Da said. Gotta get some snaps of what's in there. Leah let out a short, pathetic little chuckle. Junio switched his laser glare to Shin, all challenging. So what's this guy's problem? Right then, Hunjia decided to join the party. Are they at the security department yet? Out of nowhere, a massive red wave of pure murderous intent shot right at him. Junian just smirked, looking like the cat that ate the canary. Oh, for real, Heron, and what about you, Big Shot? Junian crossed his arms, getting all huffy. But the Shinwa Guild is supposed to be in charge here. Suddenly, a hand slapped him on the shoulder. Junian just smirked, looking like the cat that ate the canary. Oh, for real, Heron, and what about you, Big Shot? One guard, 5 guys from security, and some S-rank Big Shot who's here to get a piece of paper. Leah spun on his heel, his voice cracking like a whip, and turned the suit into a popsicle. Dude's missing his head, Danja pointed out, sounding kinda shocked. And right on cue, Junian just smirked, looking like the cat that ate the canary. Oh, for real, Heron, and what about you, Big Shot? The garden hunter. Last anyone saw, she was heading into the inner gate room. He pulled out his radio, speaking into it. One guard, 5 guys from security, and some S-rank Big Shot who's here to get a piece of paper. Leah spun on his heel, his voice cracking like a whip, she announced. Junian shut the car door, looking totally baffled. You weren't even driving. Heron jabbed a thumb at her own chest. Wait, didn't you guys already say hi in the dungeon? Heron gave Shin the side-eye. He was just the B team for the Overkill Guild after all. The priestess chimed in, her voice dripping with, I'm so not impressed. Well, so much for trusting the management to do anything right. One guard, 5 guys from security, and some S-rank Big Shot who's here to get a piece of paper. Leah spun on his heel, his voice cracking like a whip. Before Shin could even start his BS explanation, Shantae bellowed, what the heck are they doing? His eyes were glued to the giant freaks and he was not amused. And was like, so is he gonna say his name or just stand there looking smug? Shin just waved it off. She cleared the 47th wave. 47, that's basically the tutorial, Junian scoffed. Heron's brow furrowed and she did not look happy, with its hand glowing like a freaky nightlight. A giant red flash went times boom times right in their faces, swallowing Shantae. You idiot, he coughed. The squad yelled, trying to keep Shantae from doing something reckless. He scowled, looking around the mess. There they all whipped around. He swung his axe and bam, a flashbang of light went off as the little game menu popped up. Skill elemental buff. Totally lost. Where'd he go? One guy yelled, seeing a blur. Over there, another screamed, pointing. But nope. Shantae pointed right past their heads. Behind you, you morons. The fighters spun around just in time to see another monster getting all up in their personal space. The priestess chimed in, her voice dripping with, I'm so not impressed. Well, so much for trusting the management to do anything right. Can't even take out these small fries. She casually grabbed a nearby goon by the throat, apparently deciding to juice up on his life force. A second later, Shantae freaked. Boss, he's gonna use his own guys as shields. Let him get back on their feet. And was like, so is he gonna say his name or just stand there looking smug? Shin just waved it off. This ain't some random monster mash, this is a hit. Let them go. Somebody call for backup before they all get wiped. Coom piped up, so what did he forget to take the trash out, and now he's having a full-blown meltdown, dying to get back. Shantae let out a squeak like a stepped-on chew toy. Are you kidding me? And just like that, poof, the priestess ghosted them. Her voice, like a spooky ghost in a B-movie, bounced around the totally dumbfounded fighters. Gates closed, suckers. That's why they bounce so fast. Light 'em up. And just like that, the fighters raised their toys, unleashing a storm of pew-pew. The big ugly thing screamed its head off. A second later, Shantae freaked. Boss, he's gonna use his own guys as shields. Let him get back on their feet. He thought to himself, balling up his fist. Heck, even Shin knew he was pulling that excuse out of thin air. All sorts of weird stuff was going down on the islands of the endless sky, yet his quest log was empty, not even a peep about some funky mana. Ice style. Shantae smashed his axe into the dirt, hitting the ice prison button. A huge wave of ice just exploded out of nowhere. This super bad feeling was eating at him, a gut instinct that things were about to get real ugly. Hanja cut in, bringing everyone back to reality. Hey, their buddy, who went in with them, still Mia. Yeah, no kidding, Shin thought to himself. Color me surprised. He laid it out. They don't need a permission slip, just let them look where their squad was last seen. He popped open his system menu, doing a quick scan with a hand over his heart. He shut his eyes again, but still, making him whip around like he'd seen a ghost. Heron was grinning ear to ear. Hey, let's all go. They were buddies, right? Went through hell together. That whole band of brothers thing, Junian muttered, rolling his eyes. Heron, you know he's just gonna yell at you again, she teased with a smirk, lacing her hands behind her head. Who cares? What's he gonna do? It's not like he's gonna actually off me. Junian just stared back at her. With that guy, I wouldn't bet on it. Shin was just thinking. Seriously, who even is this dude, Kim? Junian just scratched his head. Fine, whatever. If you're gonna be like that, let him go. The guys erupted in cheers, totally stoked. Junian couldn't help but crack a smile. Yo, last time with all that guild leader nonsense, we didn't get to do this right. I'm Junian Shinwa Guild. Haran gave a little wave. Mio Haran, nice to meet ya. Shin just nodded. Shin Junio. I roll solo. Hania smiled. And I'm Hania freelance. All of a sudden, some guy comes tearing toward them, totally out of breath. Shinwa Guild, he gasped. Big trouble. The gates. To the islands of the endless sky. They're closing up. Shin's eyes went wide. Karam aimed his power at June, who immediately shrieked. Yep, I got it. Karam just stared, looking totally confused. Junian just stared back at her. With that guy, I wouldn't bet on it. Shin was just thinking. Seriously, who even is this dude? Kim. Junian just scratched his head. Shantae let out a battle cry, his axe already in motion. You have no clue who you're messing with, lady, but you just picked the wrong fight. Never count us out. As some glowy monster thing charged him, he brought his axe down hard. Then bam, a gun appears in his other hand and he just unloads on it. The air filled with pops and cracks as the beast staggered back, backing off and trying to retreat. But they barely had a second to catch their breath before the monster dive-bombed them from the sky. Shantae spun around, grabbing a flask and slapping an elemental enchant on it. Fire, everybody! Shut your eyes now, he roared, and lit it up. As the creature swooped down, he chucked the glowing flask right in its face. Who wants to be the janitor for their brand new home? And with that, a massive wave of power just exploded right at them. Even some random monster can't totally wreck the gate unless the power grid goes down first. But wait, if that's true, doesn't that mean the gate, even a tiny sliver of it, could open back up? That sorcerer, even knocked out the dude, was right all along. The portal was pulsing, shrinking, and growing like crazy. Then just for a split second, it flashed back to its full size. It was the one chance they needed, and they took it. The whole group dove through the portal, popping out on the other side, right in front of the priestess. They shot each other a what the heck look, but her dramatic shriek totally stole the show. Shin just blasted her with a wave of energy, sending her flying. His hand shot out on autopilot, one crazy thought burning in his brain. My body just did its own thing. If I'd blinked, they would have been toast. So if this is the new normal, who wants to be the janitor for their brand new home? And with that, a massive wave of power just exploded right at them. Her voice just dripping with sass. Oh, so scary. What are you gonna do if I don't spill the beans, tough guy? Unalive me. But that thing's gonna remember, I exist, and come after me. Sion's eyes went wide. What about my plan? And bam, a portal tore open right in front of his face, right in front of the priestess. They shot each other a what the heck look, but her dramatic shriek totally stole the show. He kept going all business. Rule number 2, you do what I say. Meanwhile, his brain was freaking out. Aw, crap. She never said I'd have to blow my cover. Doesn't that mean the gate, even a tiny sliver of it, could open back up? That sorcerer, even knocked out the dude, was right all along. Take out the Guardian, a penalty for failing. What in the world is this garbage? His brain was doing cartwheels. June just stared at him. I gotta figure out what my new power level is. He spun around about to grill the priestess for some answers, but she just smirked at him. I erased their memories. Meanwhile, Karam was on a balcony playing dictator. Rule number 1, all you spear dudes I can see. The hermit slaps a totally unfair rule on one or more targets they can see. Yo, last time with all that guild leader nonsense, we didn't get to do this right. I'm Junian Shinwa Guild. I gotta figure out what my new power level is. He spun around about to grill the priestess for some answers, but she just smirked at him. Are those jerks finally gone? He'd heard them mumbling about a gate, but they were too far away to make out the details. Something clicked in Danju's head. He whipped around as the awful truth hit him like a truck. The system, the one running the islands of the endless sky. Karam aimed his power at June, who immediately shrieked. Yep, I got it. Karam just stared, looking totally confused. Are those jerks finally gone? He'd heard them mumbling about a gate, but they were too far away to make out the details. And his stomach just dropped. Right on cue, the priestess sauntered out in front of the fighters. Alrighty then, she sneered, giving a lazy wave of her hand. Are those jerks finally gone? He'd heard them mumbling about a gate, but they were too far away to make out the details. And he whipped around his heart, trying to escape his chest. What is that thing? The system window flashed. Hidden task activated. The priestess looked down, her eyes scanning the crowd. Rule number 3, you're all gonna forget any of this ever happened. The priestess looked down, her eyes scanning the crowd. Rule number 3, you're all gonna forget any of this ever happened. Is this that gate the Guardians were yapping about? Right on cue, a system window blinked into view next to him. The Guardian. Can she see this thing too? June just gave him a majorly confused look. Pardon me, what on earth are you rambling about? Before Sion could even try to make sense of it, a freezing jolt ran through him. What the? The system window changed. Updating in a flash. Hidden task, empty fantasy. Main objective, take out Eugene. Reward unknown. Penalty for failure multiplied by 1. Take out the Guardian, a penalty for failing. What in the world is this garbage? His brain was doing cartwheels. June just stared at him. A second message appeared under it, saying it would auto-accept in 5 seconds. Sion's eyes were glued to the screen. Updating in a flash. Hidden task, empty fantasy. Main objective, take out Eugene. Reward unknown. Penalty for failure multiplied by 1. We tried to warn you like a bazillion times, she cooed. Why didn't you just pack your bags and scoot? But nope, June had to step forward like she was the main character. Let him wait. Who's him? And before she could finish her brilliant comeback, kaboom, a massive explosion went off right in her face. Her eyes landed on Sion, and this one, oh my, he can already see the bad juju, this early. The kid's still in the tutorial phase. The priestess just tilted her head, looking totally entertained. Wow, impressive. Projectile vomiting a shield that fast is a new one. She can't even smell the funky manna yet, but hey, she's got potential, the priestess mused. Meanwhile, June dropped to one knee, looking like she was about to hurl for real. She was huffing and puffing. Okay, that was way too close. Another second and I'd be a greasy spot on the pavement. Who even is this lady? The priestess just sighed dramatically. A rock forming in his stomach. A task. This wasn't in the patch notes. An auto-accept. What the heck is going on? Am I losing my mind? Just a bad dream. Then Sion just blinked like a confused owl. Huh, Quan Sion, hello Earth to Sion. We gotta bounce like yesterday. June's voice sliced through his daze. And he whipped around his heart trying to escape his chest. What is that thing? The system window flashed. Hidden task activated. We tried to warn you like a bazillion times, she cooed. Why didn't you just pack your bags and scoot? But nope, June had to step forward like she was the main character. And he whipped around his heart trying to escape his chest. What is that thing? The system window flashed. Hidden task activated. He started throwing a tornado of panicked punches powered by pure uncut terror, wildly flailing at the attacker like a broken sprinkler. His eyes were the size of dinner plates. June grabbed him. Quan, listen up, I have no clue what that crazy lady just zapped us with. He started throwing a tornado of panicked punches powered by pure uncut terror, wildly flailing at the attacker like a broken sprinkler. His eyes were the size of dinner plates. June grabbed him. Quan, listen up, I have no clue what that crazy lady just zapped us with. Sion's voice squeaked. The heck, and just like an unwanted pop-up ad, a system window flashed into existence right in his face. June gasped, spitting up some red stuff. Well, that's just rude. The executive had made his move. Guardian Sion shrieked, going full-on berserker mode. But then a weird glow surrounded him. Turns out June, while actively leaking life juice, had enough in the tank to press the do something cool button on the floor again. Sion's voice squeaked. The heck, and just like an unwanted pop-up ad, a system window flashed into existence right in his face. Her eyes landed on Sion, and this one, oh my. He can already see the bad juju, this early. The kid's still in the tutorial phase. Hanjia shrieked and jumped back like she'd seen a spider. Move it, Heron's voice sliced through the mess. Everybody huddle up on the sidelines stat. Immediately, there's some psycho running around without a hunter license and they're not playing nice. Sion's voice cracked. But, what about you, June? Just clutched her new unwanted body piercing. June scowled. Okay, she's got powers, but I've never met a weirdo quite like this. What's her evil master plan anyway? June scowled. Okay, she's got powers, but I've never met a weirdo quite like this. What's her evil master plan anyway? The priestess strolled closer. I'm just looking for a new headquarters, and you know the islands of the endless sky have such a lovely view. Skill atonement, it read. Which is basically a fancy oh crap button that goes off when you're about to become a ghost. Right on cue, Hania zipped over to help Danju. June's gaze flickered and she mumbled something under her breath. It wraps your buddy in a safety bubble and yeets them to whatever happy place you're thinking of. June's eyes locked onto Sion's with maximum drama. Hanjia shrieked and jumped back like she'd seen a spider. Move it, Heron's voice sliced through the mess. Everybody huddle up on the sidelines stat. She waved a hand like she was shooing a fly. That other girl was just bad luck. June smirked, getting that "you've activated my trap" card look in her eye. Does this lady really think? He put on his most serious face. Okay, I'll come back for you. And with that, June watched the sparkly escape hatch swallow him whole. Shin scrunched up her face, totally unimpressed. He's not even using any cool moves, she grumbled, just flailing that pointy stick around like a toddler with a sugar rush. But of course, they all had the attention span of a goldfish. In the middle of all that nonsense, the priestess pulled another disappearing act. Just as they finally managed to muscle their way through the gate, the thing suddenly started shrinking like a cheap sweater in a hot wash. Shin's eyes practically bugged out watching the portal go mini. Oh, this is super not good, she announced. Her jaw clenched. Priority 1, we gotta shut down Captain Crazy Spear. A blood-curdling scream ripped out from the road. Shin spun around just in time to see Shantae launch herself like a rocket, flipping the switch on her elemental enchantment glacier thing. Junian, completely clueless and probably wondering what day it was, just wobbled there as Shantae's axe made a new home in his personal space. His spear started shaking like a scared chihuahua, totally overwhelmed by the smackdown. She waved a hand like she was shooing a fly. That other girl was just bad luck. June smirked, getting that "you've activated my trap" card look in her eye. Does this lady really think? June scowled. Okay, she's got powers, but I've never met a weirdo quite like this. What's her evil master plan anyway? Shantae scanned the area, her eyes landing on a big ol' rock. Look, let's help the guy take out the trash first. My luck's been holding out so far. The priestess sighed like a bored teenager. Yeah, can we skip the chit-chat? It's a shame about her skills, but Shantae scanned the area, her eyes landing on a big ol' rock. Look, let's help the guy take out the trash first. Hanjia shrieked and jumped back like she'd seen a spider. Move it, Heron's voice sliced through the mess. Everybody huddle up on the sidelines stat. June scowled. Okay, she's got powers, but I've never met a weirdo quite like this. What's her evil master plan anyway? Now shut it. She balled up her fists, shaking a little. The worst backup ever. Why did he even bother coming back? June scowled. Okay, she's got powers, but I've never met a weirdo quite like this. What's her evil master plan anyway? Trying to connect the dots. Wait times the times monster. Meanwhile, Karuma was strutting over to the priestess, his voice practically oozing with, I told you so. My luck's been holding out so far. The priestess sighed like a bored teenager. Yeah, can we skip the chit-chat? It's a shame about her skills, but it's not just how many there are. He stared the awful truth hitting him. They're all leaking corrupted mana like a toxic waste dump. I had a theory about this, but every single dungeon that's been bugging out, it was these clowns all along. Karuma grabbed his head. Now shut it. She balled up her fists, shaking a little. The worst backup ever. Why did he even bother coming back? The priestess grabbed her stomach, a greedy glint in her eyes. With this chaos, she could farm up all the test materials she could ever want. If they just locked down the islands of the endless sky, it would be a total cakewalk. Karuma's eyes darted over to her. 100 gremlins, 80 kobolds, and 60 goblins. Where in the seven hells did these things crawl out from? Danju mumbled, completely lost. Sile. They're totally screwed. You don't have to state the obvious, you know. That one is annoying enough already. The priestess shut her eyes, trying to focus. Just 1 year left until the awakening. Her eyes then flew open in a full-blown panic. The priestess grabbed her stomach, a greedy glint in her eyes. With this chaos, she could farm up all the test materials she could ever want. Of all the times, why now a massive system window just materialized out of nowhere, blaring, dimensional fabric has ripped. Whoops, urgently activating. Welcome, newbie. That one is annoying enough already. The priestess shut her eyes, trying to focus. Just 1 year left until the awakening. Her eyes then flew open in a full-blown panic. They're totally screwed. You don't have to state the obvious, you know. Yeah, something was super sketchy about this whole thing. Welcome, player Myron. Heron did a full-on cartoon gasp, followed by a horror movie shriek. What the actual heck? He was pretty darn sure this whole apocalypse thing was scheduled for like another 10 months, and it was supposed to be a VIP-only event last he checked. Just wobbled there as Shantae's axe made a new home in his personal space. His spear started shaking like a scared chihuahua, totally overwhelmed by the smackdown. The prize, unlock shiny new skills, and oh yeah, salvation from the islands of the endless sky. Shin's brain was doing donuts. Then her own personal pop-up from hell flashed to life. Main task, babysit the islands of the endless sky. Main goal, just, defeat 10 waves of monsters. No biggie. Yeah, something was super sketchy about this whole thing. Welcome, player Myron. Heron did a full-on cartoon gasp, followed by a horror movie shriek. What the actual heck? The monsters are coming, he screeched. Everyone fumbled for their gear just as the system window gave them another lovely update. First wave. Then her own personal pop-up from hell flashed to life. Main task, babysit the islands of the endless sky. Main goal, just, defeat 10 waves of monsters. No biggie. Her voice was all shaky as she prodded him. Danju, what's the plan, dude? Shin just yeeted himself to the side. Everyone this way, move it or lose it, he yelled, waving them on. And his eyes locked onto some dude taking a nap on the ice. We've got this covered, Heron shouted back, not even slowing down. The monsters are coming, he screeched. Everyone fumbled for their gear just as the system window gave them another lovely update. First wave. And just when you thought it was over, Heron went full Leroy Jenkins, jumping right into the monster mosh pit. She just raised a shield. I have literally no clue what is happening, she mumbled, side-eyeing her magic screen. But if we beat up these waves... Move your butt, Skull yelled back. Somebody carry me. Meanwhile, giant monsters were gaining on them, their footsteps, making the ground do the cha-cha slide. He gets that you don't have them yet, he pointed out. The priestess's voice was sharp, dripping with annoyance. Yeah, no kidding. Without the islands of the endless sky, Shantae was just staring. Did he just craft that out of thin air? How'd he make so many? Shin casually wiped some sweat off his forehead. He commanded, already firing up his crafting menu. He stuck out a hand and all this crazy energy started pouring out. And bam! Across the busted ice, a bunch of shields just popped into existence. Heron's jaw hit the floor, totally blindsided. A legit giant-made shield that can resize itself to fit your needs. The ice under them started groaning and cracking like my grandpa's knees. Alright, now they've only got one tiny hallway to run down. We're gonna box them in. Heron took off like a shot, yelling. On it, Shantae turned around. And his eyes locked onto some dude taking a nap on the ice. We've got this covered, Heron shouted back, not even slowing down. And bam! Across the busted ice, a bunch of shields just popped into existence. Heron's jaw hit the floor, totally blindsided. What in the actual heck, he grumbled. Okay, that shield on the left is S tier, no doubt. But ain't no way one person is pulling a whole-ass wall of them out of thin air on the right. The monsters started pointing and laughing like a bunch of schoolyard bullies. Hanjia's eyes narrowed. Perfect timing, you idiots. And his eyes locked onto some dude taking a nap on the ice. We've got this covered, Heron shouted back, not even slowing down. Who were too busy with their evil villain laugh to even notice. Seal was watching, totally starstruck. Whoa, pro gamers, this is a whole other level. The monsters started pointing and laughing like a bunch of schoolyard bullies. Hanjia's eyes narrowed. Perfect timing, you idiots. The monsters started pointing and laughing like a bunch of schoolyard bullies. Hanjia's eyes narrowed. Perfect timing, you idiots. I have literally no clue what is happening, she mumbled, side-eyeing her magic screen. But if we beat up these waves, who were too busy with their evil villain laugh to even notice. Seal was watching, totally starstruck. Whoa, pro gamers, this is a whole other level. What in the actual heck, he grumbled. Okay, that shield on the left is S tier, no doubt. But ain't no way one person is pulling a whole-ass wall of them out of thin air on the right. We'd just be glorified speed bumps. Shantae looked right at Seol. Don't even bother. It's their show now, she stated, giving him a look that could cut glass. You mean that clown who wanted to fight the executive? Cum whipped around. Wait, that moron is a support. The priestess just looked at the floor. Yeah. And he can like poop out weapons. Kum's eyes narrowed to slits. And let's not forget the whole controlling tainted mana thing, he added, giving her the side-eye before looking back at the dumpster fire below. So what's her genius plan? The priestess shuffled closer, all nervous. The plan for? What exactly plan for? Shantae knelt next to Junion, who was chilling against a pointy ice block. A spear guy, he mumbled, but his whole thing is massive fights, and 100 ghouls, and right on schedule a whole zoo of monsters busted through the gate pouring in like a nightmare parade. Kum just muttered, you mean that clown who wanted to fight the executive? Cum whipped around. Wait, that moron is a support. The priestess just looked at the floor. Yeah. By the time the system kicked in, it was game over. Her kid opened the gate, and now she's lost the remote. Kum's focus locked in. Guess she wasn't exactly budgeting her magic juice correctly. Heron came sliding in next to her, and 100 ghouls, and right on schedule a whole zoo of monsters busted through the gate pouring in like a nightmare parade. Kum just muttered. She hated the idea with a passion, but damn it might actually work. Meanwhile, Danju chucked his phone at Chia and grabbed the machine gun, and he can like poop out weapons. Kum's eyes narrowed to slits. And let's not forget the whole controlling tainted mana thing, he added. Shantae knelt next to Junion, who was chilling against a pointy ice block. A spear guy, he mumbled, but his whole thing is massive fights, and he can like poop out weapons. Kum's eyes narrowed to slits. And let's not forget the whole controlling tainted mana thing, he added. But before she could finish her brilliant thought, a god-awful system alert screamed at them. Incoming. Second wave. We've got 300 zombies, 200 skeletons. A nasty thought popping into her head. Crap, my mana's on fumes. That little rumble with the trolls apparently drained her way more than she thought. She had to stop herself from nervously clapping, but the noise just kept getting louder, climbing to a brain-melting shriek. Then she made a fist and let loose a massive swing. Wave, strike. A system pop-up flashed in their faces, giving them the nerdy details on the move. Then she made a fist and let loose a massive swing. Wave, strike. A system pop-up flashed in their faces, giving them the nerdy details on the move. Wave strike. Basically, you hijack the vibes of whatever's around you, causes a huge mana boom from way over there. And he's gonna help too. Hania whipped her head around. I'm sorry, what now? Shin cut in. Take a breather if you're gassed. They've got this handled. She hated the idea with a passion, but damn it might actually work. Meanwhile, Danju chucked his phone at Chia and grabbed the machine gun. Then she made a fist and let loose a massive swing. Wave, strike. A system pop-up flashed in their faces, giving them the nerdy details on the move. You know, assuming nobody on their team does something monumentally stupid. And just like that, the monster mosh pit charged. Hia knocked an arrow. Holy crap, that's insane. That was way stronger than her usual stuff, Danju bellowed. So that's what an A-rank hunter can do. You know, assuming nobody on their team does something monumentally stupid. And just like that, the monster mosh pit charged. Hia knocked an arrow. He's dead sure our boy is still kicking. Hanja gasped, totally relieved. Oh, thank heavens, we gotta find him like yesterday. Then her eyes bugged out. Peeking down, she saw some serious drama unfolding. Does this moron even get what he's doing? Some guy roared. So no other party favors lying around, Shin pushed. Danju reported, just 3 guys from the rent-a-cop squad. Holy crap, that's insane. That was way stronger than her usual stuff, Danju bellowed. So that's what an A-rank hunter can do. She froze solid and pointed at the ground. Wasn't there another body right here? Meanwhile, Elizabeth was just chilling, taking a leisurely stroll on a railing, looking absolutely terrified. Hold up, Elizabeth stretched like a cat, a bored thought popping into her head. Man, I was hoping this world would be less of a soap opera. A freaking shockwave of pure energy tore through the air, sending the whole monster squad flying. Hanjia was just frozen, completely mind-blown. He's dead sure our boy is still kicking. Hanja gasped, totally relieved. Oh, thank heavens, we gotta find him like yesterday. Then her eyes bugged out. I told you a million times that was for my mom's hospital bills. The debtor, looking like he was about to wet himself, just shrugged. Look, it is what it is. So no other party favors lying around, Shin pushed. Danju reported, just 3 guys from the rent-a-cop squad. The creditor's knuckles went white as he gripped his bloody sword. Oh, so that's your play, huh? Gonna play it tough till the very end. A nasty smirk spread across his face. Don't you worry your pretty little head about my mom. She kicked the bucket yesterday. And he's gonna help too. Hania whipped her head around. I'm sorry, what now? Shin cut in. Take a breather if you're gassed. They've got this handled. Huff and puff all you want. I'm still broke. You gonna off me and rot in a cell? Who's gonna pay for your mom's chemo then, genius? Guess it's the same dumpster fire, different dimension. Her head whipped around her eyes, locking onto someone hustling down the block. A quick scan showed nobody was watching. Tom, she mumbled, and he's gonna help too. Hania whipped her head around. I'm sorry, what now? Shin cut in. Take a breather if you're gassed. They've got this handled. Quan was immediately on board. Shin just stood there for a second, then asked, yeah, but do we really need to go find? Quan Hania's eyes went wide. Guess it's the same dumpster fire, different dimension. Her head whipped around her eyes, locking onto someone hustling down the block. Peeking down, she saw some serious drama unfolding. Does this moron even get what he's doing? Some guy roared. A quick scan showed nobody was watching. Tom, she mumbled, as she yeeted herself off the railing. Never hurts to get the blood pumping. Back with the crew, Donji was bug-eyed and frantic. My brain went on vacation. I totally spaced. Shin snapped. Spill it. What happened? Shantae glared back, spitting out the words. That freak. I told you a million times that was for my mom's hospital bills. The debtor, looking like he was about to wet himself, just shrugged. Look, it is what it is. So, peeking down, she saw some serious drama unfolding. Does this moron even get what he's doing? Some guy roared. So that's how the priestess pulled a disappearing act. It clicked for him. Hania, pointing dramatically, was all, we gotta split up and find her. He started. The islands of the endless sky are basically a locked room with one sketchy door that's known for falling apart. Quan was immediately on board. Shin just stood there for a second, then asked, yeah, but do we really need to go find? Quan Hania's eyes went wide. Peeking down, she saw some serious drama unfolding. Does this moron even get what he's doing? Some guy roared, as she yeeted herself off the railing. Never hurts to get the blood pumping. Back with the crew, Donji was bug-eyed and frantic, as she yeeted herself off the railing. Never hurts to get the blood pumping. Back with the crew, Donji was bug-eyed and frantic. Peeking down, she saw some serious drama unfolding. Does this moron even get what he's doing? Some guy roared. Excuse me, Shin met her glare head-on. Odds are Quan's already bounced. Looking for him now is just a colossal waste of time. Hania threw her hands up, totally fed up. But that's just a guess. You've got 0 proof times. To be fair times, Shin thought. Excuse me, Shin met her glare head-on. Odds are Quan's already bounced. Looking for him now is just a colossal waste of time. So it's totally logical to assume the priestess has some kind of get-out-of-jail-free card to yank people out of here in a pinch. Orcs, 100 golems, and 100 goblins. All the big boys just started yeeting themselves out of the gates. With pure panic on his face. It's game over, man. They snatched her. Shantai smacked himself right in the kisser, screaming his head off. For real. No time to daydream about the final boss. Efficient Hanja chimed in with all the enthusiasm of a rock. So it's totally logical to assume the priestess has some kind of get-out-of-jail-free card to yank people out of here in a pinch. For real. No time to daydream about the final boss. Efficient Hanja chimed in with all the enthusiasm of a rock. Some dude with a built-in megaphone started yelling. Shin whipped around. If he wants to play hero, let him use the express lane. The priestess was not amused. But this is a new feature I didn't order. Shantae, the group's designated adult, cut in. You're wasting time bickering. We gotta save Soul. Hanja's death stare was practically drilling a hole through him. Honestly, it's kinda ticking me off. Shin just froze up. Cue the dramatic flashback. It hit him hard. Hanja's voice going, I didn't know you were that times guy. What a shame. He grabbed his head. My memories. The priestess scowled, pulling up some system window. If this footage gets out, if they start analyzing it, we are so totally screwed. And my man isn't bouncing till his tab is cleared. Right on cue, a new gate flickered open. A portal, Donju gasped. Yo, support. Yup, the reward is the exit door, just like we called it, he added, cold as ice. Welp, guess we don't need her anymore. Soul's eyes. Hania threw her hands up, totally fed up. But that's just a guess. You've got 0 proof times. To be fair times, Shin thought. Please don't let them delete her. The priestess just leaned on the table, her voice dripping with chilly calculation. Hanja's death stare was practically drilling a hole through him. Honestly, it's kinda ticking me off. Shin just froze up. Cue the dramatic flashback. And my man isn't bouncing till his tab is cleared. Right on cue, a new gate flickered open. A portal, Donju gasped. Yo, support. Please don't let them delete her. The priestess just leaned on the table, her voice dripping with chilly calculation. Soul was slumped in a chair, trying to reason with a monster, pleading, please, my dude, don't send her to the Shadow Realm. Soul was slumped in a chair, trying to reason with a monster, pleading, please, my dude, don't send her to the Shadow Realm. Hanja's death stare was practically drilling a hole through him. Honestly, it's kinda ticking me off. Shin just froze up. Cue the dramatic flashback. Soul was slumped in a chair, trying to reason with a monster, pleading, please, my dude, don't send her to the Shadow Realm. We gotta bail her out like yesterday. Meanwhile, Heron was just wading through enemies. A system pop-up appeared. Wave 4, incoming. On the menu today, 80 orc warriors, 100 goblin snipers, 20 skeleton knights, 150 skeleton grunts, and 100 skeleton archers. Heron threw her hands forward, basically begging anyone, but the archer's Shin, on the other hand, made a beeline straight for the portal. Shin turned back to the crew. Definitely a warrior, Shantae confirmed, stating the obvious. He sure is. His name is Lee Shantai. Hanja's death stare was practically drilling a hole through him. Honestly, it's kinda ticking me off. Shin just froze up. Cue the dramatic flashback. On the menu today, 80 orc warriors, 100 goblin snipers, 20 skeleton knights, 150 skeleton grunts, and 100 skeleton archers. Shin turned back to the crew. Definitely a warrior, Shantae confirmed, stating the obvious. He sure is. His name is Lee Shantai. On the menu today, 80 orc warriors, 100 goblin snipers, 20 skeleton knights, 150 skeleton grunts, and 100 skeleton archers. Soul was slumped in a chair, trying to reason with a monster, pleading, "Please, my dude, don't send her to the Shadow Realm." Shin turned back to the crew. Definitely a warrior, Shantae confirmed, stating the obvious. He sure is. His name is Lee Shantai. The priestess just stared, a little whisper slipping out. He actually showed up. Shin's brilliant comeback was curt. What's her deal? Soul was slumped in a chair, trying to reason with a monster, pleading, "Please, my dude, don't send her to the Shadow Realm." All sharp and panicky. Chuck it into the portal in 1 minute. Shantae's face was a big question mark. The what now? Shin just twirled away. Shin turned back to the crew. Definitely a warrior, Shantae confirmed, stating the obvious. He sure is. His name is Lee Shantai. The priestess's smile was creepy as heck. Drop the cocky act. One wrong move and her head's gonna be a meat crayon. She raised a hand to her lips. Shantae was zoned in on the shimmery portal, Shin's weird request echoing in her brain. Just toss it in the portal, he said. Shantae was zoned in on the shimmery portal, Shin's weird request echoing in her brain. Just toss it in the portal, he said, faking like she was deep in thought. He knows I'm not just gonna end him, so he'd better learn to play statue. Huna jumped in front of him. Shin, don't. This is all her fault. Shin just turned to face Huna. It's cool. To finally see his real power. Oh no, the schedule's moved up. Whatever, we're sticking to the script. Faking like she was deep in thought. He knows I'm not just gonna end him, so he'd better learn to play statue. Shin felt this major pull, like he had massive FOMO, as if he'd forgotten something huge and couldn't just hit the undo button. A bunch of swords just blasted out of the portal, carving a sick-looking triangle in the floor before shooting off like heat-seeking missiles. Karam's voice cut in again, ever the party pooper. The third rule. He's gonna spill every last secret he remembers. Got it. Junhan let out a blood-curdling scream, then started beating on some invisible ice wall. What is this crap? Let him out of there. Shin felt this major pull, like he had massive FOMO, as if he'd forgotten something huge and couldn't just hit the undo button. I have no idea how this connects to the priestess, Shin claimed, but his massive grin totally gave away that he was lying, and a sparkly shield just blinked into existence. A cold smile crept onto her face. Whoops, I totally forgot I could just pop your head off. Shantae was zoned in on the shimmery portal, Shin's weird request echoing in her brain. Just toss it in the portal, he said. He dodged it only for another monster to jump him from behind its claws, grabbing him and dragging him toward a freshly opened portal. All of a sudden, a sword burst from that same portal and diced the monster. Shin stumbled through to the other side. Junhan let out a blood-curdling scream, then started beating on some invisible ice wall. What is this crap? Let him out of there. Junhan let out a blood-curdling scream, then started beating on some invisible ice wall. What is this crap? Let him out of there. The support character did that, Junia repeated, her mind blown. A support can actually do something that cool. Heron, arms crossed, just glared at them. Shin felt this major pull, like he had massive FOMO, as if he'd forgotten something huge and couldn't just hit the undo button. Get out of here. She slapped an arrow onto her bow, pulling that sucker back tight. She'd already clapped one of these clowns. Yeah, she knew the drill. The priestess just stared, a little whisper slipping out. He actually showed up. Shin's brilliant comeback was curt. What's her deal? The monster just grabbed a handful of bones off the floor and started chucking them hard enough to break well bones. Some meat shield warrior automatically jumped in front. Then this deep, guttural roar literally shook the ground. A system window popped up. Yup, ogre magic. Like he'd seen it before. A smirk crept onto Shin's face. Nah, of course not. But if you want to walk away from this, you better bring your A-game. Overwhelming roar. The monster's jaw dropped wide open, blasting out a sound wave that could deafen a rock. Hunia automatically tensed up. Then this deep, guttural roar literally shook the ground. A system window popped up. Yup, ogre magic. All the other monsters flinched like they'd seen a ghost. Shantae's head shot up, his voice all frantic. We gotta go help him. Heron grabbed Hunia, keeping her from face-planting. You good? He asked, sounding all worried. Meanwhile, back inside the portal, Shin was holding his ridiculously huge, barrier-wrapped hammer. This is just stupid, he thought, having just chugged his second mana potion. The priestess was watching him, looking totally impressed. Funny, since she'd just claimed that last attack basically drained her battery. Now she just tilted her head. They're both sandbagging, but why is he flexing without actually throwing a punch? Shin's eyes narrowed. Crap, was I that obvious? He remembered opening a box way earlier and finding a pair of matching rings. Hain had told him they were part of the master plan, a one-shot teleport link for whoever wore them. He'd been a little hesitant. All the other monsters flinched like they'd seen a ghost. Shantae's head shot up, his voice all frantic. "We gotta go help him." Heron grabbed Hunya. The ring she'd hammered home could be a real get-out-of-jail-free card. Now Shin's fingers brushed against it. Calling Tahan might slow the priestess down, but it wouldn't be enough to seal the deal. She was just standing there cool as a cucumber with this little smirk on her face. Like she had all the time in the world. She even admitted it might be tricky to handle him with just her and her kid. Kum, by the way, was hiding behind a wall hand slapped over his mouth, scared out of his mind. But she wasn't done with him yet. "Get out of here." She slapped an arrow onto her bow, pulling that sucker back tight. She'd already clapped one of these clowns. Yeah, she knew the drill. Kum, by the way, was hiding behind a wall hand slapped over his mouth, scared out of his mind. But she wasn't done with him yet. Shin's face went grim. "You're getting something twisted here," she said, baiting him. "What are you talking about?" he frowned, popping his shield up to cover Hunya. She swore under her breath, a scary thought rattling her brain. Since when did these morons get so smart? The priestess had been kneeling in front of Lester. His orders were simple: find out how much of that nasty mana the creator could actually handle. "Is that it?" The priestess blinked, totally thrown off. "Is that really the best you've got?" All of a sudden, a whole storm of little arrows appeared out of nowhere. All pointed right at her. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with panic. Flashback time. Popping his shield up to cover Hunya. She swore under her breath, a scary thought rattling her brain. Since when did these morons get so smart? But Heron was already screaming, "Get down!" And just like that, the ogre's huge body got diced into pieces. The priestess was hesitant. What about backup?" Lester, staring dramatically out a window, said they'd figure out his skills once the system was up and running. Until then, her job was to lock down a gate somewhere out of the way. Time was running out, he'd said. The monster just grabbed a handful of bones off the floor and started chucking them hard enough to break well bones. Some meat shield warrior automatically jumped in front. This was supposed to be her big chance to profile the guy. Instead, it started raining pointy sticks. Shin, meanwhile, went into his big brain focus mode. He got these little highlight reels of Hangia and Sion from his last playthrough. Different skins now, but they had the exact same skill set. The priestess had been kneeling in front of Lester. His orders were simple: find out how much of that nasty mana the creator could actually handle. He got these little highlight reels of Hangia and Sion from his last playthrough. Different skins now, but they had the exact same skill set. Her eyes darting to a monster that was crushing some kind of sealed-up thing in its hand. Shin just stared back, then asked a stone-cold question. Her weapons just stopped listening to her. Turns out Shin had already blasted out a huge energy pulse, basically a weapon hijacking skill. He got these little highlight reels of Hangia and Sion from his last playthrough. Different skins now, but they had the exact same skill set. It roars, winding up a massive haymaker at Seal. But before the punch could even connect, some invisible force just yeeted its arm clean off. A spear turned the creature into a shish kebab, then another one tore right through it. The priestess's eyes finally drifted down. Way too late, genius. Her eyes darting to a monster that was crushing some kind of sealed-up thing in its hand. Shin just stared back, then asked a stone-cold question, aiming the pointy end of his spear right at her face. A screech that could curdle milk ripped out of her. Then poof, massive white wings just exploded from her back. Holy energy flashbanged the entire battlefield, making everyone see stars for a second. The monsters actually flinched, covering their eyes. The warriors all reflexively dove behind their shields. Hangia and Heron just stood there gawking, her eyes darting to a monster that was crushing some kind of sealed-up thing in its hand. Shin just stared back, then asked a stone-cold question. The priestess's panic button, he muttered what a perfect time to take her out. But right then, something behind him started to feel off. Lester sighed, turning back to the priestess. "So you let a dog off its leash that didn't even recognize its own owner." A huge explosion rocked the air. Shin barely kept his footing. A massive laser beam shot out of a swirly portal. The priestess's panic button, he muttered what a perfect time to take her out. But right then, something behind him started to feel off. A huge explosion rocked the air. Shin barely kept his footing. A massive laser beam shot out of a swirly portal. "Didn't I?" Instead, you bring out the hermit and that little test subject. A ball of nasty energy started swirling in front of his face. The sheer power radiating from Lester was nuts. This nasty corrupted mana was practically choking the air. Lester smirked. "I believe I told you to focus on finding a safe house." It roars, winding up a massive haymaker at Seal. But before the punch could even connect, some invisible force just yeeted its arm clean off. Still not getting it, he mumbled like he was talking to himself. The giant executive's body just shredded, twisting into black spaghetti that zipped back into the portal, covering their eyes. The warriors all reflexively dove behind their shields. Hangia and Heron just stood there gawking. The priestess hung her head in shame. The big baddie was completely gone. Poof. Lester's gaze swung right back to Shin. A nasty little smirk on his face, and it looks like he hasn't even dipped into his tainted mana yet. He tilted his head. It roars, winding up a massive haymaker at Seal. But before the punch could even connect, some invisible force just yeeted its arm clean off. The the priestess's panic button, he muttered what a perfect time to take her out. But right then, something behind him started to feel off, like he was asking a pop quiz question. Just how much does he really know about the bad stuff? Meanwhile, across town, and zapped straight through the executive's giant body. And who strolls out? Lester. In a bit of a rush, all of a sudden a brand new wave of monsters charged at them. Danju screamed, "These guys are moving differently," before he opened fire. Hanjia winced. "My bad, sorry, I got wrecked." Heron just nodded, her eyes flicking over to Junyang. "We need Sleeping Beauty to wake the heck up," ripping through their skulls. "Whoa, is that your superpower or something?" Heron blurted out, totally bug-eyed. Danju just shook his head. Danju let out a massive sigh. Guess he was on babysitting duty, holding the line till the boss man got back with the shiny thing. Shantae just materialized out of thin air, her face going from 0 to murder mode instantly. "Where is she? Spit it out now." Shin just held out his hand. Squad leader's boomstick. A little menu popped up. Elemental enchantment. Exploding rounds. Basically, they go kaboom on contact. His buddy used her as monster chow. Shantae whipped around to face Shin, her voice all tight and dangerous. "Is that for real?" Danju let out a massive sigh. Guess he was on babysitting duty, holding the line till the boss man got back with the shiny thing. Squad leader's boomstick. A little menu popped up. Elemental enchantment. Exploding rounds. Basically, they go kaboom on contact. Heron's eyes scanned the absolute train wreck of a battlefield. Where'd he poof to? Meanwhile, in some wrecked-out room, Shin was having a stare-down with Lester. His buddy used her as monster chow. Shantae whipped around to face Shin, her voice all tight and dangerous. "Is that for real?" Shantae snarled, "You twisted freaks. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but..." Junio decided he'd heard enough and cut him off, showing off the seal now, a pincushion for a bunch of spears. Lester's eyes darted to her, a seriously nasty grin spreading across his face. Just straight up vanished, leaving everyone speechless. His giant battle axe clattered to the floor. "What was that all about?" Shin demanded. "Oh, let me clarify," Lester said with a super punchable tone. "The priestess gave the order. He just had to hold her down, made her the perfect little bullseye." He paused for dramatic effect, a little evil twinkle in his eye. "See, the priestess has just been waiting for Shin to slip up. He was asking for a tutorial." Shin clarified, "I just wanted to see what he could do. He wasn't my boy. He was probably a decent guy." Shin thought, but way too reckless. Had skills, sure, but not main character material. Sucks for him, but hey, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And, "Look, I slapped this gate together because I needed a new toy," he said. "But now it's gone rogue and I can't be bothered. Totally useless." It's zipping in like a blur. Shantae's whole body started to shimmer, glowing with energy as he basically dissolved into thin air. He paused for dramatic effect, a little evil twinkle in his eye. "See, the priestess has just been waiting for Shin to slip up, waiting for him to get distracted so she could make her move." A massive scream just tore through the air. "You used a civilian," Lester just chuckled. "So how'd you pull that off?" Lester's reaction was super weird. I mean, his buddy just bit the dust. Instead of going on a revenge trip, a booming voice commanded, "Get down." A massive wave of energy just exploded, tearing through the room and slicing monsters in half. A booming voice commanded, "Get down." A massive wave of energy just exploded, tearing through the room and slicing monsters in half. Looking away, a low laugh rumbled in his chest as he balled his hand into a fist. "Well, look at that," he said. "Turns out I was wrong. You're not in a position to be asking questions. My turn." He leaned in close. "What do you know about the infected?" Then Lester just went radio silent. Hareen, with eyes the size of saucers, pointed. It shot out from over by Shin. He then spun around and gasped at the sight of the warrior's body, waiting for him to get distracted so she could make her move. A massive scream just tore through the air. "You used a civilian," Lester just chuckled. "What did he just say?" Dongju gasped, but Hanja was already yanking his butt to the floor. "Oh no, you don't," screamed Shin's inner monologue as he whipped around in a panic. Right as Lester's sword started to glow, "I am 100% screwed." He gripped a flask like it was his last hope. "Okay, brain priority 1 guzzle, some mana juice like yesterday. I am 100% screwed." He gripped a flask like it was his last hope. "Okay, brain priority 1 guzzle, some mana juice like yesterday." The withdrawal shakes were already kicking in, and Lester's got that priestess on a leash for sure, Shin figured. But screaming for Han ain't gonna cut it. "I gotta survive this first. Outlast the clown," Shin whipped around. "Crap, this isn't just about me anymore." "Oh no, you don't," screamed Shin's inner monologue as he whipped around in a panic. Right as Lester's sword started to glow, he chugged the whole thing, realizing it was his third. Man, these potions were starting to feel like diet soda. Lester might think he was interesting now, but he'd get tossed like yesterday's trash, just like Shantae, the second the novelty wore off. A system window blared to life. If he could just tap into that power. Right then, Lester did a dramatic pivot. Is anyone else seeing this?" Hia's voice cut through sharp with confusion. "Oh no, you don't," screamed Shin's inner monologue as he whipped around in a panic. Right as Lester's sword started to glow, Heron pressed. "Nope," Hanjia said flatly. "A light show this crazy, we would have noticed." Her eyes flicked to Shin, her expression turning to stone. "Sorry, not sorry," she muttered, "but I've got to get to Shin." "You're hurt, you can't even shoot straight," Heron protested. Hania completely ignored her, barking Dongju. He spun around at her call as she stuck out a hand. Weapon, now. He slapped a frickin' machine gun into her palm and she charged forward. Heron, meanwhile, was glued to the glitching system window, her brow furrowed in confusion. What in the actual hell is going on, she whispered, then flinched back with a gasp. Nasty bloody cracks started spiderwebbing across the air in front of her. Are the gates literally falling apart? Lester let out a long breath. Good. Now we can have a civilized chat. Shin just gave him the silent treatment, his stare locked on. Hello, Earth, to Shin. Answer the question, Lester prodded. Shin finally spoke. So what's the deal with this contaminated mana? My apologies, but it's a new toy for me too. I know absolutely nothing. Lester went quiet, sizing Shin up, then asked, You've got the memories too, don't you? Shin's eyes snapped wide, pure panic gripping him. How in the world did he know? You don't just get times corrupted mana, Lester replied, a shark-like glint in his eye. I had a hunch after my little chat with the priestess, but now I see it all over you. Oh, he's totally playing me, Shin realized. Lester could practically smell his fear. Hey, chill out, he said, his voice way too calm. I'm just your friendly neighborhood apocalypse stopper. If you help me out, we could be buddies with a common goal. Shin frowned, glancing down at his hand. Then he fixed Lester with a hard stare. Why'd you ice that guy? He was in my way. Lester shot back without a second's thought. Unfortunately, my to-do list is a little bigger than one casualty. We're running out of time. He stretched out both hands like he was offering a free hug. The withdrawal shakes were already kicking in, and Lester's got that priestess on a leash for sure, Shin figured. Her thoughtful look replaced by sheer terror. Watch out, she shrieked. Hanjia already had the machine gun aimed, finger on the trigger. Hands up, Lester, or I'll turn you into modern art. Shin's mind was screaming. Asterisk. No crap on a cracker. Why is Hania here? Asterisk. He never planned on making an enemy of Lester, but now he had to protect her. A massive tidal wave of energy washed over everything. The room. Whoa there, cowboy, Hanjia screamed. But Shin was already charging in a freaking sword, just poofing into his hand. He had to shank him, distract Lester before that funky mojo zapped Hanjia. Hania just dropped her machine gun, letting out this pathetic little gasp. Lester spun around, fist all tight. Nice try, slowpoke, he decked him, and Shin just crumpled, screaming his head off. Lester stood over him, fist still ready to go. You got all these fancy skills, Shin, but physically you're a complete weakling. Letting out this pathetic little gasp. Lester spun around, fist all tight. Nice try, slowpoke, he decked him, and Shin just crumpled, screaming his head off. You've been cheesing it with your skills this whole time, but you've got no real brawn. Trust me, you're about to hit your ceiling hard. Shin just stared up, totally gobsmacked, frozen solid as Lester loomed. Pro tip, get swole first. He never planned on making an enemy of Lester, but now he had to protect her. A massive tidal wave of energy washed over everything. Shin choked out. Lester's look got real intense. Because I know you remember things, and since I haven't decided if you're a pain in my butt or on my team yet, I'm curious. Hanja looked up, hugging her machine gun like a teddy bear, pure terror on her face. Lester turned away from Shin. My offer's still good. You can get back to me later. He looked around all confused. Wait, where'd all that bad juju go? And right on cue, a giant tear ripped open in the sky. Lester stuck out a hand, his face all grim. Welp, this was a major screw-up. I really didn't think she'd go this far. He dramatically pulled back his hood, revealing his face. The name's Lester, he told Shin. His voice suddenly all heavy and dramatic. Remember what I said? It's a pretty sweet deal. Hania then scrambled forward, letting out a desperate scream of Shin. She knelt next to him, totally freaking out. Are you okay? What is going on? And right on cue, a giant tear ripped open in the sky. Lester stuck out a hand, his face all grim. Welp, this was a major screw-up. She read it out loud and the vibe got real frosty. Main task, protect the islands of the endless sky. Final wave, 910. Objective, letting out a desperate scream of Shin. She knelt next to him, totally freaking out. Are you okay? What is going on? Shin just dipped his head, letting her know he was still kicking. Just then, a system window popped up right in front of Hanya. Shin nodded, looking bummed. Apparently, we've still got a boss fight. Hanja's shoulders slumped. I'm totally gassed. I can't fight anymore. Shin. His eyes shot to the massive rift and a cold dread washed over him. How was he supposed to defend himself now? And then, running on fumes himself, knew his mana tank was completely empty. He barely managed to summon a tiny dagger for that last scuffle, eyes wide with total bewilderment. It landed with a heavy thud and Shin's brain went into overdrive. He had never seen anything so ridiculous. Out of the shimmering rip in reality, a ginormous bird creature wearing a hat exploded onto the scene. The whole crew just stared their jaws, hitting the dirt, then marched forward. Fine, I'll try to take care of it. Shin tried to yell at her to stop, but the words died in his throat as he buckled to his knees. Where in the world did this thing pop out from? Hania eyed the boss. Doesn't exactly fill you with terror, does it? She mumbled. A little blood trickling from his lips. He grabbed his face, panic flooding his system. Oh, come on, not now. This monster was probably using that contaminated mojo. If it had the same kind of power, Hania was totally screwed. Just as Hanjia aimed her machine gun, the monster suddenly spun around its voice, a gravelly command. Found it. Just as Hanjia aimed her machine gun, the monster suddenly spun around its voice, a gravelly command. Found it. A little blood trickling from his lips. He grabbed his face, panic flooding his system. Oh, come on, not now. Oh, this is his times. Shin's brain did a full-on blue screen. It's claiming I jacked something. Said I'd bring it back, but then I ghosted. But he still couldn't throw a punch. Pay up, it demanded. Shin just stared completely dumbfounded as it got closer. You ignored me when I asked for my stuff. It was gonna be all up in his personal space. The times, real times problem though. Oh, this is his times. Shin's brain did a full-on blue screen. It's claiming I jacked something. Said I'd bring it back, but then I ghosted. This monster was probably using that contaminated mojo. If it had the same kind of power, Hanya was totally screwed. And now it's payback time. Hanya turned a giant question mark on her face. Shin, though, just held up a hand like, hold up, as a light bulb went off. You could hear screams of pain mixed with confused muttering from the crowd. What the heck is going on? Does anyone have a clue? He muttered, we just got kicked out. A cop started pointing frantically. It was gonna be all up in his personal space. The times, real times problem though. Shin, even though he was hurting, noticed the thing's bad. Juju's signature was surprisingly weak. Was that this freak show was the key to everything he was looking for, and he had no idea how to fight it. The monster tilted its head. Hello, anybody home? And now it's payback time. Hanya turned a giant question mark on her face. Shin, though, just held up a hand like, hold up, as a light bulb went off. He had zero clue what this thing was, but it was totally triggered by that nasty mana. So as long as Hania didn't poke the bear, but now he's running on empty. Where'd it go? Whoa, I think there's a huge misunderstanding here. Shin started totally confident. He was sure it was the one making a mistake, but the monster just shut him down flat. No misunderstanding. Smashed right into the monster's dome. She glanced around completely over it. What is this clown show? I don't even need to waste my time on this. But Shin gasped, no nice shot, and just like that, new system windows popped up in front of everyone. But he still couldn't throw a punch. Pay up, it demanded. Shin just stared completely dumbfounded as it got closer. You ignored me when I asked for my stuff. Smashed right into the monster's dome. She glanced around completely over it. What is this clown show? I don't even need to waste my time on this. I'm not the only one seeing this, right? People were already blowing up the association's phones asking if only the superpowered folks were tripping out. As if the random system pop-up and total pandemonium weren't a big enough hint that something major was happening. Hanya hurried past. Shin just stared baffled. What about these two and the, corpses, if we're getting rewards now? He whipped around. Shin's jaw dropped as it insisted. It was 100% used right here, the whole stash. And that's when his frustration meter exploded. Main quest deal with the final wave of the Islands of the Endless Sky. Quest complete. Get ready for some sweet, sweet loot. Hanya rushed over. What is happening? Shin just shook his head. Beats me. Shin's jaw dropped as it insisted. It was 100% used right here, the whole stash. And that's when his frustration meter exploded. The monster leaned in its voice, a legit psycho growl. Mine. That dude had a ton. Like almost all of it. As if the random system pop-up and total pandemonium weren't a big enough hint that something major was happening. Hanya hurried past. Another officer asked, what was that? Some dude in a robe calmly replied, Bro, my skills are literally written right here. Mumbling another apology while still demanding answers. Shin turned, wondering if even the unconscious guys got teleported. The hall's collective brain fart quickly shifted to a weird mix of phew, less paperwork and crap, more responsibility. And so the super fun investigation kicked off. Everyone came back except for the ones who didn't make it. He could only hope the association would figure out how to go collect the leftovers. Guards practically tripped over themselves, rushing to Shin, slobbering thanks all over everyone who managed to not die in that sketchy gate. And a light bulb went off in his head. They had literally cleared the mission seconds before they poofed back into existence. It looked like everyone got a participation trophy. He spotted Danju and Sale in the crowd. They were back too. The hall's collective brain fart quickly shifted to a weird mix of phew, less paperwork and crap, more responsibility. And so the super fun investigation kicked off and launched itself into the air. Gim right now, gim it back. Just then, Heron's fist crackling with pure awesome. This new reality meant no one could just go looking for the final boss hiding behind the priestess anymore. Lester's words started playing on a loop in his brain. Shin put a hand on his knee as the grim reality hit him like a ton of bricks. So instead of a reward, Shin shoved his hands in his pockets and did the whole brooding anime protagonist thing. Man, what a mess. This whole situation was a certified dumpster fire. Even with all the chaos from the pop-up windows, most civilians were weirdly chill, in that I'm anxious but still have to go to work kind of way. Shin put a hand on his knee as the grim reality hit him like a ton of bricks. So instead of a reward, news reports were busy confirming that only the powered-up folks were seeing things, probably just the rifts acting up, though a handful of conspiracy nuts were still screaming about the end times. The Skeleton Guild, in a move that shocked absolutely no one, totally fell apart after its leader, the A-rank sorcerer Lint, bit the dust. This was a game-changer of epic proportions. Their entire plan was now total garbage. He glanced down at the ring on his hand. This was a game changer of epic proportions. Their entire plan was now total garbage. He glanced down at the ring on his hand. Hania rushed over. What is happening? Shin just shook his head. Beats me. The Hunters Association, after finally getting the memo that Quan Xian was in fact still breathing, immediately went and scooped him up from the home of Yu Jun, the guardian of the Endless Sky Islands. Wan and his crew had been gossiping about some edgy lady using dark magic, and now the association was on a full-blown witch hunt to find her. Since the guardian Yu Jun had 0 living relatives, her husband and family having checked out years ago, the association immediately started fighting over who was going to get her payout. Danju plopped down in a chair facing Soil's bed. All right, that's the hot goss for now. Trying to remember something, Soil shot back. Even if it wasn't the whole story, Danju nodded slowly. Yeah, but seriously, are you going to keep working? Since the guardian Yu Jun had 0 living relatives, her husband and family having checked out years ago, the association immediately started fighting over who was going to get her payout. Yanked the papers right out of his own hands, ripped them into a million tiny pieces, and chucked the confetti into the nearest trash can. His look dead serious. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Soil just scoffed. Is times what you're worried about? I have to keep going. Who else is gonna do it? Danju clicked his tongue. A quiet, you're insane. Unbelievable. Soil's smile just got wider. We handle the hunter lists, sort out the ranks, hand out the goodies, take the reports, and then write reports about the reports on the weird dungeons. We do so much. We're the department of everything. Danju just turned away a silent, yeah, no kidding. And the one thing everyone forgets? Soil leaned in, dropping her voice to a dramatic whisper. So get this. Our whole cover story was being some goody two-shoes clean up the Sky Islands Club. The mob, some evil corporation, ooh, maybe the feds. Danju just lightly bopped her on the head with his notebook. The mob, some evil corporation, ooh, maybe the feds. Danju just lightly bopped her on the head with his notebook. How about you play Nancy Drew after you're not half dead anymore? Soil just shot him a cheeky grin and let out a little eek. That was it. Danju stormed out into the hall, and a light bulb went off in his head. They had literally cleared the mission seconds before they poofed back into existence. How about you play Nancy Drew after you're not half dead anymore? Soil just shot him a cheeky grin and let out a little eek. That was it. Danju stormed out into the hall, and a bunch of hideous monsters just barfed out of it, screaming their heads off into the sunset. One of them, a real beast, puffed up its chest and scoped out the scene. We're the department of everything. Danju just turned away a silent, yeah, no kidding. And the one thing everyone forgets? The new guy blinked, processing what just happened. Yo, kid, he shouted, a slow, cocky smirk finally spreading across his face. Soil stared at him like he'd grown a second head. What are you even talking about? The association is a death trap, Danju spelled out. He whipped around just in time to see the monster launching itself at the freaked-out kid. It let out a massive roar as it kicked off the pavement, becoming a giant, ugly blur of death. Twack! An arrow zipped out of nowhere, nailed the creature right in the dome, and slammed it against the wall with some serious oomph. The new guy blinked, processing what just happened. Yo, kid, he shouted, a slow, cocky smirk finally spreading across his face.